Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Falling in Between by Stevie J. Cole, narrated by Loretta Rollins and Chris Chambers. 1. Seagulls caw, turquoise waves lap at the sugar-white shoreline. Happy couples sit under palm trees and kiss. And here I am, the rim of my festive $3 sombrero rippling in the breeze as I trudge through the hot sand with a bottle of Jose Cuervo in hand, my lounge chair still 100 yards away. Freaking Cancun. This is where college kids come for spring break, not the place you come to celebrate divorces, unless you're me. And yes, divorces, as in plural. Evidently, good friends don't let friends divorce alone. If the entire divorce thing weren't bad enough, all I can think about as I trek across the sand is that the last time I was here, I had perky tits, and I possessed an annoyingly optimistic outlook on life. Now, the second my bikini top comes off, my tits drop like the New Year's Eve ball in Times Square, except without all the confetti and festivities. Optimism? Yeah, right. I'm a 35-year-old marriage counselor with a failed marriage tucked neatly under my belt. You could say that as of late, life has beat me down and called me her bitch. My calves are on fire by the time I reach our chairs. With a huff, I sink into the pink and white lounge between my two best friends, Danny and Steph. Steph slathers on lip stain, puckering her lips before she swats her brown hair out of her face. Eyeing the bottle in my hand, she grins. Well, that's definitely a drink. Look, my goal here is to get drunk, and the margarita mix gives me indigestion. Charlie, after having to fuck missionary-style Harold for 10 years, you deserve to drink straight from the bottle like a wino. She clinks her massive margarita to my bottle, then leans across my lap to tap her glass against Danny's pina colada. And happy divorce to you too, Sugar Plum. Fuck you, Steph. Danny grumbles, piling her blonde hair into one of those perfect messy buns on the first try. She's a pro at messy buns and chopsticks. She's just not so lucky in the love department. She recently divorced an actual, living, breathing, naked bum. Look, Harold was... Steph gags and puffs out her cheeks, pretending to hold in vomit. At least Sean was hot. Snorting, she grabs Danny's sunburned shoulder and gently shakes it. Danny glares at her. I'm pretty sure imagining she's choking her. After all, it was Steph's idea to bring us to Cancun, swearing it would give us a boost of confidence. I can't begin to tell you the confidence boost being surrounded by teenagers with tight asses has given me. Steph, I say, trying to discreetly dig sand out of my butt crack, Sean was a bum. But he was a hot bum, Steph argues. Danny swears under her breath, threatening to punch her. He was awful, I say, and that's putting it mildly. When Danny started dating Sean 3 years ago, we told her he was bad news, but she didn't listen. He wooed her with flowers and, from what she told us, mind-blowing sex. One trip to Turks and Caicos, and she came back married with a wedding ring he purchased on her American Express. I lean over the arm of my beach chair. He lied about being a lawyer, and from the second Danny married him, he did nothing but bum around naked on her couch and play Call of Duty. Danny groans, slurping back the last of her drink. Can we please stop talking about Sean? And for the record, I met him at a law school party. He said he had an internship with David and Meek's law firm. How was I supposed to know that was just a ploy to meet women? He really was a genius, Steph shrugs. I mean, I get why you hate him, but still, he was the most driven bum I've ever known. Just shut up, Steph. Danny pushes up from her lounge chair, kicking sand on Steph's legs when she staggers a few steps. Where are you going? I ask. I've got to check in with Bill. Would you just sit down? Steph plucks a broken conch shell from the sand and chucks it at Danny, missing her by at least a foot. Stop trying to micromanage your work. Bill's a big boy. He can handle his shit. Bill is an intern. Bill doesn't know the beans when the bag is open. Steph glances at me with a raised brow. What the hell does that mean? I don't speak, uptight lawyer. Let me put it into terms you'll understand. I pat Steph's shoulder. He doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. Ah. Before we can argue with Danny any longer, she starts through the sand with her phone to her ear, already shouting at Bill for being incompetent. She works too much, Steph says. Right? I was shocked when she actually boarded the flight. Steph snorts. Yeah, well, I was floored that you didn't get thrown off the flight. I roll my eyes. Charlie, she says, I had to wrestle you back into the seat 3 separate times, promising you the plane wouldn't go down. Plenty of people are afraid to fly. Yes, afraid, not hysterical. The sun bakes my skin as I stare out over the crystal blue water. The scent of coconut oil and salt water swirl around me with the humid breeze. Paradise, I think on a sigh, then take a burning swig of tequila. Just so you know, Steph says, I hated Harold, loathed him actually. What? I thought you liked Harold. Meh. He was all right until the day he tried to pencil me into your weekly schedule. That put him on my shit list. I've been your best friend since 8th grade. I don't get penciled in. I turn the bottle up again and laugh. Honestly, it's comical that I spent the last 10 years of my life on Harold's routines and schedules, and good God, at the spreadsheets. He had spreadsheets for everything. I told him he had a problem. He said it was the way of a good CPA. There was a spreadsheet for dinner to ensure we were eating the right vitamins, spreadsheets for bills and mileage. He kept his CSI spreadsheet taped to the top of our side table because his anal retentive ass had to make sure he watched every episode an equal number of times. I played along for the most part, but I drew my line when he wanted us to keep companion spreadsheets for our bowel movements. That was too far. I didn't want to know or need to know the color and consistency of his crap. Even with Harold's quirks, our marriage wasn't terrible. I mean, sure, there was no passion and we had mediocre sex, but damn, I thought he was safe. I'd learned in my earlier years that men who make you weak in the knees, the ones who give you butterflies in your stomach, will do nothing but eat your heart up and spit it out. Don't even get me started on that love at first sight is bullshit. I settled for an average-looking man with an average job and spreadsheets because I knew he would never disappoint me. Imagine my shock when I caught him screwing our 20-year-old housekeeper on the balcony of our townhome. I never found that written into a schedule. A group of young girls trot along the shoreline. Someone whistles at them, and as I watch them strut along, hips swinging and asses tight, it's like a halogen light bulb goes off, bright and blinding before it explodes in sparks and smoke. I'm not 20-something anymore. I'm stuck somewhere between vibrant youthfulness and over the hill. Divorced when so many other people have just settled down. Shit, I huff. I wasted my prime years. You did not, Steph laughs. Stop it. You're not even in your 40s, and 40 is the new 20 or some shit. The world is your oyster. Steph waves her open palm, Vanna White style, at the crowded beach in front of us. You could sleep with any of those men. Well, not the young ones with the hard bodies, more like any of those guys. She points to a group of middle-aged men, half of whom are wearing Speedos. Oh, look at the one in the neon green banana hammock. Steph shoves her fingers in her mouth and whistles. He's got more hair on his chest than his head. Meh, so maybe you did waste your prime years. Divorces. Speedos. tits that look like tube socks with tennis balls shoved inside them. Understandably, I turned the bottle up again. I'm newly divorced and in Mexico, after all. What else am I supposed to do? The headache rocking through my skull wakes me. All I can taste is tequila and salt. Last night was a blur. There was tequila and the Macarena, tequila and a limbo party, tequila and... Oh, God, I groan, swiping my hand over my face. Steph, I don't remember anything past that limbo party last night. When I sit up in bed, the cool air kisses my bare skin, and I swallow. Why am I naked? My pulse steadily ticks up. Directly across from the bed is an open closet. Several suits hang neatly inside. Shit, this is not my room. Slowly, I turn my head, and there, on the side of the bed where Steph should have been, because I most definitely should not be in a stranger's hotel room, lies a man sprawled out, face down on a luxurious mattress with only one corner of the sheet still in place. I quickly peek under the blanket and gasp. I'm completely and utterly naked with horrible razor burn on my thighs and offensive tan lines. I clutch the covers to my chest, desperately trying to plan my escape. First, I need clothes. My clothes. Any clothes. A towel. Closing my eyes, I inhale and shake my head. It's okay. I'm 35 and just had my first one-night stand. I'm not a whore, just inexperienced at life. I direct my attention once again at the sleeping man's muscular back. Tattoos wind over his shoulder and arm, snaking all the way down his side. This is not the type of guy I usually go for. What did I drag in? A cartel boss? Jesus in heaven. I cautiously crawl out of bed, trying not to wake him. As soon as I'm on my feet, I wince. Something about that twinge of pain that just shot between my legs makes this feel even more sordid. I evidently let a strange man fuck me to the point that I, a 35-year-old woman, feel it like a newly deflowered teen, and to top it off, I have zero recollection. Steph is going to love this. I take another quick survey of the room and find my sarong tossed carelessly to the floor. I snatch it up. The guy shifts on the bed, groaning. My pulse hammers in my ears while I watch in horror as he pats at the vacant spot I'd been lying on. Oh my God, he's looking for me. He sits up and turns, narrowing his hooded hazel eyes on the empty sheet. I'd like to say that my jaw isn't dangling open, but it is, and rightfully so. That man is the stuff wet dreams are made of. A stubble-covered jawbone, dark hair tousled in that messy zero fucks given way, lips Theo James would cut throat for, muscles, tattoos. This guy makes Tom Hardy unfortunate looking. His gaze drifts from the bed to me, trailing over my body and stopping on my tube sock tits. I hold my sarong up, covering myself, because unlike last night, I'm painfully sober. He smirks, and a dimple pops. I bite my lip, thanking God it's not two. 2 dimples would be akin to kryptonite. Please, don't let him speak English. That will make this so much less awkward. All I'd have to say is, "Hablo no español, señor." The polite thing to do, he says, in English, fuck my life, would be to leave a thank you note. Then he shoots me another, deeper grin, and, of course, 2 dimples pop this time, because this is my punishment for being a slut. Asshole bastard. Well, I stammer, my cheeks stinging with heat as I slowly begin my retreat across his room. Come on, don't leave yet. He pushes up from the bed, still very, very naked. Penises are like a magnet, and my gaze drops right to his. I fight a little whimper. That thing must have some weight to it. No wonder I'm sore. I have to, I say, still using my sarong like a protective shield as I back toward the door. I don't usually do things like this, and I just... I know. He knows? You do? One of his perfect eyebrows arch. He must have money because I would guarantee eyebrows that perfect only come from being threaded. How much of last night do you remember? He asks. Well, enough. I lie, tripping over one of his shoes on my way to the door. Demi. Oh, I must have been wasted. Demi was the fake name I used in college, one I thought fit my personality better than Charlie. I mean, I'm named after my dad. My dad, who is an asshole. What guy wants to groan, Charlie, you're so wet for me? Guys like Spreadsheet Harold, not El Chapo here. I haven't used that name in 15 years. But what's the point in correcting a man whose name I can't even begin to guess at? He's smiling, watching me back across the room. My heel hits the door and I exhale. I feel around for the doorknob behind me, find it, and turn it. The door cracks. I have a flight, I blurt. You do realize you're naked? He asks, fighting a laugh. My cheeks heat. Of course I do. His face beams with amusement as I wrap the sarong under my arms. Thanks for, I shrug before pointing at his dick. That. And then I slip through the door, slamming it closed behind me and hightailing it through the hotel corridor toward the elevator. I left my shoes, my shirt, my phone, everything in that man's hotel room. The elevator dings and I step on with a shake of my head. Cheesy jazz music pipes through the speakers. I close my eyes, massaging my temples as I fight to recall anything from last night. Flashes of him at the limbo party come to memory. Us on the beach. He smiles and grabs my hand, and then I draw a big fat blank. The elevator doors open and, as luck would have it, just when I step off, a group of college-aged looking guys move into the narrow hallway. Great. I tighten my hold on the see-through sarong. Oh, they stare when I do the freshly fucked shuffle right past them, but as much as I'm tempted to flip them the bird, I refrain. I huff a relieved sigh when I shove my card key in the door and sling it open. Steph's in the bed with the TV on and a breakfast tray on her lap. The balcony door is open, and I can hear Danny shouting something at Bill. The door bangs closed. Steph looks away from the TV. Oh, my God, she says, scrambled egg falling from her mouth to the bedsheet. You look like shit. Thanks. I shuffle into the room. I'm glad I'm not dead either. Dead? Yeah, you heard me. Dead. She half rolls her eyes. Why would you be dead? I mean, aside from the bottle of tequila you drank. Still clutching the sarong to my chest like a rosary, I glare at her. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I was murdered by the cartel boss I evidently fucked 2 ways from Tuesday? Holy shit! He was a cartel boss? I shrug. Who knows? I don't even know his name. Danny pokes her head in from the open balcony door, the phone pressed to her ear. You slept with some random man? I toss my hands up and give an exaggerated shrug. I have no idea. No, Bill, Danny groans. You can't give the Luxburg case to... The door to the balcony slams shut. Steph laughs. It's just like the good old college days. No. Back in college, you and Danny were the ones slutting it up. I thumb at my chest, annoyed. Not me. I was with Harold. A fog of nostalgia clouds Steph's eyes before she gives me a once-over. What's with the sarong? I panicked when I woke up next to El Chapo. She snort laughs. El Chapo, that's good. But seriously. Fighting a smile, she places the tray on the nightstand, then glances back at the sarong. You ran out naked? Yep. Well, my work here is done. She pretends to dust her hands off. Your work? I arch an eyebrow. You had a dirty one-nighter, so now you should be good to go when we get back to New York. It's kind of like breaking a champagne bottle over a boat on its maiden voyage. A dirty, quick fuck is good luck after a divorce. All I can do is stare at her. Steph's logic at life is so illogical. Sometimes it makes sense. 2. 6 months later. 10 on a Saturday night, and while many new divorcees may be hitting the promising bars of Manhattan, here I sit in my one-bedroom apartment wearing a cheap Target robe and with an empty wine glass in hand. I've spent the last 15 minutes flipping through my wedding album, taking out the photos and setting fire to them in the fireplace. I come to the very last page, and when I yank the picture of Harold shoving cake in my face from the protective sleeve, a piece of graph paper with Harold's chicken scratch handwriting floats to the floor. The second I pick it up and glance it over, my jaw tightens. It's a sex schedule, and not ours. Anger bubbles inside me as I stare at the column titled Places. Underneath is a list of stores and parks, elevators. I ball the paper up, place it on the hearth, and hold a lighter to it, watching the red flames eat away at it. And I wonder if maybe I was the one who was boring. Another glass of wine, and I'm scrolling Facebook. Pictures and memes fly across the screen, and when it comes to a halt, well, it's like I'm on Wheel of Fortune and the ticker just stopped on bankrupt. Doom. Right smack in the middle of my screen is a picture of Harold and the 20-year-old housekeeper Valeria on a beach in the Bahamas. He's sunburned with a beer in hand. Even though the selfie he posted of them is off-centered, all I can stare at is Valeria's smile. Harold didn't post anything personal to social media when we were together. He didn't do selfies. He always wore sunscreen and only drank unsweetened tea. And his spreadsheet sex was always limited to the bedroom. Well, someone has evidently loosened up a bit. I grumble and toss the phone to the floor. That's it. I've got to do something. I've got to step outside of my comfort zone. I don't want to be that girl. I don't want my destiny to be the cat lady. Although there is a certain allure to being the crazy cat lady. In a desperate bid to add some spice to my life, I grab my laptop from the coffee table and type in the web address to Hookup, some dating site Steph swears by. As soon as the pink and blue log pops up, I crack my knuckles and flip the little plastic tab on my frenzy of wine, filling up my glass again. I type in my profession, name, age, and relationship status, which mocks my profession, by the way. Then I stare at the tiny text box that wants me to talk about myself. It shouldn't be hard to talk yourself up, but it is. If you say you're fun, you sound conceited. Smart means you're arrogant. If you try too hard to come across witty, you just sound pathetic. I could say I'm shit at using chopsticks. Great. I'll just leave it blank. I hit the continue button and the computer beeps at me. Evidently, Hookup doesn't want me to just skip the About Me section. Fine, you little asshole. My fingers fly over the keys, and the result is fun-loving girl with an admiration for the beach and a good book. I stare at that, and I do what any 35-year-old woman who realizes her life can be summed up in such a sentence would do. I down my glass of wine. Steph says this is my time in life to have fun. It's my last hooray since I'm pushing 40. Soon enough, I'll be pushing 60. Then any man that would want anything to do with my dusty bat cave, Steph's words, not mine, will need Viagra. And what if he doesn't have Medicaid? I facepalm and tell myself I'm overreacting, that I can write whatever I want about myself in that little About Me section, because surely to God no fruitful connection will come from a dating app called Hookup. After staring at the screen for 10 minutes, I come up with nothing. I can't even lie up an interesting life. Maybe I was meant for Harold and his stupid fucking spreadsheets. This is my life, I tell myself. Tomorrow, I'm going to get a cat. Or 2. Or 10. 3. Rows upon rows of beer, brown bottles, green bottles, clear bottles. My gaze skims the selection of the little market grocery store. Where the crap are these stupid wine coolers? I mumble under my breath. I drink wine and tequila, so why Steph asked me to pick up some wine cooler bullshit for our Netflix binge is beyond me. My eyes land on the box of pomegranate-flavored, spiked sparkling water, zeroing in on the only 100-calorie sticker. Now I see. Of course, there's only one box left, and it's shoved way back on the top shelf. I push onto my toes to try to reach it, but my fingers barely brush the side of the cardboard box. Shit, I say, then place the sole of my Converse over the sticker that reads, "Do not stand on this ledge." I glance around to make sure no employees are in sight, and then I hoist myself right up there, just like the rebel I am. And damn if the carton of drinks doesn't move further back when I try to swipe it. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Now I'm on my tiptoes, teetering on the ledge and halfway in the cooler, swearing at the box of low-calorie alcohol. Here, let me get that. An ovary-twinging, deep voice comes from behind me. I watch a tattooed hand grab the box. When I hop down to take it, my jaw literally drops. It's the cartel boss from my night of Jose Cuervo in Mexico. What the hell is El Chapo doing here in Manhattan? Swallowing, I take in the white V-neck clinging to his chest, his faded jeans, which, of course, hang dangerously low on his hips, and, man, are they snug in all the right places. The smattering of green and brown in his eyes promise he'll be good, but that body and those tattoos and the way he's biting his bottom lip right now scream that he's terribly bad. To be honest, I kind of want to pat myself on the back for this one. Elijah, he says with a smile that could make a nun wet. Oh, I drop the drinks in my cart, grab his hand, and shake it, which makes the entire ordeal more awkward because, well, I've evidently had his penis inside me. Stop, Charlie, just stop it. Say thank you and flee. But instead, I stand here, still shaking his hand like an idiot and studying him a little too hard. This is the type of man that will destroy everything you thought you knew about yourself, about sex, about men. So maybe it's best I have little recollection of what we did. Demi, right? He smirks, and I swear to God, if I had 1 less ounce of self-control, I'd whimper. Yep, I laugh nervously. Why correct him now? Good memory. Oh, I'd never forget a woman like you. Oh, that's, nice. My gaze drifts down his body and I swallow. He's making me dumb. Thanks, for, getting the beer. I close my eyes and shake my head. I mean, wine coolers? He just stares at me, his eyes twinkling with filthy promises and invitation. The silence presses in on me from all sides. I don't do well in awkward situations. At all. Leave. Now. Grab the shopping cart and run like the wind. So, I'm just gonna go. I grab the cart and walk off, but instead of my planned graceful exit scene right, I run into the damn display bin of BOGO granola bars. Just like the last time I saw you, he says. So it seems you always have somewhere to go. He grins like a bastard, and all it does is ignite a hellish fire over my skin. I fight to get the wheel unstuck from the wire bin, laughing, because what else can I do? With each hard tug, the bin clatters against the floor. Elijah, so he says his name is, casually leans down and unhooks the bin from the wheel. Thanks again, I say, my cheeks stinging. This time, when I go to whiz off, he grabs the handle of the buggy. His arm brushes against mine. He's so close, all I can do is suck in the faint scent of leather and spice that seems to radiate from him like some alluring trap. "I want to see you again," he says, his eyes glued to my mouth. "Oh!" My pulse goes on the fritz when he comes in closer. "I haven't stopped thinking about you since Mexico, and I assure you that is very, very unlike me." He runs his nose along the curve of my neck. I can't stop my eyes from closing. Hell, I may be groaning in the middle of the grocery store, but I wouldn't know because this man's mere presence is intoxicating. "Say something, you idiot." "Coffee?" I squeak. He steps back with the smuggest smile ever to exist shaping his lips. "How very tame of you, Tiger Lily." The emphasis placed on that name sends a tingling warmth down my spine. He watches me as though he's waiting on a response, some catty comeback to this inside joke, but again, thank you, tequila, for erasing my memory what was possibly the most erotic night of my life. He fishes his phone from his jean pocket and drops it in my hand. "Maybe this time you'll give me the right number?" By now, my cheeks must be a shade of red that only the devil wears. "Oh, God, did I give you the wrong number?" He nods. "Very cute of you, by the way." I quickly type in then backspace, backspace, backspace. Demi, to him, I'm Demi. Why am I even doing this? Once my number's stored away, I hand his phone back. "What about next Friday, around 4? He glances at the screen with amusement. "Sure." "A coffee date. So cute." He laughs. "I'll see you soon, Demi." And with that, he grabs a bottle of champagne from the top shelf behind him before strutting off. There are almost 8 billion people in this world, and, of course, leave it to me to have a filthy one-night stand in Mexico with a man who shops at my grocery store. 4. The sputter of traffic echoes down the subway steps. I weave through the droves of businessmen leaving work early, shielding my eyes from the sun when I emerge from the station. The smell of exhaust nearly knocks me over. I spend half of my walk to meet Steph, wondering why I agreed to meet this guy for coffee. Isn't that against the rules of a one-night stand? It has to be. I pass by a sandwich shop, catching my reflection in the window. I actually look halfway put together. I've got on my favorite skinny jeans, my trusted Converse, and a fitted black shirt. Casual Friday, appropriate and classy. It's the perfect outfit for a coffee date with a supposed cartel boss, right? 2 blocks down, I find Steph waiting under the awning to Chelsea ice cream, arms crossed and shaking her head. "Please," she says when I stop in front of her, "tell me you were planning to go home and change before your date." "What?" I glance at my clothes. "What's wrong with this?" She holds her phone up. The camera shutter clicks. "Did you just take a picture of me?" I ask. "Yep." She grins while furiously tapping her fingers over the phone. "It's just a coffee date, Steph." Yes, but it's not a coffee date with me. It's with some mysterious man you know nothing about, even though you've bumped uglies with each other." "Wow." She shrugs unapologetically. "It's Friday, after work." "And?" Her phone dings and a pleased grin shapes her face. "See?" She shoves her phone at me, showing off the unflattering picture of me she took 30 seconds ago, with my eyes half closed and my mouth open. The caption reads, "This is what she is wearing on a date." Below the picture is Danny's response, a gif of a parrot shaking its head. "I don't even know why I'm friends with you two," I say, then swat the phone away. "Because we're delightful. Come on." Steph grabs my wrist and yanks me toward the crosswalk. "It's salvageable." Salvageable? A flood of taxis zoom off when the little green man flashes on the crosswalk sign. We weave our way between businessmen and people on bikes. "The jeans are okay," she says. "The shirt and Chuck Taylors, not so much." She spends the next block rattling off different department stores we could go to. I turn everyone down. We pass several food carts. The smell of sauerkraut and onions wafts in front of my face. Steph, I'm not worried about my outfit. I just want to grab some food and go meet the man for coffee. God, that smells good, Steph mumbles before making a beeline to a cart titled Joe's Yankee Dogs. She orders 2 hot dogs, calling Joe a thief when he tells her the total is $10. Greedy asshole. She grumbles and hands the foil package to me. I stare at the withered weenie crammed inside a most likely stale bun. Disgust curls my lip. Scarf that food-like substance down, she says. Glaring at her, I take a bite. I really think this outfit is fine, I say while chewing. Look, you're out of practice, I get it, but as your best friend, I cannot, with good conscience, allow you to go on a date with a man dressed like that. You're being ridiculous. Am I? She cocks a brow. And how's the dating site working out for you? Have you had sex since Mexico? I glare harder and take another bite of overcooked hot dog while we navigate the crowded New York sidewalks. An hour later, I'm stepping out of Nordstrom Rack, my trusted jeans and Converse in a bag, and a bright blue sundress we found in the juniors department clinging to my body. I glance down at the camel-colored wedges already causing my feet to throb. A proud smile beams over Steph's face when she snatches the bag from my hands. You look pretty. Well, I feel like a slut. She laughs. A slut? The dress almost hits your knees. Maybe when I bend over, and it's from the juniors department, Steph, the juniors department. Which means it's fun and flirty, exactly how you need to be. Jesus, what happened to the Charlie who used to flash her tits for beads at Mardi Gras? She stayed in New Orleans back in 2004? No, I'll tell you what happened. Spreadsheet Man happened and sucked all the fun right out of you. I watch a businesswoman speed walk past, her cell pressed to her ear and her red high heels just moving along the sidewalk like they're a pair of Nike Airs. God, how do women do this every day? After a while, your feet just kind of go numb, Steph says. We stop at the corner across from the coffee shop. A sightseeing bus whizzes past, the wind ruffling the skirt of my dress and exposing far too much thigh. What am I doing? I shake my head as the panic sets in. Steph, I was a bumbling idiot the other day in the store. Last week, some guy from that hookup app sent me a sext. It took me 10 minutes to Google a response that didn't use the word wet folds, and then I didn't even respond. You Googled sext responses? I furrow my brow. Yeah. I want to smack her rolling eyes right out of her head. Wow, Charlie, just wow. All you have to do is talk about stuff. Stuff? Yeah, stuff like what you do, what he does, basic bullshit. She waggles her eyebrows. Then go back to his place and fuck him. God, you're vile. A group of businessmen bump into her when they try to scoot past. She glares at them before looking back at me. Seriously, it's just fun to hang out with a hot guy. I go to speak, but she shoves her finger against my lips, silencing me. And no, having casual sex occasionally does not make you a whore. Just have fun for once, okay? At one point in my life, I was fun, sporadic, but the thing is, age does something to you. Marriage, life, divorce. Somewhere along the way, I lost myself, and I'm almost envious of Steph for still having that youthful vibrancy about her. Holy hell! Steph pulls her sunglasses down the bridge of her nose and stares across the street. That man is a liability to women's panties everywhere. Following her gaze, my eyes land on Elijah, dressed in a navy suit that must be tailored to fit him precisely because, dear Lord, it's like a second skin on him. Steph catcalls him when he reaches for the door to the coffee shop. Hey, Was your mama a beaver? Because damn! I whack her arm. Thankfully, Elijah must not have heard or just didn't care because he disappears inside the coffee shop without losing stride. What is wrong with you? I say with a hiss. What? Men do that to women all the time. It's only fair they get a taste of their own medicine. That was him, you fucking horny perv. Her mouth shapes the perfect O, and her eyes go wide. Holy hell, Charlie. That man is sex on legs, in a motherfucking suit. She shoves me. You slept with him and don't remember how it was? I close my eyes and inhale. Not really. Bits and pieces. That's depressing. She glances at my crotch. I'm so sorry your owner hates you. She's seriously talking to my vagina. Wow, there are no words. The crosswalk changes and the crowd collected on the corner begins to move. All right, I'm going to go in there and pretend I have no idea who you are if he mentions the catcall. If he can't appreciate my sense of humor, drink the coffee and leave. He's not for you. Yeah, okay, Steph. Waving, I start across the street. I'm fine while I'm amid the people, stuck between their conversations and smells, but the second I set my wobbly wedge on the curb, my nerves feel like a lead weight in my stomach, my palms grow sweaty. I stand in front of the door and blow out a calming breath. When did I become this girl? I absolutely hate this. Once upon a time, men didn't make me nervous. The bell over the door tinkles when I step inside the tiny shop. The aroma of freshly ground coffee swirls around me. It's pretty empty inside, but even if it were packed wall to wall, I wouldn't be able to miss Elijah, leaned against the wall, casually scrolling his phone. That navy suit? Good God, there are no words for what that man is in that suit. Lethal? Deadly? Dangerous? A tendril of ink-black hair falls across his forehead. He sweeps it away before tucking his phone in his pocket and glancing up. His gaze crashes into mine like a cold, hard wave, and I find myself nervously wiping my damp palms over the front of my dress. Sunlight pours through the windows, hitting him like heaven shining a spotlight on one of its saints, although a saint wouldn't possess the swagger he has crossing this room. The devil most certainly would. My body quickly ignites into a blazing inferno of perversion, and now he's standing right in front of me with a smile that promises to be my undoing. His teeth pull at his bottom lip. His gaze drags over me. I'm so busy staring at his mouth that I jump when he takes my hand to lead me to a table. Without a word, he pulls my chair out and I take a seat, struggling to pull in even breaths. My God, am I that out of practice, or is he just this good? You look beautiful, Demi. The deep rasp to his voice has me squirming in my seat, crossing my legs, clearing my throat. Thank you, I say. You wear a suit well. And I sound like an idiot. The waiter places 2 steaming cups of coffee on the table. Elijah points at the one set in front of me. Cafe latte, right? I nod slowly and he chuckles. In Mexico, you told me that Paris had the best cafe lattes. I figured it's what you liked. We talked about coffee and had sex. Hot, hair-pulling sex, apparently. Wonderful. What didn't I tell you? I ask, my tone a little dry. With a sexy smirk, he lifts his cup to his lips. The steam curls delicately around his face. What you do for a living? Of course. Leave out the basics, huh? Well, I'm a marriage counselor. Exciting, I know. Oh, he grins. I'm sure that's interesting. It would be the perfect job if I were addicted to soap operas. But you aren't? No, I'm more of a Dexter, Criminal Minds, conspiracy theories type of girl. So, what you're telling me is that you know how to get away with murder. I think everyone should. And now I sound like a freaking lunatic. I clear my throat, fighting the heat creeping over my cheeks. I take a sip of coffee, and it's hotter than hell. My tongue possibly has third-degree burns, but I'm trying not to wince. What about you? What do you do? A flicker of amusement dances in his eyes. I'm an entrepreneur. He circles his finger around the rim of his mug, but that's not really important. His murky green eyes lock with mine with an intensity that threatens to suck the oxygen from the room. Blue suits you, he says. I glance at my dress, brushing my fingers over the soft fabric. It's my favorite color. A person's favorite color says a lot about them. Really? So what does mine say about me? That you appear confident and strong, but just like the ocean, you have a stormy side. He reaches across the table and sweeps a single finger over my cheek. Even though it's like Dante's Inferno in here, goosebumps dance over my skin. There is so much below the surface, he says, brewing, brimming, threatening to suck you and everyone around you under. And now my hairs stand on end. I open my mouth to speak, but I'm at a loss. I was right, I see, he adds, then takes another sip of coffee, his eyes crinkling at the corners from a hidden smile. Sexual prowess orbits around him like some seductive gravitational pull, one that threatens to draw in unsuspecting women with a mere twitch of his perfect lips. I straighten in my chair. And what's your favorite color? I ask. Oh, my secrets are best kept hidden, Demi. He leans back with narrowed eyes, but for some reason, I believe you think you have most of them figured out already. I reach across the table and pinch the soft fabric of his suit, rubbing it back and forth between my fingers. Is your suit Versace? Ralph Lauren? Nice guess, but no. Gucci. Oh, even better. I glance under the table at his well-shined shoes. You're so well put together, Elijah, almost like a devil in disguise. I assure you, he sips his coffee, I am no devil. I'd bet black is your favorite color. You seem like the type of man who loves power and dominance. He leans across the table. You're very intuitive. And you're very intimidating. His expression softens at that. You're different than most of the women I deal with, and it could prove to be very dangerous for me. He takes my hand in his, brushing his fingers over my knuckles. But I want what I want when I want it, he whispers, his gaze pinning me to the spot. My heart flutters, my stomach kinks, and I swallow. His hand sweeps over my arm, then my shoulder and my neck. I find myself leaning into his touch. Why do I make you nervous? He asks, his knee brushing mine under the table, his hand now cupping my cheek. A little full of ourselves, aren't we? I manage to sound unfazed even though I'm about to climb the walls. Your cheeks flushed the second my finger started up your arm. Right now, those perfect breasts of yours are rising on ragged swells. Increased respiration, increased blood flow. Either you're nervous or you're turned on. He smirks. I'd put money on a little of both. What a bastard. His phone buzzes. He drops his hand to his lap, fishing his cell from his jacket. His lips flatten on an exhale, and he quickly types out a text. I hate to cut this date short, but I'm afraid it's unavoidable. I've had a meeting moved up. It's fine. Let me take you to dinner sometime. Sure. He laughs. It almost sounds like you can't be bothered with me. I didn't mean... You know what? I sigh. Forget it. I'm just socially awkward, I think. Well, I find it charming. He pushes up from the table. I'll text you. I smile in response, watching through the window as he steps outside. I sit at the table alone to finish my coffee, unable to shake him from my thoughts. Maybe there are some men you can have a casual fling with. Elijah, whatever his last name is not one of them. And I know it. because I already can't forget him. 5. Later in the evening, I met Steph for Indian food. Of course, she wanted a blow-by-blow of my date. Imagine her disappointment when I told her the date did not end in an orgasm. She was so disappointed that it's all she's talked about from Bryant Park to East 32nd Street. We maneuver around the trash bags piled on the sidewalk for garbage pickup. And so, Steph says, this mysterious man whose last name and age you still don't know just up and leaves? She tosses her hands in the air, nearly backhanding a woman passing by. The lady grumbles something, but Steph ignores her. For the third time, yes, I sigh. What kind of a guy asks a girl out for a date, a girl he's already screwed, by the way, knowing he only has half an hour to spare? I shrug. He came dressed in a suit, Charlie. Steph says it like it's a crime. That means he was between business meetings. He obviously wasn't planning to rock your world today. Not everything is about sex, Steph. That's where you're wrong, Charlie. At our age, everything is about sex. No, everything is about sex when you're in your 20s, before men start sprouting hair on their backs like a chia pet. She snarls, Ew. It's true. Okay, so you don't want a relationship? I hold both hands up in a full surrender. Absolutely not. You don't want a fuck buddy? I shake my head. Seems overrated. Are you just going to be alone forever? I've only been divorced for half a year, and besides, there are always cats. Cats? Her pace slows, but I keep walking. Yep, cats. I think 10 sounds about right. She sighs like I'm a lost cause. The soles of her shoes pad over the sidewalk as she tries to catch up. Look, I refuse to be best friends with the cat lady. Everyone needs a pet. She stops again, this time grabbing my shoulder. When I look back at her, she holds up one finger while giving me a stern look. One cat, Charlie. I'll allow you one cat. 2. 1. Her left eye twitches a little. But, I fight a laugh, the first one will get lonely. It's a cat. They lick their assholes and cough up fur balls. 1 block later, we're in front of the brownstone I sublet the second floor of. Warrant's cherry pie blares from the building, catching Steph's attention. The wild grin dancing on her face is all I need to know my neighbor Dot must be using the elliptical she keeps on her patio. I swear, Steph says. How old is Dot? 75 or 80? I turn and glance up at her half of the brownstone. Sure enough, she's sweating away in her tiny sport bra and bicycle shorts, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Dot catches us staring and waves. We both smile and wave back. I bet Dot would tell you it's all about sex. Steph giggles. I thwack her with my purse. Gross, Steph. Well, why do you think she's on that thing every night? People only exercise to look good naked. Steph, I told you I saw her at the Yeah Yeah Club last weekend on some 20-year-old guy's lap. Pretty sure he was giving her a hickey. Stop. Extreme Cougars of New York or something? That's a show, you know. Steph gives me a playful shove. And on that note, I'm going to bed. I head up the stairs to the front door. Poisons, every rose has its thorn, cuts on when I shove my key in the door. As annoying as it is, I can't bring myself to complain. I'm pretty sure she's half deaf and has no idea how loud it is anyway. The music only amplifies when I step into the small foyer. Most people think of a brownstone and think elegance. At least I always did. This one? It's nice enough, but it's not exactly anything to brag about. The wallpaper in the foyer is peeling at the corners. A few of the spindles on the wooden staircase are loose, but it's affordable. I met Dot when the landlord showed me through the apartment, and I figured if a 70-year-old woman who wore electric blue eyeshadow felt safe here, I should be fine. So now this is home. With a sigh, I climb the stairs, humming along to Dot's musical selection for the night. At least the music is partially drowned out when I step into my apartment and shut the door. After I kick off the ridiculous wedges I've been wearing all day, I go straight to the bedroom, fall onto the bed, and grab the remote. Ding! I check my text from Steph. See, Extreme Cougars of NYC. Attached to the text is a picture of Dot sitting on the lap of a guy who looks to be at least 10 years younger than me. Wow! 6. I'm stuck in my office, staring through the tiny single-pane window that faces a parking deck and wondering how unprofessional it would be to have a whistle I could blow like a referee right about now. For the past 10 minutes, Ben and Megan have been arguing over toilet paper and toothpaste. When the timer dings, I couldn't be happier. I turn around, quickly grab a worksheet on listening, and hand them each a copy. I want you both to read over this and answer the questions on the back as honestly as you can. We'll discuss them next week. I think it may help give you both a better understanding of what things are important to the other. This is a waste of time. Ben stands and walks to the door, slinging it open. You see? Megan points at him and shakes her head before following him out, their argument continuing down the hall. Toothpaste, spreadsheets. Sometimes I wonder why people bother with marriage anyway. I finish up my notes, then lean back in the chair with my phone in hand. Well, look who's popular today, I say sarcastically when I notice the 3 new messages on my hookup app. I click on the icon and open the first message only to be greeted with a not-so-impressive, veiny dick pic. No message, no hi, nothing. Just a penis. For fuck's sake. Sometimes I wonder if guys sign up for these dating apps just to send pictures of their genitals. I ignore it and go on to the next message. Another penis. But at least this guy included a request. I showed you mine, now show me yours. This is the pool of men I have to draw from. They're like scavengers. Do I even want to go to the third? 3 veiny dick pics in one day is 3 too many. I bet Elijah doesn't do these dumb dating sites. Of course he doesn't. He doesn't have to. He can walk down Fifth Avenue and pull any woman he could possibly want. He's above sending dick pics. At least, that's what I want to believe. Just as I click on the message, a text pops on my screen. Steph, don't kill me. I ignore it and go to the message on hookup from Tom Brown. Excited to meet both you and Stephanie tonight. What? I stare at the message in disbelief. If she set me up on a blind date, I'm going to kill her. Ding. Steph. Charlie, I see your read receipt. I'm coming to get you at 9. I quickly type out, I hate you. Steph. No, you don't. With a sigh, I drop the phone to my desk and lean back in the chair, massaging my temples and wondering if everyone else's best friend is this meddlesome and neurotic. 10 o'clock at night, and I'm wandering aimlessly through some deserted part of Manhattan with Steph, wearing a short red dress and wedges. Heat wafts through the grate in the sidewalk, and my skirt goes flying up around my ass like I'm Marilyn Monroe. I swat it back in place while the deep rumble of the subway passing underneath makes its way through my body. To make this entire ensemble even worse, I let Steph do my makeup, which means I have on more contour than a Kardashian, magnetic eyelashes, and some lip stain I'll need turpentine to get off. Steph makes a sudden turn down an alley, her gaze fixed on the navigation map on her phone. It says the bar's on the other side of this street, she says. This is not a street, Steph. It's an alley. Well, Maps tells me it's a shortcut. This is how people get murdered, I grumble, following her into the darkness. No one's getting murdered. People get murdered every day, especially in the shadows of alleyways. You realize you have no survival skills, right? Sure I do. Just walk faster. Bam! A door slams against the brick facing of a building, and I jump, reaching for the mace I keep clipped to my purse, the purse Steph forced me to leave behind because it didn't match my ensemble. She's going to be the reason I die. I just know it. A disheveled man steps through the door and onto the stairs. He unzips his fly, pulls his dick out, and pisses right into the alley while whistling at us. If that's not flattering, I don't know what is. Steph's about 10 yards ahead of me with her nose in her phone. I run after her, the click of my shoes over concrete echoing from the buildings. I know I look as unbalanced as a newborn gazelle, and if there is some crazed murderer in this alley, I'm the wounded prey he's looking for. Steph, if we end up with our dismembered body parts in garbage bags, I pant when I stop behind her, so help me God. If we end up in garbage bags, God will be helping us right through the gates of hell, she says, stepping out of the alley and onto a deserted part of 49th Street. This isn't much better than the alley. Steph looks around before glancing back at her phone. Huh, she says. We're lost, aren't we? No. She shrugs a shoulder and points across the street. It's right there. Sure enough, directly across from us, a neon sign flickers, the Lion's Den. Now, any halfway decent club in New York City will have a line a mile long on a Friday night. The Lion's Den, however, does not. I'm busy staring at the lack of activity, waiting on the crosswalk to change, but Steph's already jaywalking over to the club. I don't want to be left over here alone, so I check both ways before bolting after her. I stumble over the uneven sidewalk, catching myself on Steph's arm. The fact that there's not a line worries me. 2 men in suits step in front of us. The bouncer doesn't bother to check their IDs, just waves them in. Oh, look, Steph says. There's the line. I take another look at the sign and the gnarly-looking bouncer. Where did you meet this guy? I ask. The subway. I scowl at her, my mouth gaping. When you say the subway, do you mean he was riding on the subway or possibly residing in the subway? I mean, he's hot. Does it matter? I close my eyes on a displeased groan. How are you still alive? We step up to the Goliath man guarding the door. He's bald, he has a scar on his cheek, a wild look to his eye. Stereotypical crazy bouncer, men in suits, deserted alley in New York, 2 women in tight clothing and heels. This is just like an episode of CSI, one where I would call the character an idiot for waltzing in. And yet, the second Goliath opens the door, I walk right in behind Steph. Safer inside than out, I guess. The door closes behind us, plunging us into near darkness. The cherry-sweet scent of cigar smoke hangs heavy in the air as we follow the dimly lit entranceway. It opens into a large room filled with leather armchairs. A gaudy crystal chandelier dangles from the ceiling, bathing the room in a warm glow. Against the back wall sits a Victorian bar, one that looks like it belongs in Buckingham Palace. I look around at the men in suits reclined in the chairs with cigars pinched between their lips and whiskey glasses in hand. This place screams money. I'm guessing the guy wasn't living in the subway then. I mumble under my breath. Yep, my guess is no. Steph pulls out an empty bar stool and takes a seat in front of the magnificent bar. I follow suit. Now we just have to find Don and Tom. I snort. Don? What's wrong with the name Don? It sounds like a middle-aged man's name. He is a middle-aged man. She narrows her eyes. We're basically middle-aged, Charlie, remember? Fuck. I drop my chin on a sigh when I spot the beginnings of a spider vein on my exposed thigh. And why is Danny not here instead of me? 1, Tom likes brunettes. 2, she said she had PMS rage. Those were her exact words. For the love. I'm not going to lie. I'm jealous that Danny thinks up such great excuses. I'm the world's worst liar. Don said he'd meet me at the bar, but... She looks around while waving smoke from her face. I don't see him. What does Tom look like? I ask. I don't know. You set me up with a guy you haven't met or at least seen a picture of? I rub my forehead. Yeah. I wasn't coming on a date with a guy I met on the subway by myself. That is how you get murdered. She smiles. See, I do have survival instincts. Can you please explain how, in the event they are both crazed serial killers, you're inviting me to become victim number 2, show strong survival instincts? She lifts a shoulder. At least we won't go alone? You are insane. Laughing, Steph straightens in her chair. She smiles and waves. There he is. My gaze follows hers to the 2 men lingering in the doorway. The dark-headed one is Tom. Okay, I give Tom a once-over. He has brown hair that's graying on the sides, a little on the slender side. He most likely won't rock your world in bed, and he's completely attainable. Just what I'd go for in a man. Dawn nudges Tom before pointing in our direction. See? Steph mumbles through her smile as Dawn and Tom cross the room. They're good-looking. Until they murder us and put us in a freezer, I whisper. Stop reading Stephen King, would you? The men stop in front of us and Steph does introductions. The pleasure is all mine. Tom says, a forced refinement to his tone. I can already tell this one is up himself. You're just as lovely as the picture Stephanie had Dawn send me. Oh, really? Thank you. I fake a smile and cut my eyes over at Steph. Sending pictures of me to men she met in subways? You've got to be kidding me. Unfortunately, she already has an arm draped over Dawn's shoulder, whispering something in his ear, so she doesn't see the eat shit look I'm giving her. Would you like a drink? Tom asks. Chardonnay? Pinot? Sure, Pinot Noir sounds great. Thanks. With a snap of his fingers, he brings the bartender over, rattling off some French wine before he faces me. I ordered Louis Latour. It's nearly $200 a bottle. He smiles, and I swear if smiles could make a sound, his would sound like the cha-ching of a cash register, not because it's sexy, but because he's that much of a rich asshole. And I thought $20 for a bottle was steep. I laugh. He doesn't laugh, only stares at me with a slight hint of pity. Rich men, I swear. For the next half hour, he proceeds to go on and on about his family's wealth, his credentials, about how he owns 10 McWafter burgers, 3 of which his father bought for him, blah, blah, blah. To hell with being born with a silver spoon in your mouth. This guy was born with a silver spoon in his ass. When he finally excuses himself to the men's room, I breathe a sigh of relief and slouch on the stool. Just when I go to polish off the rest of the wine, someone's finger trails over my exposed back, sending goosebumps racing over my skin. I swear if that arrogant jackass has his hand on me, I'm going to— You look so bored, Tiger Lily. I tense at the deep bravado of Elijah's voice. When I spin on the stool, he's directly behind me, dressed in a black suit and a crisp white dress shirt. In the midst of all these other men, I realize just how stunning he is. His features are soft and refined, while most men's are hard. There's an air of confidence that radiates from him, one that would make any man take several intimidated steps back. Elijah? I say, stunned. There's a slight twitch to his lips. It looks like you're having fun, he says, sweeping a tendril of hair behind my ear. I fight not to lean into his touch. At least the wine is good. I grab my half-empty glass and raise it in the air for an imaginary toast before taking a sip. Okay, a gulp. You haven't smiled once. And exactly how long have you been watching me? Long enough. His eyes gleam under the chandelier before dropping to my lips. Creeper. Elijah tisks. You ignored my text to come on a date with Tom Brown? You know Tom? I ask, because I'm judging you right now. He's a former client and an asshole. An arrogant asshole and, I hold a finger up, I wasn't ignoring, I was simply postponing a response. I see. His gaze drifts to my glass. Are you drunk? Not enough. His lips purse as he takes the glass from my hand and sets it on the bar. Grabbing my hand, he gently pulls me to my feet. Let's go, he says. Elijah's slightly arrogant, but in a way that's addictively charming, admittedly, a way no other man could get away with. I can't leave. In case you didn't notice, I'm on a horrible double date with my best friend. He nods, drawing soft circles over my knuckles with his thumb. He's touching me, and it's weird, but what's even stranger is that I like it. Do you plan to go on another date with Tom? He asks. Not that it's any of your business. I brush lint from my dress, but no. Good. Then you don't need to make a good impression. His lips curled deviously. A group of men get up from the table behind us, one of them patting Elijah on the back and whispering something in his ear as they leave. You know, I say, it's odd that I keep running into you. Is it? Yes. I squint. Are you a stalker? Because while I would be flattered, I'd really have to decline any future rendezvous with you. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm afraid I was here on business. His fingers lace between mine, and he slowly starts leading me toward the exit. I mindlessly follow like he's the Pied Piper and I'm one of his mice, just dancing to his tune. I'm aware how rude it is to leave in the middle of a date, even more rude to leave with another man, but I still find myself allowing Elijah to lead me through the bar. As soon as the security notices us, they open the door and we walk through. Enjoy your evening, Mr. Banks. You as well, David. Elijah Banks nods as we step onto the sidewalk. The muggy evening heat wraps around me like a sticky blanket, and I immediately pull my hair into a ponytail. Steam puffs up from a manhole in the street, drawing my attention to the sleek, black Tesla idling by the curb. The way the driver stares when we walk past gives me an eerie feeling. Oh, Elijah squeezes my hand and drags my attention away from the car. Congratulations, by the way. For being the first woman to ignore me? I already told you. I shake my head on a subtle laugh. I wasn't ignoring you. Avoiding, then? Is that word more appropriate? We come to a halt at the crosswalk. Okay, fine. Avoiding. I was avoiding you. Without warning, he grabs my chin and tilts my head back. His eyes lock with mine, and my pulse steadily tick, tick, ticks up. My skin heats under his touch. I like it. I find it endearing. He says quietly, Fuck him right now. Really. Thanks. I clear my throat just as the crosswalk flashes green and we begin across 9th Avenue in silence. I can't help but think how unlike me it is to leave with a man I barely know, although with Elijah it seems to be a repeat offense. Spice Girls Wannabe blares from my purse, breaking the silence. Steph, I was so entranced, mesmerized, whatever the hell this nonsense is, I didn't tell Steph I was leaving. Crap, I huff, digging my phone from my purse and pressing it to my ear. Hey, sorry. Are you in the bathroom or something? She asks, the buzz of the bar in the background. Not exactly. I ran into someone. Who? This guy. I glance at Elijah just as he looks down at me with a smirk. El Chapo? Steph shouts so loud I'm terrified he'll have heard. No, I cough. His name's Elijah. You don't know him, but anyway, I left with him and... You left with him? Oh my God, who are you? All right, well, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? She's shouting something about Tom when I hang the phone up and switch it to silent. We stop in front of the entrance to the 50th Street station. Elijah starts down the stairs and I freeze. He has one foot on the first step, the other still on the sidewalk. You don't have a thing against the subway, do you? He asks. No, Where are we going?
To watch art.
And I follow him, without another question, into the subway. We emerge from the subway station on Broadway, my skirt ruffling from the stream of traffic whooshing past. We fall in line with the sea of people hurting toward the glow of Times Square. I've lived in New York for nearly 10 years, and still the diversity of Times Square fascinates me. The electronic billboards that provide eternal daylight, the myriad of greasy smells from food carts, the chorus of high heels over pavement and men on business calls, children laughing, horns and engines backfiring. No matter who you are or what is going on in your life, Times Square has a way of energizing you. The crowd ahead of us moves in unison around a homeless man resting against a trash bin, all pretending they don't notice him. In one hand, he holds a sign that reads, "Why lie? I'm going to buy pot." His other hand rests on the head of a brown dog with a bandana tied around its neck. "At least he's honest," I say. "You've got to appreciate that." Elijah pulls his wallet from his back pocket and flips through several bills before stooping to hand the man money. He says a few words to him, then is right back at my side. "Honesty should always be rewarded," Elijah says, taking my hand and leading me around the tourist holding selfie sticks and people with noses buried in subway maps. An electronic blue haze falls over the street when we reach Duffy Square. We head to the north end of the triangle of buildings, dodging the street performers dancing in front of the ruby red bleachers. Elijah and I take a seat on the front row. I came to this exact spot with Harold a few months after we moved to the city. He spent the entire time checking his watch, bored and complaining about the noise. I never understood that. Times Square thrives around us, moving like a living, breathing thing while I'm sitting completely still, watching as though it's a performance. Honestly, I don't understand how anyone could not love this city. The feeling is infectious, to say the least. "This is my favorite part of Manhattan," Elijah says, his eyes drifting over the crowded center. Smiling, I nudge his shoulder with mine. "Seems cliché." "I know, but there's not many places where you can be in the middle of so many cultures, so many walks of life." And he has depth. I'm screwed. I'm really, really screwed. His gaze strays from me to the mass of people, and I can't help but watch him. The advertisements from the screens cast an iridescent glow over his face. My chest clenches. Nothing about my getting to know little details about Elijah is safe. He is aesthetically pleasing, intellectually stimulating, and 110% a danger to my well-being. His gaze eventually falls back on me, and he smiles boyishly. A boyish smile in a designer suit? Jesus, how many more tricks does he have up his sleeves? "What?" he asks. I know I must have a shit-eating grin on my face. "There's more to you than you let on, isn't there?" I say. "There's more to most people than they let on." "True." Our eyes lock. He keeps glancing at my lips, then starts to inch closer. My pulse hammers in my ears. I have to do something, because I'm not ready for this type of a man. I'm not. Taking a breath, I turn my head just as he moves in closer, directing my attention to one of the street performers dancing to Vanilla Ice. I can feel Elijah's stare burning into the side of my face, but I keep my gaze set straight ahead while the man does a backflip. "You think that's his job?" I ask, nodding toward the dancing man. "Performing? Possibly." There's passion in each fluid movement. "I don't think it's his job," I say, glancing at Elijah. "And why not?" Look at his smile. He's enjoying it. The second a hobby becomes a job, all the passion is gone. "You're a cynical little thing, aren't you?" He leans in again, this time so close I can smell the mint on his breath, the spicy scent of his aftershave. I need to put distance between us before I end up lip-locked in the middle of Times Square with him, so I place my palms on the bleacher and scoot a little to the right as I cross one leg over the other. "Maybe I'm cynical," I say with a roll of my shoulder.
So, Demi, what hobbies do you have?
Drinking boxed wine and binge-watching Netflix doesn't sound fancy enough, so I settle with, I read suspense books.
Of course you would.
There's snark to his tone. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? I narrow my gaze at him.
You're skittish.
I'm not skittish.
You ran out of a hotel room, naked.
I cover my eyes with my hand and shake my head. Not my proudest moment.
Let me guess. You were afraid I was a murderer.
No. I part my fingers and peek through the opening. I thought you were a cartel boss. He throws his head back on a gruff laugh that, I swear to God, I feel between my thighs. I drop my hand from my face and watch him. Laughing shouldn't be so sexy.
A cartel boss, he asks.
Sure, why not? It was Mexico, and you have tattoos. One of his brows shoots up in a curious arch.
Only cartel members have tattoos?
No, but it stood to reason.
Your mind must be a beautiful mess.
He's doing that thing where his gaze drifts between my lips and my eyes again. All I can think about is what his mouth would feel like pressed to mine, between my thighs. Who am I, for the love? Something like that, I say. So, what are your hobbies, Elijah Banks?
I told you in Mexico.
Well, most of that night's a huge blank.
That's too bad.
Gently, he takes my chin between his fingers and lifts, forcing my gaze to his.
You can't remember,
he says,
and I can't forget.
I find myself swallowing, shifting on the metal bleachers. My heart pounds. Words shouldn't cause such visceral reactions, so I'll blame this deep pull between my legs on his sultry voice. And now you're the one avoiding, I manage. Good recover, Charlie. What are your hobbies, Elijah?
You seemed very intrigued when I mentioned it to you.
Look, no matter how many times you allude to that night, I'm not going to remember.
I'm curious to see your reaction without the influence of alcohol.
He smirks and leans in again. The confident way he moves, the way he smells, it's all too tempting. He inches closer, closer, until I can almost feel his mouth on mine. I fuck for a hobby. His breath heats my lips. I swallow. Isn't that every man's hobby? I may sound confident right now, but I'm barely holding my shit together. I fuck people to make them break, to free them from the moral constructs of society. Moving back, he tilts his head and grabs a tendril of my hair, twirling it around his finger. I'm so going to lose it any second now. So, deep breath. What exactly does freeing one from the moral constructs of society entail?
I do whatever they want, wherever they want, with whomever they want.
His gaze is so intense, the air around us charges with crackling electricity.
I'd love to show you.
Well, I shrug a shoulder, I'm pretty into the moral constructs of society, so...
There's a party at the end of the month. I'd like to bring you with me. To play.
I lift both eyebrows. Play?
Yes. I want to play with you.
He drops the piece of hair wound round his finger, then sweeps his thumb over my bottom lip.
I'd fulfill your deepest, most intimate fantasy.
It's hard to catch a good breath, hard to see anything past the filthy promises flickering in his hazel eyes.
Tell me, Demi, what's your fantasy?
Anything he could give me? I don't... A group of women loaded down with shopping bags take seats within earshot. I've never thought about it. I whisper like they know what we've been discussing.
You've never thought about having two men fuck you at once?
He asks, and my face lights on fire.
Never wondered what it would be like undressing and inviting a man between your legs, all while others watch like you're some high priestess they're unworthy to touch? I swallow, trying to shove those thoughts out of my mind while pretending he's not making me wet. We've turned sex into something wicked. We've tied it up with pretenses until it's no longer free. Sex is meant to be free. Oh, I managed to break away from the spell of perversion he's cast over me. Yeah, you see, I'm not the kind of woman who does the entire letting go, breaking free from social constructs thing. I'm super into playing things safe. I'd beg to differ. He bites at his lip. Fuck, I'd love nothing more than to watch you let go. My gaze drops to his mouth, and all I can think about is what they'd feel like on me, between my thighs, what he would look like slowly undoing that tie and shirt, slipping out of that suit. Why am I even contemplating this? How about, he says, sweeping a finger over my cheek. The lights from Times Square dance over his face like a beautiful watercolor. We make a bet. A bet. A slow smile inches over his face. A bet that within 4 dates I could have you begging me to free you. Maybe it's the buzz of the city around me or the slight mischief in his eyes that sends a thrill darting through me like a high-voltage shock. I shouldn't agree to this bet, because God only knows what sordid things he may attempt to drag me into. But still, I find myself tilting my head and narrowing my eyes. It's not smart to make bets with strangers, I say. We're not really strangers, now are we? But we're not friends. No. He drags his finger over my lip. I grip the edge of the cold bleacher to keep myself grounded. We're something in between, he whispers. Inhaling, I pull away from his touch. Okay, well, what's in it for me? If I agree to this bet, what happens when you don't change my mind? That's up to you. Elijah shrugs a slow shoulder. A trip to the Maldives? A new car? Dinner at a fancy restaurant? Just decide if I lose. You know, I say, this makes me wonder what kind of businessman you are. I mean, say you had me talked into this fantasy thing. I could easily pretend I want nothing to do with it. Then I take your generous offer for a vacation to the Maldives and run. Oh, he smirks like a smug bastard. I doubt that. So damn certain. I shouldn't do it. This is not a man I should play with. I'm like Sleeping Beauty with that freaking spindle. She knows not to touch the damned thing, but she just can't help herself. I know he's going to make me bleed. I just want to feel the prick. In Mexico, he whispers, I did things with you I've never done with another woman. A knot forms in my stomach. What the hell did we do? The possibilities run rampant through my head like tiny demons with pitchforks. Did we do anal? Hell, did I peg him? I shake my head at the thought that he may have peed on me. He looks too refined to find gratification from urinating on a woman. Shit, maybe he's so refined he would? So, do we have a bet? He holds out a hand, and I stare at it, noting his manicured nails and shiny watch. My eyes go wide as I watch my hand shake his. What in the hell have I just agreed to? Ah, there it is, he says and points at one Times Square in front of us. All the billboards synchronize, scrolling the title, Midnight Magic, across their centers. Collages of men with handlebar mustaches riding bikes float across the screens. The videos fizzle out, and a psychedelic, Andy Warhol-reminiscent picture of cows pops up. Most of the people meandering about the center stop and watch. Elijah leans in beside my ear. You see, he whispers, watching art. 7. After Midnight Magic, I pretended I had to go home to give my cat his seizure medication. I don't have a cat. I don't even know if cats have seizures, but I had to get away from Elijah before something stupid happened. Him and his depth and his fantasy-fulfilling bullshit made me flustered. Here I lie, unable to sleep because I can't stop thinking about him. I know next to nothing about Elijah, and maybe that's part of the allure. A mysterious and successful businessman who fucks people for a hobby? What's there not to be intrigued about? But being fascinated by him is one thing. Making a bet with a man like him is a whole other story. I mean, what exactly is he trying to warm me up to? I was so distracted by his lips and his words. Couple that with the shock of it all, and I honestly have no idea what I agreed to. The deep vibrato of his voice saying, "What's your fantasy?" plays on a loop. To be honest, as sad as it is, I've never even given sexual fantasies a second thought. Maybe it's because I went to a private school where we were taught sex would basically kill you and send you straight to hell. Fearing eternal damnation can put a little damper on your sex drive. Or maybe because I had been married to missionary-style Harold. I flip over on my stomach and bury my face in my pillow, groaning. 8 billion people in the world, and again, leave it to me to have my first one-night stand in Mexico with a fantasy fulfiller who lives in the same city as me. If you ask me, I'm winning at life right about now. I couldn't roll my eyes harder if I tried. 10 on Saturday morning, and here I am in a dry-fit tank top and leggings, trudging up the stairs of the subway station with him still on my mind. After I fight the flood of people going down the wrong side of the stairwell, I step onto Fifth Avenue. I shoulder my way through the crowded sidewalk in front of the Plaza Hotel. Then I cross the street, nearly getting mowed down by a man on a bicycle. When I hop onto the curb, I fully expect to find Steph in her usual awkward warm-up toe touch in front of the brick fence surrounding Central Park, but instead, she's sprawled out on one of the benches with a Starbucks resting on her stomach. My shadow falls over her when I stop beside the bench, but she doesn't open her eyes. "That bad of a night, huh?" I say. She lazily sits up, clutching the Starbucks to her chest like it's the ring and she's Gollum. When the sun hits her face, she winces, then tugs her ball cap over her eyes. "I'm dying, Charlie." I half roll my eyes. "You are not dying. I've told you where all my vibrators are in case of a sudden death. Go." She makes a half-ass attempt to shoo me away with her hand. "Discard of them before my mother comes to grieve her only child." For the love... I plop down on the bench beside her, the heated metal searing through my spandex leggings. "It's called a hangover, Steph." "Inconceivable!" She mimics the weird genius from The Princess Bride. "I don't get hangovers. This is death." It happens when you get older. She tips her coffee back and sighs. "I should have gotten a shot of whiskey in my latte." I don't think Starbucks carries whiskey. "No, but George the barista does." She winks, then glances at 2 young women weaving between pedestrians as they jog past with toned thighs and bubble butts. "They're cunts," Steph grumbles. 20-year-olds have no idea how lucky they are. They have tight asses and perky tits, and they don't get hangovers. Fuck them." Wow, extra moody today. I guess someone didn't have an earth-shattering orgasm last night? No. She gulps more coffee with a roll of her eyes. "Anyway, how did your evening with El Chapo go? Which, by the way, I can't believe you abandoned me." "It was okay. We just went to Times Square and watched art." "Watched art?" she repeats slowly. "They have this thing called Midnight Magic where they play digital art over the screens." "Uh-huh. I've heard of that." She side-eyes me. "So, tall, dark, and tattooed takes you away from another man to show you art, not a bed." "Something like that." "All right, that's lame." If she only knew. "You can ditch him now if you want. Go, get your 2 cats. I approve. I mean, you can't even remember the sex, so it couldn't have been that good." You You should probably see a therapist for your fixation with cock. I shake my head, watching a pigeon peek at a crumb. Speaking of cock, you and Dan seemed cozy. I'm assuming you went back to his place to experience your non-existent make-you-a-grumpy asshole orgasm? Oh, no. He came back to mine. She snorts into her coffee cup. My eyes bug out. Steph never invites guys to her place. She swears it's because she doesn't like waking up next to them, but I'm fairly certain it's because her apartment is in a constant state of destruction. Dirty laundry, unopened Amazon boxes from late-night internet surfing. On any given day, if you shove your hand between her couch cushions to look for the remote, you'll likely come out with some Funyuns and bobby pins. I clutch my chest while feigning an exaggerated gasp. You took him to your place? Evidently, expensive vodka makes me weird. She takes one last sip of coffee, then hurls the empty container at a garbage bin and misses by a foot. It was horrible. I woke up next to him, Charlie. He was in my bed, in nothing but his business socks. A light breeze blows Steph's coffee cup against the fence. I just want to get up and toss it. Are you going to throw that in the trash? I ask, still staring at the rogue cup. Did you hear what I just said, Charlie? He was in socks. She'll just leave it there, so I get up, grab it, and place it in the trash can before sitting back on the bench. Yes, I say, I heard. He was in your bed in nothing but socks. Business socks, Charlie. Black business socks. She shudders. You know how I feel about that. This is a new low for me. I evidently let a man fuck me while wearing business socks. And to make it worse, he snores. Do you know how awkward it is to wake up a naked, snoring man in business socks just to kick him out? Nope, can't say that I do. Well, it's really awkward. I tried banging shit around in the kitchen. I played music. I rang my own doorbell 7 times. I wrinkle my brow. Why 7? I felt like anything over was obvious. Seems reasonable, I say. So, how did you wake him up? He finally woke himself up by farting. Wow, I laugh. Then he had the balls to ask me if I'd made breakfast. My jaw drops. Steph is very, very pro-woman. She doesn't like men opening doors for her, calling her ma'am. Men have been deboweled for less than asking her if she cooked them breakfast. Oh, shit. Is he still alive? I ask. Yes, but I won't be going on a date with him again. I pat her arm. I'm just proud you didn't assault him. So, when's your next date with El Chapo? His name is Elijah, Steph, and I'm not going on another date. She cocks a brow that would make Dwayne Johnson proud. Bullshit. Not bullshit. I swallow because it is bullshit. I made a bet, not a binding bet, but enough of one that I can pretend I'm only going back out with him to honor it. I already told you he's not the kind of guy you just mess around with. She tosses her head back, slouches on the bench, and throws her arms and legs out like a starfish. You're killing me. I'm serious. You're a fucking idiot. She grumbles and pushes to her feet. Come on. If you want to run, let's do it now before the quadruple shot of espresso wears off. 8. Dot's already started the night off with Sweet Child of Mine. I glance at my clock. It's only 5. Why is she at it early tonight? Maybe she has a date? Lucky bitch, I mumble. Jesus, I'm starting to envy a 70-year-old cougar. Get your shit together, Charlie. I open the fridge and stare at the Lone Ranger on the shelf, my beloved boxed wine. I fill up the plastic Solo cup, trot across the room in my Hanes granny panties and ratty NSYNC tank top from college, then plop down on the couch to binge-watch Unsolved Mysteries on Prime. Just when I get snuggled into the Charlie-shaped indention on my couch, my phone dings with a text. Danny, do you watch porn? Why is she asking me this instead of Steph? I take a sip of wine while I type out, you realize you texted Charlie, right? Danny, seriously, I need to know. I have this client, Throbbinhood, that is suing Vijay Fantasies because he said they made his dildo a 7-incher when it should be an 8. My mouth is full of red wine, and in a dangerous attempt not to spit it all over my couch, I suck it down my windpipe. My chest burns. All I can smell is cheap wine. I go into a coughing fit, wondering how long it takes to die from dry aspiration. I'm going to lie down to sleep tonight and never wake up. Charlie Williams, 35. Cause of death, drowned in wine. The irony. Ding! I managed to catch my breath and blink away the tears to read the text. Danny, what kind of name is that? He doesn't have a hood. Does it mean he makes all the ladies' hoods throb? Can you dry aspirate from sucking wine into your lungs? Danny, you are not dying, Charlie. Danny, I need moral guidance. Morbid curiosity has me in her grips, but the moral side of me says that if I Google Throbbinhood, I'm breaching some client relation bullshit, or I'll possibly get a virus on my PC. Just Google it. Danny, I can't. Danny only pretends to be moral. She'll Google it. 3, 2, 1. The little bubbles dance over my phone screen. Beep. Danny. Oh, God, he's hot. Why is he hot? Ding. Danny, I can't represent him. I'd have to say these words in court. Your Honor, my client, Throbbinhood. I can't keep a straight face with that name. Ding. Danny, OMG, the money shot just happened and his face does all this sexy contorting. Charlie, Google this guy. Okay, so now I'm curious. I tap on Safari and type in Throbbinhood and laugh. You can't not. Up pop a million pictures and videos. Ding. Danny, watch A Whole New World. I think it's some Aladdin ripoff. And OMG, there's a genie. His name is Johnny Depp. Where do they get these names? I am not looking up A Whole New World. I click on a thumbnail where Throbbin is gripping some woman's hips. As soon as I press play, the smack of balls on thighs echoes around my living room. The girl is making all those high-pitched moans that sound like a dog's chew toy, but Throbbinhood is hands down the hottest porn star I've ever seen. He looks like a high-end fashion model with full, pouty lips and a jawline that would make Brad Pitt jealous. Thanks to Danny, instead of binge-watching Unsolved Mysteries, I find myself watching not only RoboCock, but also the highly acclaimed Little Spermaid. To be honest, I can kind of see the appeal now. It must require some serious talent to take something as innocent as fairy tales and taint it. God, I hope Danny takes this case. Just as I place my phone on the coffee table, it dings again. I expect it to be Danny with another Throbbinhood movie suggestion, but it's not. Elijah, I want to see you again. Soon. Shit. For some reason, I feel dirty, like Elijah knows I was just watching porn, and what does it matter? I'm a grown woman. I'm allowed to watch porn. Elijah, drinks on Friday? Just drinks? Not some kinky party? Elijah, no kinky party, yet. Just drinks to test the waters. I'll pick you up 9:45. I hate committing, hate it. I bite at my lip and stare at the text. I know he sees I've read it. Damn read receipts. The little bubbles start to tick across the screen. Elijah, stop avoiding. Such an ass, I mumble, then type. Sure, I could back out if I wanted to. Elijah, try to not sound so excited. I stare at the screen, my fingers frozen over the keys. Well, I can't sound anyway over text, but how about can't wait, and I insert that little jazz hand emoji. More bubbles pop up, followed by an eye roll emoji. This man is impossible. I send him the middle finger emoji. Seems appropriately flirty, right? Or is it bitchy? Elijah, I keep thinking about how your cheeks blush when you come. I also keep thinking about how sexy it would be to shove you face down on the hood of my car and fuck you from behind. I swallow. It's just words, typed words. So why am I sitting here in my NSYNC shirt, soaking my Hanes while fanning myself and clenching my thighs? Because I've never done this, that's why. If this is his way of trying to make me remember that elusive night in Mexico, I'm fucked. Elijah, don't make me wait until Friday to see you blush. Oh God, I think this is the prelude to sexting. I start to type letters that don't make up words. I'm that flustered. Then there's another ping from my phone. Elijah, before you go to bed tonight, I want you to touch yourself and pretend it's my fingers, my lips, my tongue. And after you've come, send me a picture of your cheeks flushed and pink. Tell me how good it was. Sexting wasn't even a thing when I was dating. The one time I took the advice I so often give my clients and tried to spice things up for Harold and I with a naughty picture, Harold texted back, scolding me for sending vulgar pictures to him while he was at work. I stare at Elijah's message, my heart pounding, my body fully responding to his invitation, and then I panic. What do I say back to this man? Anything I type is going to sound stupid. Shit! Chewing on my lip, I decide to cash in on my phone a friend and dial Steph's number because she's a grade A perv. The hangover didn't kill me, she says, if you're concerned. I need help, I blurt, still staring at his text. Yes, as your best friend, I'm aware. Steph, seriously, Elijah just texted me, sexted me, whatever you call it, and, oh, read it to me. There's dirty excitement in her voice. I place the call on speaker and swipe back to the text thread, reading over it. So, do it, she says like it's a no-brainer. But send him a dirty picture and not one of just your face. Go a little past what he's asking, but not too dirty. Just a peek, you know? No, I huff. I don't know. I'm in a pair of Hanes and an NSYNC t-shirt. Fuck's sake, don't send him a picture of you in that. My phone dings with another text. Too much? Oh, God, tell me what to say back to this man. It's been 3 minutes. He's going to think I'm a prude. You kind of are a prude, she laughs. Steph, I swear to God. Okay. Tell him... Oh, I hear her fingers snap over the line. Tell him only if he begs. Of course you would suggest something like that. I quickly type the response out and press send without much thought. Within seconds, he's texted back. Elijah, I don't beg. Ever, dummy. He said he doesn't beg, of course. Oh, he will, motherfucker. Tell him no picture then. And I do tell him no picture unless he begs. When the next text comes through, I bite my lip. All right, Steph, I've got to go. Don't you send that picture unless he begs, she says, and change into something lacy. You're setting a precedent here. Don't worry. I hang up, staring at the most recent text. You're making me hard. Gnawing at my lip, I smile as I type out, show me. I feel naughty and liberated and buzzed. Another text comes through, a picture of his tattooed hand gripping a large, hard cock with a piercing through the tip. I take a breath. Suits and tattoos and piercings, oh my. This is honestly the first time the word beautiful has come to mind while staring at a dick. To many women, this sordid exchange may seem like nothing, but to me, the woman who never took risks, this is akin to a hit of heroin, a rush. It breathes life back into me. I'm more turned on right now than I remember being in my life, and it feels damn good. Elijah, I have a feeling you may be the first woman to ever hear me beg. Show me, Demi, please. My heart pounds. My skin prickles with sensation, and I can only imagine if I'm this worked up over a simple text exchange, how worked up he could make me, did make me, will make me in person. Elijah, please, Tiger Lily. And there it is, a flash of memory, one where Elijah has me pinned to the wall outside the hotel in Mexico, his nose trailing along the curve of my neck, his hand up my skirt, cupping me as I grind against him like a feral animal. Please, Tiger Lily, he groans. And then my mind draws another blank. Elijah, one picture. I want to send him a picture. God, I want to because it feels dirty. It's like the thrill you get as a teenager when you sneak a swig of your daddy's liquor, take a drag of a cigarette. You know it's bad for you, but you just have to try it. Elijah is definitely bad for me, but like all things that pose a threat, he's undeniably alluring. I drop the phone to the couch, shimmy my underwear down my thighs, then I touch myself. Light. I touch myself so light the way I would want him to. Slow strokes, hesitant strokes like he's wanting to take it all in. A shiver works through me and I realize I don't know how long it's been since I've touched myself, which is ridiculous. My phone dings. I glance at the lit screen, my hand between my legs as I read over his text. Are you touching yourself? Yes. Are you? Elijah. God, yes. My eyes drift shut, and I pretend it's his fingers inside me. I imagine he's fisting my hair, kissing my throat, whispering how beautiful I am as he trails his tongue along the curve of my neck. Within seconds, I'm falling over that edge. My muscles grow tense, then violently release with my orgasm. My cheeks sting with heat, my pulse thrums, and while I know my face is still flushed, I grab my camera and hold the phone out, exhilarated at the rush when I snap the picture. I attach it to the text thread, me with red cheeks, my nipples evident through my worn boy band shirt, and my hand covering myself, giving just a peek. I send it, smiling when I lay my head back on the arm of the couch. Seconds later, the phone pings. Elijah. So sexy, Demi, showing just enough to leave me hungry. Elijah. Good night, gorgeous. I toss my phone to the side and exhale. Demi. I feel awful for not telling him my real name the other day at coffee, but how exactly do you even broach that topic? So, you know how you thought my name was Demi? It's not. I'm juvenile and give out fake names to hot men I screw and have no memory of. Now I just feel it's weird and 15 miles past awkward. I'm not good at awkward conversations. Actually, I'm the worst, so I'm just going to pretend this isn't an issue. Besides, it's only 4 dates with a man who swears he fucks for a hobby. It's not like I'm going to fall for him over the course of 4 dates. And there it is, my reasoning as to why playing with him for a moment is safe, because that whole love at first sight mumbo-jumbo bullshit is just that, bullshit. 9. Chinese buffets are where you go if you want diarrhea. Trust me, I know, it's happened before. Yet here I am, the smell of greasy food and mop water permeating the air as I take a seat in the plastic booth at Mr. Chang's Chinese buffet. There's only a handful of people in here. Maybe the score of 72 from the health department has something to do with that. I watched Danny circle the buffet several times, stopping in front of each item and tapping her finger over her phone screen. If I had to guess, she's checking the caloric content. Meanwhile, Steph's making a carb mountain of rice and lo mein. With a sigh, I roll the alarmingly orange piece of sweet and sour chicken around on the plate, wondering if maybe I've taken this too far. I've moved from milk of magnesia to bacteria-infested Chinese takeout. I'd seriously rather tell the man I'm glued to the toilet than go on the date. I'm pretty sure that says something about me, but after a week of filthy texts, I'm terrified. Over text, it's easy to make myself sound halfway seductive, thanks to Google, Robinhood, and a few erotica books I picked up on Kindle Unlimited. But what in the hell am I supposed to do tonight when the only option I have is word vomit or silence? I can guarantee the minute that man says something along the lines of "ride my face," I'm going to have diarrhea of the mouth. My phone buzzes on the table. Elijah, wear something sexy tonight. I stare at the text, imagining all the ways this date can crash and burn, scarring me for life. Oh, I'm not so sure. Let me think about it. Elijah. Demi. We shook on a bet. I shove my phone to the side when Steph finally trots over to the booth. Beaming, she plops down, rice spills onto the table, and she brushes it onto the floor. I haven't been able to talk you into this place since it gave you food poisoning last year, she says. Yeah. Steph nods toward my plate. I'm proud of you, facing your fears head on like this. It's a big step for you. Yep, just trying to overcome my food aversions, I say with an uneasy smile. What's she doing? Steph asks, motioning her fork toward Danny, who's still at the buffet. She's not going to find anything that fits into her keto diet here. Danny finally grabs a pair of tongs and drops a few things on her plate before sashaying over to the booth. She daintily takes a seat, then swishes her bouncy blonde hair behind her shoulders. I'm starving, she says. I was held up in litigations all day. Your job sucks. Steph twirls lo mein around her fork. Your opinion doesn't count because you don't live in reality. Danny plucks her spicy tuna roll up with chopsticks and plops it in her mouth. I always envied people who could use those things. I just end up flinging food on the floor. Hey! Steph thumbs at her chest. I live in reality. You got laid off from the insurance company and they gave you a more than generous severance package, Danny says. You haven't worked in nearly a year, Steph. Did you forget? I'm writing a book. A smut book, Danny laughs, and I just keep scooting that orange piece of chicken around. Steph points at Danny, her finger shaking. Smut is fucking important. It saves marriages and shit. And shit. Danny snorts and glances at me like she expects me to weigh in on this. I'm most definitely not. You're an uptight twat, Steph says through clenched teeth. Compliments will get you nowhere, Steph. Danny looks back at me. So, where is the cartel man taking you for drinks tonight? You can't just jump topic like that, Steph protests. Danny's eyes flutter as she glances back at Steph. Fine. I'm sorry I insinuated that your smut wasn't important. Steph flips her the bird, rolls her eyes, then directs her attention to me. Where is he taking you for drinks? Finally, I bite the bullet and cram the rubbery piece of chicken that's sure to give me stage 2 shits inside my mouth. They're both staring at me, so I point at my mouth now full of food. Steph grabs a carrot from her plate and throws it at me. You backed out, didn't you? Danny points her chopsticks at me with an accusing glare. That's why you're eating buffet food. You want to get sick and call it off. You conniving little cunt, Steph says. Swallowing, I shake my head like a guilty child with chocolate all over her face. No, I did not, I exhale. I told him I'd think about it. They both glance up from their plates. A lone piece of lo mein dangles from Steph's lips. You're an idiot. Steph slurps the noodle and shakes her head. I swear I'm going to get you a little badge that says, my vagina's public enemy #1 or something. You can wear that proudly. Scowling at her, I kick under the booth at her leg while Danny just shakes her head. You think you could say that a little louder? I say with a hiss. I mean, I could. Don't you dare. Don't tempt her, Danny grumbles. Vagina is not a bad word. Steph rolls her eyes again before cramming half an egg roll in her mouth. And poor El Chapo, you've been dirty-talking him all week, and then when he tries to take you out, you basically tell him no? Bless him and his blue balls. Danny's phone rings. I welcome the interruption as she digs it out of her purse, although Steph's eyes are about to burn a hole right through my skull. "Damn it, Bill!" Danny facepalms and groans. "He's a porn star. What do you expect?" With a huff, she throws her chopsticks down and shoves out of the booth, covering the phone with her hand as she glances back at us and mouths, "I'll be back." Then she storms off, chastising poor Bill. "So," I nervous laugh, "did Danny tell you she's taking a case for some porn star named Robin Hood?" I stuff more chicken in my mouth. Please, God, let the porn star divert this conversation. "You are a chicken shit," Steph whispers in a mocking tone. "Look, I didn't say no. I said I'd think about it." Wow. Here I am, hustling for a little foreplay from some guy named Bob on hookup, and you're turning down a guaranteed orgasm. Hell, tell him I'll go have drinks with him, and I'll actually fuck him. "You're disgusting. You know that, right?" She shrugs. "Go on the freaking date with him, Charlie. It's one date. What's the worst that could happen?" "No, it's 4 dates." "What?" "Long story," I say. "Some dumb bet about making me—" Mr. Chang's is not the place to discuss what he thinks he can entice me into. "Sleep with him again." Okay, that wasn't much better. She stops chewing, her brow wrinkles, which, thanks to her addiction to Botox, is a feat in and of itself. "Why wouldn't you?" "The last sex I remember was with missionary-style Harold. Having sex with him was like reading a manual. Spread your legs, play with your clit, and maybe, when the moon is full and it's winter solstice, come." "What's El Chapo's dick look like? Is that the problem?" She narrows her eyes. "Does it resemble a backwards banana or something? Is his cock all ganked up like 50 Cent's grill?" A little, gray-haired lady shuffles by with a buffet plate and a disapproving look that's aimed at us. I want to shrink back in the booth. "Really?" I whisper-shout. "Banana dick?" "Yeah, I mean, you forgot Mexico, but with all that sexting I've been providing guidance on, he must have sent pictures. Is it small? Big? Does it lean a little to the left?" She waves her hand from side to side. "The right? 2 pee holes." She slams her palms over the table and I jump. "I mean, what's the holdup?" Groaning, I cover my eyes. I'm not even acknowledging the 2 urethra comment. "The holdup is that I've talked myself up too much." I drag my hand down my face, sighing as I watch Danny strut back toward the table. She slides into the booth, mumbling about how Bill is a pain in the ass. Having a dildo company say Robin Hood's penis is 7 inches when, in fact, it is 8, is literally defamation of character. How Bill doesn't understand that is beyond me. Steph and I both stare at her, mouths open. Danny grabs her chopsticks and looks up, deadpanning as she glances from me to Steph. "What? It is defamation." "I take it back," Steph says, holding her hand palm out like she's under oath. "Your job does not suck." And now her attention is back on me. "So, Charlie here is trying to back out of the date because she thinks she's talked herself up too much." Danny blinks. "Talked yourself up too much? How?" "Oversexed with El Chapo." "Oh." "His name's Elijah," I say. "But—" Steph rests her chin on her hands, an expression so angelic crossing her face that I expect she'll be struck down by lightning at any moment. I can only imagine coming from Charlie, it's tame. "What did you promise the man? Doggy style? And now you're worried about him staring at your unbleached asshole the whole time?" Danny glares at Steph. "Why are you so vulgar? Your mother was a nice woman." All I can do is shake my head. These are the people I have chosen to associate with. What does that say about me? "Look," I say with a huff, "I told him I'd do a lot of things, and if he expects me to be a flexible seductress who's going to make his dick explode like some 4th of July finale, he's going to be sadly mistaken. he's going to be very sadly mistaken. I'm sure he's not expecting that, Danny says. People say all kinds of kinky stuff via text. Yep, Steph adds, they never follow through with it. Trust me, the best guys expect is the reverse cowboy and a little taint tickle. I shove a spoonful of rice in my mouth and slouch in the booth, annoyed at the entire situation. Elijah Banks, a self-proclaimed fantasy fulfiller, will expect much, much more than a little taint tickle. I want to see him, and I hate that I want to see him. My phone buzzes on the table, the screen lighting up with a text. Elijah. I'm not one to take no for an answer, sweet Demi. I grab my phone, and against my better judgment, I send him my address, tell him I'll see him at 9, then drop the phone back onto the table. Fine, I'm going. Even though nothing about this feels safe. 10. I didn't finish the Chinese. Instead, I grabbed a sandwich from a deli on my way home to get ready, and now I'm standing in front of my mirror, convincing myself that I can do this. Whatever the hell I'm about to do. Drinks. I'm just having drinks with a seductive man in a designer suit. For the first time in probably 5 years, I took over an hour to get ready, and I almost don't recognize myself. Red lips, smoky eyes, a form-fitting dress and heels? Yes, heels, and I'm nervous as hell. The doorbell chimes and I inhale, wiping my sweaty palms over my dress on the way to the entrance. Bon Jovi's Living on a Prayer blares from the other side of the building when the door swings open. As loud as the music is, all I can focus on is Elijah and the way his broad shoulders strain against the pressed, light blue dress shirt he's wearing. His gaze drags over me. Stunning, he says, his voice low and gravelly. Anticipation mounts in my chest. I'm going to have to make conversation and laugh and not embarrass myself by fucking him. I close the door behind me and check that it's locked. Just before we reach the stairwell, a Whitesnake song cuts on. Good song, Elijah chuckles. My neighbor, she's 70 and nearly deaf. You probably saw her on your way in. No. That's surprising. Her side of the brownstone is always lit up like Times Square. Sometimes she struts around in front of it in her underwear. Is she an exhibitionist? He asks, holding the front door. I skirt under his arm and inhale the masculine scent of his cologne. God, men and their damned cologne. I'm almost 100% positive she is, I grumble. You say that like it's a bad thing. I carefully make my way down the steps in my unsteady heels. I mean, it's not my thing, but... So, you've had people watch you have sex. I stumble through the open gate. I mean, no. Then how can you say it's not your thing? One side of his lips tilt up before he motions me toward the black Tesla idling at the curb. That was his car the other night. There's nothing about someone else watching me have sex that I find appealing, and, try as you may, you won't convince me otherwise. I give him a quick glance. Besides, I'm pretty graceless. Oh, I wouldn't call you graceless. When we reach the edge of the sidewalk, a driver hops out of the Tesla and hurries to our side to open the door. I thank the man and slide across the leather seat. A driver? I say with a smirk when Elijah climbs in, the door closing behind him. You're that big of a deal? Or maybe I'm that big of a liability behind the wheel. He's cute. I'll give him that. All right, well, remind me to never ride with you. The car pulls onto the street. We weave through New York traffic, dodging taxis and courageous pedestrians. We crawl through the bustling financial district, the only sound the hum of the pavement under the tires. I hate silence like this. It makes me fidgety, and soon I find myself fiddling with the hem of my dress. Nervously, I glance up. Elijah's hazel eyes narrow slightly. The way he studies me reminds me of the way Michael Hall's character Dexter studies his victims after they've been saran-wrapped on his kill table, or maybe the way James Dean studies a woman before he fucks her. Who doesn't notice the way that man looks at a woman? Basically, I'm not certain whether I should be unnerved or turned on, but at the moment, it's an odd combination of both. He leans in. I know how your pussy tastes, he whispers. But aside from that, I know very little about you. Is that how you'd like to keep it, Demi? I'm not sure. My heart pounds, and while that answer may sound flirtatious, it's the truth. Us barely knowing each other keeps me from having any expectations. You like us as strangers? He smiles before placing his hand on my knee. He leans in closer, so close I can't breathe without drawing his scent deep into my lungs. Because there are only so many lines one can cross before a person is no longer a stranger, and there are several lines I want to cross with you. His lip barely brushes mine, and just as I close my eyes, practically begging for a kiss, he moves back against his seat. The tires bump over the start to the Brooklyn Bridge. I tense, my hands instinctively making fists as I force myself to breathe. Are you all right? He asks. I nod, forcing myself to ignore the tightening feeling in my throat. Yep. Not a fan of bridges? Nope. I squeeze my eyes closed. I avoid them at all costs. Avoiding the things you're afraid of only gives them power over you. The arrogant bastard. Yeah, well, I've accepted it. The tires bump over the end of the bridge, and I take a deep breath, the tension evaporating as the car winds around the exit, honking at the people jaywalking. A few minutes later, the car rolls to a stop in front of a tall building. The door to the Tesla promptly opens to a man dressed in a nice suit waiting at the curb who lends his hand to help me out. East River and Pier Park are right in front of us, littered with people. Elijah struts around the back of the car, dusting invisible lint from his shirt before he leans through the passenger window. Thank you, Simon, he says. I'll see you tomorrow. A crowd stands by the side entrance of the looming building. What is this? Apartments with a rather exclusive club on the rooftop? Oh. Drivers, fancy cars, sex as a pastime. What does this guy really do for a living? Elijah guides me along the tree-dotted pathway that leads to the building. People gather in front of a doorman, but we don't stop behind the crowd. No, Elijah takes my hand and leads me up the side of the walkway, people glaring at us as we pass. Uneasiness tightens my chest, and I swallow when we stop at the front of the line. Part of me wants to turn and apologize to the people behind us, but that would only make this more awkward. Smiling, the doorman nods at Elijah. Mr. Banks, pleasure to see you this evening, he says, moving a black velvet rope out of our way and letting us through. As if on cue, the glass door in front of us glides open and we're swept into the air-conditioned entrance. A heavenly mixture of lavender and vanilla envelops me. Elijah escorts me across the massive lobby filled with sleek stainless steel tables and lounges with faux fur. We pass a bar, a waterfall, and a stairwell suspended by cables that make it appear to float. This is urban elegance at its finest. We reach a set of elevators hidden in the corner where a bellhop waits. As soon as the door pings open, he reaches inside and presses the button to the rooftop. Enjoy your evening, Mr. Banks, he says, then backs away with a slight bow. Wow, I mutter as the elevator doors close. Elijah shrugs a single shoulder, that sexy, arrogant smirk nearly permanent on his face. I aim to please, on most days at least. How do you know that was an impressed wow and not a, wow, this is ridiculous? Was it? Maybe. His teeth rake over his bottom lip, his gaze dragging over my body like I'm something he intends to ruin. I shift on my feet when he takes a step toward me. All the sordid text exchanges run through my mind. I'm not ready for whatever's going through his head. So, you're a regular here, I blurt, and his gaze drops to the floor on a half-laugh. Yes, we're becoming less of strangers by the moment. Ding! The warm summer breeze creeps inside the elevator when the doors slide open. After you. Elijah holds out his arm, allowing me to exit the elevator first. I'm met with a glittering view of the Manhattan skyline. The reflection of the skyscrapers ripple on the East River. Lady Liberty stands just to the side, dwarfed by the massive structures. From here, you can appreciate the size of Manhattan. You never realize how big the city is when you're in the middle of it, I say, hypnotized by the view. No, but you get to see how big the world is when you're in the middle of the city. He grins, his dimples popping and giving him a Hollywood royalty edge as he leads me onto the rooftop and straight to a marble table positioned against the glass guardrail. A stainless steel wine bucket, complete with a bottle of champagne, sits in the middle of the table. Against the bucket, there's a placeholder with Elijah's name written on it. Just so you know, I say as I take a seat, I'm still not impressed. So, I have some work to do. Afraid so. Elijah offers a closed-lip smile while grabbing the champagne from the bucket. I do hope I can deliver. He pops the cork. I'm quite certain that he's younger than me, but it's hard to tell. He doesn't have smile lines or grays peppered through his hair, but he may just age well. I would imagine the level of refinement laced with filth he possesses would be an attribute that would take years to master, but there's no way to know. I drum my fingernails over the marble tabletop, debating on asking his age while he pours our drinks. You get escorted into swanky rooftop bars with velvet ropes. The employees at a high-end gentlemen's club know you by name. You have a driver for your Tesla. I narrow my gaze. Is the mob still a thing in New York? I quirk my lips. He cocks a brow and hands me the flute, strands of bubbles delicately floating to the surface. If you truly think I may be a criminal, your survival instincts must not be as good as you claim. I laugh, and he grins, nodding toward me. Your laugh is what caught my attention the night I met you. I'd just left a business dinner and was on my way to my room when I heard your laugh. His gaze sets on the stem of the flute he's now twisting between his fingers. It was so carefree. He takes a sip. His eyes lift to mine. Infectious. And to me there's nothing more attractive than a beautifully innocent woman with an infectious laugh. My cheeks heat. I really, really hate his ability to make me feel like a swooning teenager. My hormones are too mature for this crap. Thanks. I nod. Thank you. And then, because I need to stop my mouth before anything really dumb slips out, I take a big swig of champagne. The bubbles tickle my nose as panic slowly sets in. This is why I hate dating. My stupid responses to compliments, the stress of conversation, the awkward pauses. It's too quiet. I glance around, watching people trickle onto the rooftop. Everyone is dressed exceptionally well and carries themselves as though they're walking the red carpet. I'm way out of my element here. I catch sight of a striking blonde sashaying her way toward our table. It's been a long time, James, she says, holding her hand out to Elijah. James? This guy gave me a fake name? Oh, the irony. Elijah, or James, takes her hand, his eyes locked on me as he kisses over her knuckles. When he drops her hand, he leans back in his seat and crosses an ankle over his knee. How is Nathan? He asks. Oh, he's fine. She touches the bare skin between her breasts, the diamond bracelets dripping from her wrist catching in the light. Her blue eyes are trained on Elijah like nothing else in the world exists. How much longer until you move? She asks. And Mr. Fake Name is moving. I wonder where, and then tell myself I shouldn't care. A month. We'll miss having you over. Her words hang in the air long after they've been spoken. Elijah's jaw ticks before his gaze strays back to me. Demi, he says, this is Meredith. My glass is halfway to my lips when Elijah reaches across the table and laces his fingers between mine. Meredith, this is Demi, the woman I plan to fuck tonight. I nearly choke on champagne. There's a wild flicker in his eyes when he arches a single brow at Meredith. I'm partially offended, tempted to slap him and walk away. But There's a part of me that's intrigued at his audacity, honesty, whatever you want to call it. And then, much to my horror, I find the jealousy pouring off Meredith intoxicating. After all, she's married. "Well, enjoy your evening, Demi," she says before strutting off. Smiling, he glances at me. "I hope that didn't offend you." "I'm trying to decide whether to slap you or not," I say with a lilt. "It's the truth, though. I plan to fuck you." A slight tremble works its way through my core. "I'm not fucking you." He grins, dimples and all, as he leans across the table, bringing his hand to my cheek. His thumb strokes along my jawline while my mind whirls. "Stop trying to anticipate what will happen," he whispers. "I assure you, you'll never know what to expect from me." "I can see that, James." I laugh and am opening my mouth to confess my own sins when he holds up a finger. "Only certain people know my first name. So now that you know my first and middle name, what's your middle name, Demi?" "Elizabeth," and that's not a lie. "How fitting. Demi Elizabeth." "Williams. Demi Elizabeth Williams." 11. Within an hour, we've discussed psychology, Tartuffe, and Ted Bundy, an eclectic mix of conversation. Elijah's easy to talk to, easier to stare at. The bottle of champagne is nearly empty when he excuses himself, and here I sit, like a sore thumb among New York's elite and socialites. I watch them dance to the trendy music pumping through the speakers. They laugh and flirt, ordering bottles of expensive vodka and champagne by the droves. While everyone here looks like there's someone with their designer clothes and surgically sculpted faces, I wonder if maybe they're more lost than I am. Surely most would lose themselves trying to keep up, trying to fit in within such a world of extravagance. I'm busy studying the subtle nuances of the crowd when I feel a hand on the back of my seat. I glance up as Elijah pulls out my chair. "I want to dance with you," he says, taking my hand. He leads me toward the swarm of people moving in beat underneath the flickering strobe lights. Maybe it's my own paranoia, but I swear several women stare at us. I wonder if they're asking what he's doing with me. Maybe they're curious who I am, if I'm his newest toy, because surely a man such as this has women as toys. Elijah's hand moves to the small of my back. He turns me, bringing me flush against his body. Even though I'm 5'7", I feel petite next to his tall frame. His hands move to my waist, his fingers sweeping the flare of my hip. He must hold women by the hips like this, guiding them while they fuck him from the top. He must, because this touch feels sexually charged. He moves in beat with the music, slow and sensual, like sin, like sex. Each roll of his hips holds a promise, and I find myself closing my eyes, indulging in the way he feels against me. He treats seduction like a fine art, like he's Van Gogh, Picasso, and I'm the blank canvas begging for the stroke of his brush. He leans down, pressing a gentle kiss to the side of my throat. Goosebumps scatter over my arms. "What are you thinking, Demi?" "How you must look when you fuck women." "That I like this song," I whisper through my tightening throat. A low chuckle rumbles next to my ear and quickly travels down between my thighs. I'm almost ashamed of the effect this man has on me with minimal effort. Almost. "That's not what I'm thinking," he says. I swallow. "Oh." His fingers ghost from my side to my back until he's fisting my hair. I close my eyes and his hold on my hair tightens before he moves his lips mere centimeters from mine. I can taste the champagne, the mint on his breath. "All I can think about," he says against my mouth, "is how badly I want you. And I'm a man who gets what he wants, my sweet Demi." Anticipation snaps through me like a live wire, humming and crackling in my veins. Without another word, he leads me to one of the emergency exits to the side of the rooftop and ushers me through the doorway into a dimly lit stairwell. The music fades into the background as the door closes with a heavy bang. The only light in here is the hazy yellow glow from the emergency lights. Tilting his head, he traces his fingertip over the outline of my lips. "Do you know what I'm thinking now?" he asks. "What?" I whisper. "How perfect your lips would look wrapped around my cock." My heart pounds. No man has ever talked to me like this. I'm so far out of my element here, I don't know how to respond, but the dampness between my legs begs me to do something. The corner of his mouth kicks up in a slight smirk before he pins me between his hard body and the wall, but he doesn't kiss me. God, no, he doesn't. Instead, he rolls his lip along my neck, blowing warm breaths against my skin every few seconds while one of his hands tangles in my hair. "You're gorgeous." It feels like I can't drag in a good breath. I knot my fingers in his shirt, pulling him closer while his other hand plays with the hem of my skirt, inching it higher and higher. I'm wound so tight I fear I may detonate at any moment. The dark, the muffled noise from the rooftop, the fact that I have no idea what he's going to do, and I'm invested in this. Absolutely invested, even though I'm scared shitless. He tugs my hair. "I know you're a good girl, but I want you to pretend to be bad when you're with me." Then his mouth is on mine. My breath catches. A daring thrill darts down my spine. The kiss is gentle, timid, until he catches my bottom lip between his teeth and his fingers wrap around the back of my neck. His tongue thrust into my mouth while the hand he has on my thigh slides higher and higher. I find myself widening my stance. It's as though I'm no longer in control of my own body, like I'm merely a puppet on his strings. Jesus, what am I doing? About to let this man finger fuck me in the stairwell of a 5-star hotel. That's what I'm about to do. I grip at the sleeve of his shirt, tempted to rip it off when I deepen the kiss and grab his wrist, forcing his hand higher. He smiles against my lips as his finger trails the juncture of my thigh. I'm ready to climb the walls. "Please," I beg. Then the door bangs open and I jump. Elijah glances behind him. His finger slowly slips under the edge of my panties. I fight a groan at the sudden relief. I should shove Elijah's hand away, but I don't. I'm like an addict, craving my next fix. Desperate for the way he burns through my veins like a lethal dose of something forbidden, instead of pushing him away, I tilt my hips, inviting the tip of his finger to slip inside me. Our eyes lock. He bites at his lip when his finger slides in all the way. "You're so wet." His voice echoes off the stairwell. I glance over Elijah's shoulder, but whoever came into the stairwell is now gone. Elijah groans against my ear, nipping at my lobe before he swipes another finger over me. My head falls back against the wall. Each second that ticks by, my orgasm builds, my breaths grow more labored. I'm towing some dangerously filthy line. One more step and I'll free fall over into a place that's not safe. Another loud bang comes from somewhere lower in the stairwell. Maybe it's the abrupt noise that jolts me to my senses, but suddenly self-awareness prickles through me and the brink of the orgasm I was dancing on is swallowed up. I'm in a stairwell with this man's fingers inside me? Shit! Panicking, I shake my head. Stop! Stop! Elijah stares at me, his chest rising on ragged swells before he lifts the fingers he just had inside of me to his mouth and deliberately slips them between his lips. "So fucking sweet," he says, and my knees threaten to buckle. He smooths one hand over his shirt while wiping the corners of his mouth with the other. He's just like a predator sizing up prey. I find my hands flattening against the rough concrete wall behind me. Jesus, what is he thinking? With a slight twitch of his lips, he takes my hand, leading me through the door, straight through the crowded rooftop into the elevator. "Where are we going?" I ask when the doors ping open. "My apartment." I watch the doors close. "I'm not fucking you." I lie for the second time. I would. Ashamedly, I would. He's wound me up like some cheap plaything, and he's holding me in his hand, just waiting to release me and watch me crash into the wall. I never expected you to, he says. I cross my arms over my chest, kick my hip to the side, and arch a single brow. Oh, please, you told that woman. All in good fun. I tilt my head. So, finger bang me in the stairwell? You're the one who shoved my hand up your skirt. It would have been poor manners for me to decline the offer. He winks. I press my lips together, holding his stare, not sure whether to be pissed that he just made me wet again or not. The elevator doors slide open and he steps out, holding his arm over the door while I exit. Instead of following him, I stay put in the hallway. I need to decide, right here, right now, if I'm okay sleeping with him, because if I step into his apartment, it's going to happen. I'm going to be painfully sober and naked in front of this man, and then how awkward will it be when it's over? He stops in front of the only door on the hall and unlocks it, glancing over his shoulder. Are you coming? Giving in, I exhale. I scold myself the entire way to the door he's holding open for me. I take one step inside the dark entranceway. Are your lights out or something? I say, because my survival instincts tell me it's not the best idea to go into a dark room with a strange man. I barely have the words out before he grabs my arm and yanks me into the apartment. The second the door closes, I see why he didn't turn the lights on. Straight ahead is a large floor-to-ceiling window with an impressive view of the skyline. Wow. I start toward the window. Now I'm impressed. The lights turn on, and now it's not just the view that nearly has me floored. It's his entire apartment. Marble floors, black leather sofas flanked with sleek wood tables that give the place a masculine feel. A stairwell leads to a loft, his bedroom enclosed within a glass wall. Everything screams wealthy, eligible bachelor. I watch him make his way across the room, flipping lights, and I notice a cello propped in the corner of the room. I imagine what it must look like, Elijah straddling the wooden instrument while slowly dragging a bow over the strings. Do you play the cello? I ask. I haven't in a very long time. He undoes his tie, tossing it onto the back of the couch. Would you play it for me? I ask. I don't play for people, or amusement. There's a cold bitterness seeping from his words. This man, so together in every way, has a crack. I turn toward the window, my hand hovering over the glass as I take in the view. I catch his reflection in the window and he steps behind me like a king in his castle, staring out over his empire. Well, he says, prompting me to turn from the window. His eyes pin me to the spot. This is different. What is? A woman in my apartment. He steps around me and opens the patio door, walking onto the balcony with a smirk. Surely he brings women into his apartment, but I won't lie, the thought that I'm different does something to me. Through the window, I see him unfasten the first few buttons of his shirt with a deft flick of his wrist. Are you going to stay there all night? He asks. I steel myself before stepping onto the patio, the light breeze blowing my skirt around my thighs. The music from the rooftop drifts down, mixing with the chug of the boats on the river. I move past him and drape my arms over the railing, staring at the twinkling city in the distance. What did you expect to happen when I brought you up here, Demi? He steps toward me. You said you wouldn't fuck me. Another step. But I don't believe you meant that. I spin around to face him, immediately wishing that I hadn't, because now I'm trapped between his warm body and the railing. Believe what you want, I say, trying to pull my stare away from his full lips. Why else would you come up to my apartment? You know I want nothing more than to fuck you. His question hangs heavy in the air, like cigar smoke, cherry-laced and smug. My jaw tenses, but before I can say anything, he seizes my waist and pulls me against him in a brutal kiss. His fingers tangle in my hair, pulling and tugging as I melt into him. Then again, he says, nipping at my lip, I want to do so many things to you. His hands roam my body like an act of worship, and with each passing second, he winds me up bit by bit, reducing me to nothing more than primal lust and need. Soon, the only thoughts dancing through my mind are ones of his naked body hovering over mine, his hips driving into me, my nails digging into his broad back. I want to know what his face looks like between my thighs, what he sounds like when he comes. His hands slip under my dress and he palms my ass, jerking my hips against his erection. My body responds with a flood of heat. I'm almost ashamed at how damp I am for him. His fingers sweep my throat. The other night when you touched yourself, how did it feel? He leans in, biting at my neck. Tell me. Good? He laughs against my skin. That's not good enough. He grabs one of my hands and moves it between us, forcing me to palm myself. Tell me, Demi, are you wet? I swallow when he guides one of my fingers under the damp material of my thong and rubs it over my slit. Yes. Good girl. The steady tone to his praise sends a chill down my spine. Did you use one finger? He squeezes my fingers together, then pushes them inside me. Or two. His thumb circles my clit as he moves my fingers in and out. 1 or 2, he says. Despite how wrong this feels, I moan, 2? He bites at my throat, his hand still over mine, guiding me as I masturbate for him. After a few seconds, his hand drops from mine and he unfastens his slacks. They pool around his ankles. He's sans underwear, and his hard dick bobs when it's freed from the constraint of his pants. Keep fucking yourself for me, he says, and my muscles tense. I'm overwhelmed with arousal, shocked that I'm fingering myself for him, even more shocked at how much wetter I become when he grips his cock, working his hand over his shaft. The silver barbell glints under the porch light, and my fingers twitch to touch him while my pulse ratchets up. When you touched yourself, he says, did you think of me? Yes, I confess, burying my fingers deeper inside. His pace quickens again. Do you think about us in bed? I nod. Am I making love to you, slow and steady? Are you on top of me, or do I have you pinned down by the throat fucking you? I play into this because it feels taboo and exotic. You're behind me with my hair wrapped around your wrist as you take me like a savage? A wide grin spreads across his face. The muscles in his forearm pop as he strokes himself. I bite at my lip, unaware that I've placed one foot on the wrought iron patio chair, exposing myself to him, until his gaze flicks to my hand, moving frantically to ease the throbbing need. So pretty, so greedy, he whispers. The porch light across from us turns on. The suction of someone opening the sliding door seems loud, and I drop my leg to the ground. Don't you dare, he says, nodding to the now empty chair as he jerks himself faster. My gaze darts to the apartment. A couple steps out on their balcony. The man has on a green shirt and khakis. The woman's striped dress billows in the wind. If I can see that much detail on them... Show them what a perfect little pussy you have, Tiger Lily. Elijah provokes me. Show them how perfect you are. As though in a trance, I put my foot back on the chair, turning so the couple has a perfect view of what I'm doing. My eyes fall back on Elijah to how he's pleasing himself while watching me. It shouldn't turn me on, but I don't think anything has ever turned me on so much. Everything builds under my touch, and while it feels good, I just want it to be his fingers inside me. I've imagined laying you on the bed, he says, spreading your thighs and burying myself deep inside you. I think about taking you from behind while another man watches, wishing he were so lucky. A daring heat courses from my core to my fingers and toes. Are you there? Are you ready? He pants, his hand slapping against his lower abdomen. Yes. I meant to only whisper it, but I'm so close to the edge, my voice echoes from the walls and out over the East River. With that, Elijah's head falls back, his brows knit together, his jaw clenches before his lips part on a deep groan, one that I feel in my stomach, one that is the catalyst to driving me over the edge. His face tightens, his nostrils flare. This man, usually in complete control, has come unraveled, and my, what a beautiful sight that is. I fight the noises threatening to spill from my lips, only allowing a soft whimper through as my body jerks and tenses over and over until my legs feel weak and I'm breathless. Elijah hunches forward as he comes, spilling onto the tiled porch. He steps toward me, cupping the back of my head before pulling me in for a kiss. You have no idea what you've just done to me, he whispers against my lips. None. I don't even know who I am with this man, but I rather enjoy it. Without a word, he pulls his pants up, moves past me, then glances over his shoulder with one of his signature, smug grins, and those dimples, damn those dimples, before disappearing inside. I watch through the window as he makes his way up the steps to his bedroom. His back is to me as he undresses, then crawls into the bed and lays back on the pillow. A blue haze fills the room when the TV turns on. Now this is awkward. I'm still on the patio, and he's in his bed after we just masturbated in front of each other while his neighbors watched. I need to get out of here. I slip inside, closing the patio door behind me. I grab my phone from my purse, tapping the little Uber app. What are you doing? He calls from the bed, a playful lilt to his tone. Calling an Uber? It's already past midnight, Cinderella. Besides, you do realize those things are dangerous. Ubers are not dangerous. They do background checks. I look up and frown. Shit, are they? My gaze drifts back to the phone in my hand. Most skilled serial killers are serial killers for a reason, which is they know how to avoid getting caught. What better way than carting unsuspecting women around? My stomach knots, then sinks and bubbles. Jesus, he's either playing to my paranoia or he's right. Stay. I look up again, and his attention is still focused on the large plasma hung in front of his bed. Stay? I repeat slowly. Don't make me beg. I place my hands on my hips as I make my way to the bottom of the steps leading to his room. I'm not sleeping with you. At this point, I'm trying to convince myself, not him. He cocks his head to the side as a wrinkle sets between his brows. There's more to life than sex, Demi. He pats the bed. Surely you can't blame me for wanting to sleep next to you. There goes that stupid pitter-patter heartbeat. He's swoon-worthy, lies and all. So I can't blame my feet too much when they carry me up the steps and to the foot of his bed. You can borrow a shirt, he says, pointing to the dresser behind me, top right drawer. Eyeing him suspiciously, I open the drawer and grab the first white undershirt I see. Thanks, I say on my way to the bathroom. I don't miss the smirk on his face when I slip through the door and close it behind me. A set of halogen lights blinks to life over the round mirror, and I find myself standing in a completely white bathroom. The walls, the floor, the shower are all marble. After I slip out of my dress, I tug his shirt over my head, and although I mostly smell fabric softener, there's still a hint of that spicy leather scent that seems to exude from his every pore. I check my reflection and run my fingers through my hair to try and give it a little volume. I'm so out of my element here. It's been years since I stayed with a man. I wasn't prepared for this. I was supposed to go home. I have no clothes, no toothbrush. Dragging in a breath, I nod at my reflection before opening the door. I can do this. I can totally do whatever I'm about to do. The hem to Elijah's t-shirt hits right at the top of my thigh. The movement of the soft fabric against my breast causes my nipples to pucker and harden. When I walk into the room, he's no longer looking at the TV. He's staring at me with his bottom lip gripped underneath his teeth. That look. God, that look. It makes my skin heat. It's electrically charging, and damn it, I want to drown in it. I crawl onto the bed, wondering if I should kiss him or just lie down, but before I have a chance to do either, his hands land on my waist. "You know what you're doing, don't you?" he says, gently pushing me back on the mattress. "I know you do." He nips at my earlobe while grabbing the bottom of the shirt and pulling tight. He kisses down my neck, slowly trailing his way over the shirt to my breast, where he hovers. Looking up with hooded eyes, he slowly places his teeth around my nipple, biting me through the shirt. I hiss in a sharp breath, my back bows, my toes curl, and then he rolls off me. My breathing is ragged. I'm throbbing between my thighs again. He literally rolled off me and now has the remote in his hand, flipping channels like he's bored. Suddenly, he stretches an arm across the pillow, then looks at me before glancing down at his outstretched arm. "What?" I ask. He pats his bare chest. He can't be serious. "You want me to lay on you?" I know I must be scowling. "Isn't that what most people do when they sleep together?" I watch for a hint of a smirk, a crinkle by his eyes, but no, he's serious. Without another word, he sits up, placing his arm around me and drags me against his chest as he falls back on the bed. Finger fucking in the stairwell and masturbating on balconies are acceptable, but cuddling isn't, he asks. I don't even know what to say. Cuddling doesn't seem like a word that should exist in his vocabulary. You're scared of everything. Bridges, sex, cuddling. He chuckles, but not Uber drivers. Against my will, I melt into him, into his warm embrace, his hard chest. He's well practiced at this, it's obvious, but even with that knowledge, my heart and head are still at war with one another. This feels so right, it actually terrifies me. One date, and this feels right? That's ridiculous. I must be drunk or overly tired or just horny. Slowly, cautiously, I glance at him from the corner of my eye. He's so relaxed, like this is no big deal, like this is how it should be, us, in this bed, not having sex. Relax, Charlie, it's no big thing. He's just holding you like you mean something to him, holding you like Harold never did, and it feels right, but it's nothing, just basic human affection. Don't worry, Demi, he says, still looking straight ahead at the TV. I promise we'll keep it casual. Somewhere between strangers and lovers. Okay, I whisper, not sure whether that weird feeling in my chest is relief or my heart already breaking just a little. 12. Stretching, I roll over and open my eyes. Sunlight streams through the windows, casting golden streaks across the hardwood floors. I don't have hardwood floors. I bolt upright in bed, disoriented for the few seconds it takes me to remember that I fell asleep on Elijah last night like it was my job. When I glance over to his side of the bed, it's empty except for a folded, gray piece of paper with my fake name written across the front. I pick it up and open it. Demi, I'm sorry I had a spur-of-the-moment meeting with an investor. You were too beautiful to wake. I hope you'll forgive me. Coffee is in the kitchen. Call Simon at the number below to take you back to your apartment. No Ubers. Elijah. Sighing, I drop the note to my lap, then scrub my hand over my face. What am I doing? What the hell am I doing in his bed with this note in my hand? And more importantly, why am I disappointed that he's gone? A small panic attempts to wind through me, and then I remind myself this is casual, that a man who fucks for a hobby is not a man who gets involved with women. This is experimenting. Maybe a midlife crisis? There should be no problem here. He's attractive and fun to be around. Most importantly, no matter what happens here, there is already an expiration date, so that voids the possibility of disappointment. Shaking my head, I throw the covers off and climb out of his comfortably lavish bed. I use his bathroom, slip my dress from last night on, then go to the kitchen for coffee. I smile when I see the cup on the counter and a spoon placed next to the sugar bowl. Such little things shouldn't hold meaning, but that's where all the meaning is held. Just like in art, it's the tiny details that make something beautiful. I am so screwed. I drink my coffee, staring out at the city that lies behind a haze of drizzle, and I pretend everything is fine. After I finish my cup, I put my mug in the dishwasher, then I leave. I don't call Simon, but I don't call an Uber either, even though there's a light sprinkle. I just walk the few blocks down Water Street. I cross Washington and pass Dumbo Kitchen on the way to the York Street station. 2 months. Why do I even care about 2 months when this isn't going past 4 dates? I ask myself as I follow the flow of people into the tunnel. It's not going past 4 dates. Later in the afternoon, I've polished off a pint of low-fat Neapolitan ice cream, watched Cruel Intentions, and avoided a text from Elijah. On the subway, I assigned him a special ringtone, that weird sci-fi-ish UFO sound no one ever uses, so I won't accidentally read his text and have him see my read receipt. He's texted me twice, and each time I stare at the phone like it's Pandora's box. I know better than to open that shit. The man is like Eros, some weird god of seduction and desire. That's the only explanation as to how I ended up fingering myself in front of half of Pier Park. The credits to the movie roll on the TV, and curiosity finally gets the better of me. I snag my phone from the coffee table and open his text. Elijah, I hope you enjoyed your coffee this morning. I grin. Against my will, I swoon. I recall how it felt to fall asleep in his arms. Elijah, I'd like to see you Friday. I exhale. 6 days away. Again. As much as I want to run far away from this, as certain as I am that this is destined to end in a flaming pile of shit, I still text back, okay. Why? Because the way Elijah Banks made me feel last night, buzzed and high and sexy and alive, any woman would be weak for that. 13. The noise of spa tubs, electronic nail files, and the mood-altering notes of Led Zeppelin fill the air, and the sickeningly sweet smell of nail polish is so strong I can practically taste it. How do these people not walk around with migraines? I grab a bottle of Georgia Peach nail polish and hop into the pedicure chair next to Steph, sinking my feet into the tub. Shay, my manicurist, turns the taps on. Warm water shoots out, washing over my feet. Once the water reaches my ankles, I tense. Steph glances at me and lifts one brow. You are not going to pee on yourself, Charlie. I know. I say it like I'm 8,000% sure I'm not going to pee on myself, even though I keep looking down at my crotch. It's one of my quirks. I'm always terrified that the warm water is going to make me lose control of my bladder. How embarrassing would that be? Peeing on yourself in the pedicure chair, then having to ride the subway home in wet pants? I shudder and shake the thought from my head. So? Steph shakes her bottle of Va Va Voom red nail polish. So, I ask, Shay sits down on the stool and taps my knee for me to bring my left foot out of the water. Steph stares at me like she's waiting for me to divulge information. What? I give her a bug-eyed stare. Did you fuck him after drinks? I jerk my head toward Shay, who's bent over clipping my toenails. Danny looks at Shay, then at me. Shay doesn't care. Shay shakes her head. No, I like hearing dirty sex stories. Steph tells me all the time. I drop my chin to my chest. Why is everyone else so open about their sex life? No, I didn't. And why not? Steph scowls. I just didn't, I say, deciding against telling her that we masturbated for each other and half of Pier Park on the balcony of a lavish high-rise. She rubs her hands together, a sick grin twisting her lips. Well, I won $20. What? Danny and I made a bet after you left the other night. Danny thought you'd do it. I didn't. She places her hand on her chest like a saint. I'm the good friend. Wow. Shay accidentally pushes my cuticle back too far. I jerk my foot away and hiss in a breath. That's for not sleeping with him, Shay says with a laugh. You too, I say. The bell over the door dings. The salon seems to fall eerily silent. The ladies at the manicure table stare at the entrance. I glance to my right and my mouth drops open. Elijah strolls through the entrance wearing one of his damn suits that should come with a warning label. Whoa, Steph says. Thankfully, the receptionist stops him at the counter. She's smiling from ear to ear, twirling her hair around her finger and popping that god-awful hubba-bubba gum she's always chewing. What the hell is he doing in Shay's nails so good? I look at Steph, whose eyes are glued to the front of the store. Stop staring, I whisper through clenched teeth. Charlie! She trails off, and I feel my stomach bottom out. Oh, God. He's in here, where people know me as Charlie, and I am not ready to explain that shit show in front of all these people. Shit. Did you tell him to meet you here or something? Steph asks. No. I hold my finger up with wide eyes. Shh. I lean towards Shay. She slowly looks up, one brow arched. If that man, I start. She glances over her shoulder and grins. He's sexy. Yeah, look, if he happens to ask, which I'm sure he won't, but just if he does, my name's Demi. Shay blinks. The wrinkle in her forehead deepens. I'll give you $50 if you call me Demi, okay? Shay shrugs a shoulder. Whatever Demi wants, Demi gets. Charlie, what the hell is wrong with you? Steph props over the arm of her chair, glaring at me like I just slapped her mother. Shh. I shove an angry finger over my lips and stare at her, my right eye twitching from the stress of it all. By the time I explain why she needs to call me Demi, he'll be over here and she'll have ousted me. Without thinking, I yank my foot away from Shay's grasp, sling the arm to the massage chair up, and practically throw myself out of my seat. My wet feet slip over the tile floor, but I manage to keep my balance by grabbing Steph's arm. This is an emergency, I say. A wrinkle sets between her brows, and she places the nail polish on the cart. My pulse ratchets up. She takes an eternity to get out of that damn seat. I don't look back as I tell Shay to excuse us, then speed walk to the rear of the store. It shouldn't surprise me when I slip, but it does. I reach out with flailing arms for the rolling manicure cart beside me. The entire thing nearly topples over, and manicuring utensils and polish clatter all over the floor. I know he's got to be staring now. Steph grabs my elbow to help me up. What the hell is wrong with you, Char? I slap my hand over Steph's mouth. Don't say my name. I whisper in her ear while dragging her to the back like I've kidnapped her. God, I must look like a raging lunatic. I open the door to the bathroom and shove Steph inside just as Elijah calls out my fake name. The door slams shut, plunging us into darkness. She says, can we turn the lights on? I flip the switch and the fluorescent lights blink to life. Both Steph's eyebrows are raised and her arms are crossed snugly over her chest. He just called you Demi, didn't he? God, yes. Which means you told him a fake name in Mexico. Rubbing my lips together, I nod. Her lips purse. I know she wants to laugh. I know it. Why haven't you told him your real name yet, you crazy bitch? Well, for starters, the entire thing is just... I frantically wave my hands around in a panic. Awkward. I whored up with some man in Mexico a week after my divorce, then run into him in the grocery store months later. I was caught off guard when he called me Demi, and then it just seemed weird to correct him, especially in the grocery store, and then coffee and drinks and just... It's not going anywhere, so there's no reason to go through that conversation. I hate awkward conversations. I take a deep breath. I look down, staring at my bare feet on the grimy tile floor. I'm going to end up with athlete's foot or the flesh-eating virus staph. Charlie. Steph taps her foot over the floor. Stop overthinking it. I'm not. I'm thinking about how I'm going to get some infection from this floor. Dear God. She reaches for the door. You've got issues. Don't go out there. She scowls. And what are we supposed to do? Just stay in here until they close? Staring at the floor, I ignore her. Why the hell is he in a nail salon? I mumble. Maybe he gets manicures. She says like it's a no-brainer. He's rich, like filthy rich, and rich men go to swanky salons, not Shay's Nails So Good. I huff. Well... She unlocks the door and my heart starts pounding. There's one way to find out. Ask him, Demi. Smirking, she flings the door open and struts right through the door. Elijah's leaned against the counter, staring in my direction when I step out from the restroom. Heat fires over my cheeks as I timidly wave and climb back into the pedicure seat. Shay glances up at me and winks. Demi, don't worry. God, leave it to me to get in such a stupid predicament. Elijah crosses the room, women staring. Maybe you were right. He says when he stops beside the pedicure chair, maybe you are right. Maybe you are pretty graceless. Yep, my face is on fire now. She had to pee, and she has some depth perception issues, hence her overturning that cart back there, Steph says, and I want to choke her. And I'm sure a refined man like yourself is aware that women can't pee alone. Steph extends her arm over my lap. I'm Steph, since Demi here is rude. Elijah. He shakes her hand. This is a disaster waiting to happen. So, I say, do you come here often, or should I be concerned that you're following me? The grocery store, the bar, now the nail salon. He chuckles. I was leaving a meeting on the east side and just happened to see you through the window. It's almost like we can't stay away from each other. Steph snickers like a child. If I were closer, I'd shove my elbow in her ribcage. What does the rest of your afternoon look like? He asks. Well, She's not doing anything, Steph chimes in. Elijah smirks. How about coffee in Central Park by the mall after you get finished here? Say, in an hour? She'll be waiting, Steph answers for me. I turn and glare at her. And, Elijah? She grins like the Cheshire Cat. Demi here, in case you haven't caught on yet, is really awkward and scared of random things, so just be gentle with her. His chin drops on a laugh, and his eyes lock on mine as he sweeps my hair behind my shoulder. She's different, that's for sure. He winks, then turns on his heel and heads to the exit. When I glance over at Steph, she looks more than pleased with herself. You are an asshole, I grumble. Look, I'm doing you a favor. You'd self-sabotage that shit if I didn't intervene. Maybe I don't want to go have coffee with him. Nope. I saw the way you looked at him. You want to have coffee with him. She shrugs a shoulder. You only live once, and I can promise you a man like that is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a good time. I stare down at my freshly painted nails as Elijah and I stroll along the mall. I sip the last of my coffee and toss the cup in a trash can as we pass artists sketching caricatures and vendors selling I Heart NYC t-shirts. The sun fades behind the elm trees lining the path, and the weight of the silence bears down on me. I fumble through my head, trying to come up with something to ask him. How long have you lived in New York? He asks. I almost breathe a sigh of relief. 10 years. What about you? I moved here about 5 years ago. I was in San Francisco before that. You move a lot? Every once in a while. I heard you mention you were leaving the other night, I say. He nods. Where are you going? London. We come across a vacant bench and Elijah motions toward it. I take a seat, crossing and uncrossing my legs as he casually settles back. I want to know things about you, he says. Depending on what it is, I may tell you. He subtly shakes his head. Some things can't be told, only learned. He drops the piece of hair, his eyes trained on my lips. What's something you hate? What kind of question is that? I laugh. I can learn more about you from the things you hate than I can the things you love. His eyes narrow. You're very closed off, you know that? Scowling, I'm a little taken aback by his accusation. I barely know you. I hate the cello, he says abruptly. Then why do you keep one in your apartment? His jaw ticks, his brows pull in. Because I always need to remember what I never want to become. A gust of wind rustles the leaves about us, scattering the sunlight like tiny gems over his face. He's certain and beautiful, but there's something eating away inside him that I feel no luxury could ever fill. And just like that, I'm overwhelmed with a need to know what makes this man tick. Your turn, he says. And what in the hell am I going to tell him? There is only one thing I hate, and I've told few people about that. I could say I hate snakes or spiders, reality TV, but part of me wants to revel in the freedom of not knowing this man, of being able to tell him things and in a month's time knowing it won't matter. I hate the stars, I say, fighting the tightening sensation in my chest. Why? Because they remind me that some people won't love you no matter how hard you try. Manhattan was the first place I've lived where I don't have to see the stars. As beautiful as they are, they remind me of my father, the one man whose love I should never have had to fight for. I stare straight ahead, afraid to look at Elijah. I don't know why, but it terrifies me that I just showed him how vulnerable I really am. He sweeps my hair to the side. We can lock the monsters away where they can't hurt us, but whenever we let them out, they'll tear us to pieces, and sooner or later, we must let them out. That's profound, I say. I've spent a long time trying to make sense of things that shouldn't make sense. I stare at him, my brow threatening to wrinkle. There's a moment that seems to stretch out for eternity. The depth I believe he possesses terrifies me. I'm certain if he looks at me long enough, he'll see every bruise, every break, and he'll find a way to make me weak. Did you always want to be a marriage counselor? He asks. No. Refereeing adult relationships was not what I daydreamed about. So, at one point you did have fantasies. His lips quirk. Fantasies about life? Yes. When I was younger, I wanted to be a journalist and travel the world. I laugh. Why didn't you pursue that? It wasn't a safe career. So, now you have a safe job, but does it make you happy? No. I sigh. Happiness is the most valuable thing in life. You should give freelance journalism a try. Oh, I wouldn't even know where to start, and besides, it's hard to be successful at it, and I just wouldn't. Great things are always difficult. The challenge is what makes something worthwhile. Did you always want to own whatever business it is that you own? I narrow my gaze at him. What is it that you own? He smirks. Does it drive you crazy not knowing? A little. I mean, I'll just Google your name later. I can only handle so much mystery in one person. I don't tell people what I do. Please, I snort. You'll tell them you fulfill fantasies as a pastime, but not how you make your money? My brows pinch together. Wait, is that how you make your money? A cocky grin slowly inches over his face. Depends. Where do you think my talent lies? In fucking or doing business? If that's your job, I'd say both. He laughs. Don't worry, it's not. As you stated the other night, once a hobby turns into a job, the passion is lost, and sex without passion is worthless. Why do you fulfill people's fantasies? I ask. Why do you think, Miss Psychologist? I'm a marriage counselor. I didn't concentrate on sexual I bite my lip before the word slips through. His lips twitch in a smug smirk. So you think I'm a deviant, Demi? My heart stammers in my chest, and I glance at the kids skateboarding by. No, I scowl. He leans in, his nostrils flare slightly. I like sex, and I like watching people toe the line between what they feel is right and wrong. But what I really love, he leans in, is being everything they thought they'd never have. How very narcissistic of you. I lift a brow. It's not narcissistic. That is the definition of a fantasy. What, you? He laughs. Being something a person never thought they would have. Touché. He tilts his head like he's going to kiss me, and I close my eyes. Do I intrigue you, Demi? Yes, I whisper. Good, because I'm very intrigued by you. His lips are barely a breath away. His hand glides along the side of my neck before sweeping through my hair. You're so timid. I knot my fingers on the sleeve of his suit jacket, afraid to take what you want. He presses his lips to mine, kissing me sweetly. When you're with me, I want you to take what you want when you want it. He pushes to his feet, offering me his hand, and just in case you were wondering, this doesn't count as date number 2. 14. Elijah James Banks. I type his name into trusted old Google, thinking that even his name is sexy. It's bullshit, if you ask me. Now, do I hit enter? That is the question. With the aid of the internet, everyone has the potential to be a stalker, but just trying to figure out what this man does for a living does not a stalker make. It doesn't. If I typed in Elijah Banks's ex-lovers, that may be over the line, but just trying to find his profession, totally acceptable. I hit enter, and the screen populates several articles. E.J. Banks secures New York real estate worth $7 million. Banks Properties buys 3 of New York's most desired properties. Banks Properties worth an estimated $7 billion. I gasp. I audibly gasp at that because who wouldn't? What the fuck? $7 billion? How is that even possible? I type in Banks Properties net worth. Wikipedia confirms it. I can't even fathom that type of money. I skimmed several articles about his real estate endeavors, not really able to focus on anything except that the guy I watch beat one off on a balcony is a multi-billionaire. He doesn't act like a billionaire, except for having a driver thing, but I'd expect billionaires to chain-smoke Cuban cigars and have hoity-toity laughter, not be carbon copies of statues in the Louvre. Men like that date Victoria's Secret models. And with that thought, morbid curiosity gets the better of me. I go to Facebook and search his name because trolling Facebook to see what his ex-girlfriends may look like is not as stalkerish as using Google to find pictures. But he doesn't have a profile. Of course he wouldn't. I push away from the computer, wondering what I'm doing. Why am I looking him up? Why do I care what the women he dates looks like? Oh my God. I cover my mouth with my hand, slowly shaking my head. I'm in trouble. That's it. I can't see him again. I pace my living room, dragging my hands through my hair because I want to see him again. This is bad. Ding dong. I jump when the doorbell chimes. No one except Steph randomly shows up, so I'm fairly certain that must be her dropping in on her way back from hot yoga. But when I yank the door open, there's a gangly teen with a backwards baseball cap and a large bouquet of orange tiger lilies standing in my doorway, not a sweaty Steph. "Ms. Williams?" he says. "Yes?" He shoves the vase into my hands, then turns and heads down the hall without a word. Closing the door, I stare down at the exotic, spotted petals. A small white card lay hidden amongst them. I pluck it out and turn it over. If a star fell from the sky every time you crossed my mind, I'm certain the sky would be empty. A warmth spreads through my chest and I smile. Fucking hell. Yeah, I'm in serious trouble. Simple actions and sweet words are the arrows Cupid uses to pierce your heart. Locked Out of Heaven pumps through the speakers while Danny and I browse the clearance rack at Macy's. She pulls out a cardinal red suit jacket and holds it against her. What do you think? Too loud? I like it. It says, "Confident, independent woman." Still holding it to her chest, she turns toward one of the mirrored columns and deadpans her reflection. "Your Honor," she says, her voice dropping an octave, "if you turn your attention toward Exhibit A, you'll see that Mr. Hood's penis does measure 8 inches, not 7, as the defendant has so brazenly branded across their line of sex toys." I fight a laugh and she huffs. How did I get to this point in my life? "You're defending porn stars. I'm trying to convince my clients I can save their marriage even though I couldn't save my own." I shove a few dresses around on the rack. Not that I wanted to. Danny snorts, tucking the jacket under her arm while she grabs the matching skirt. Being an adult is overrated. Yep. I sort through the clothes rack, my thoughts veering to Elijah when I pull out a short black dress. I bet he'd like this. My imagination runs away with thoughts of his hands working under the short skirt, under my panties. "That's a cute dress," Danny says, snapping me back to the store. "This Elijah guy must really be getting to you if you're debating on buying that." I glare at her. Why do I take that as an insult? Because it was. You never dress sexy. She smiles, which is why you should get it. I end up with the dress and a black lace thong. Danny ends up with 3 new suits and a Louis Vuitton. We're almost to the subway station when giant pink sale banners catch my attention. I glance at the sign over the door. Shagland Fantasy Shop. Cupping my hands to the window, I try to peer inside, but the banners are hiding the inside of the store from view. "What are you doing?" Danny asks. "Have you been in here?" "No, it's called Shagland, Charlie. I'm all for sex shops, but Shagland?" They all have stupid names, Danny. I open the door and a bell announces my arrival. I hold the door open, the welcome bell sounding over and over as I glance over my shoulder. Danny's brows knit in a perplexed scowl as she follows me in. "Who are you today?" she asks. "I'm just curious." Skimpy lingerie lay scattered on tables. A colorful array of toys fill the shelves on the wall. A man wearing khaki shorts and a polo peruses a collection of butt plugs. Danny leans beside my ear. He doesn't look like the type of guy who would be into kink. I guess everyone has their secrets. I grab a leather whip from one of the displays, threading the tassels through my fingers before I put it back. The sex toy industry is a lucrative industry that revolves around people's fantasies. Suddenly, I feel like I'm in a minority, that I'm sexually inept. Danny walks to the far wall, grabs a box, and vehemently shakes her head. 7 inches, she says, holding the box above her head and rattling it. I glance at the bright yellow 7 right beside Throbbin Hood's pretty face. So, people buy this stuff? Her face scrunches in a disbelieving snarl. Yes, Charlie, yes. Mr. Polo Shirt steps up to the counter with his butt plug, and something comes over me. I want to experience life. I want to do stuff I wouldn't even tell Danny and Steph about. I want to use Demi Williams as my way to express the things Charlie never would, to set myself free. I just need a change. Damn it, I need a change. 15. A week of clients with crumbling marriages, a week of flowers and text telling me I'm beautiful, and here I am going on date number 2. Dot's 80s music blares into the foyer. I watch my Converse as I make my way down the stairwell, wondering if the cute sleeveless shirt and jeans I'm wearing make me underdressed. Elijah refused to tell me where he was taking me for dinner. Dress casual, he said, but the thing is, I'm not exactly sure what casual is to a freaking multi-billionaire. When I reach the foyer, I peek through the tiny diamond-shaped window on the door. Elijah's leaned against the wrought iron fence, wearing a pair of jeans and a black Henley with the sleeves snugly rolled up, displaying his tattoos. There's not a hint of businessman tonight. Without the suit, he looks like a guy you'd willingly let break your heart, just for a chance to have his. Don't even think shit like that, Charlie. Just... Taking a breath, I open the door and step into the muggy evening heat. Elijah's staring at the building, a perplexed look on his face. My guess is he sees Dot on her elliptical. I close the door behind me, and his gaze strays to me, a slow, pleased smile reaching his eyes. You look amazing. Thanks. I act nonchalant about it, like I know I look amazing and I just threw on these skinny jeans and tank. Truth is, I tried on 15 different outfits before finally settling on this. So, where are we going for dinner? I'm still not telling you. He takes my hand and threads his fingers through mine. It's the small touches like this that throw me off. Having sex with someone is basic human instinct. It doesn't have to mean anything. Holding someone's hand is something very different. No driver tonight? I ask. No, I wanted to enjoy the walk with you. Yeah, swoon, fine. We turn the corner and a lady struggling to walk about 10 dogs staggers past. So, I say, trying to ignore how natural my hand feels in his as we stroll along. Mexican? Indian? Thai? He chuckles. You can't stand not knowing, can you? No. That's a shame. The element of surprise is fun. Maybe for some people, but it causes me stress. He slows his walk. Surprise causes you stress. I nod, smiling up at him when we round another corner, dodging a group of teenagers. Look, I've told you I'm awkward. Steph tried to warn you as well. You're not awkward. You're quirky. There's a difference, I say. Yes. Quirky, in your case, is endearing. Endearing? I dip my chin. Jesus, how old are you? That sounds like something my 90-year-old grandfather would say. 29, he says. 29? The toe of my Converse catches on the sidewalk and I stumble a step. He side-eyes me. "Ever so graceful," he says. I jerk my chin behind him. "That crack was elevated by about an inch." "Uh-huh. 29 isn't too young for you, is it?" "Oh, what? No." I wave a hand dismissively through the air. "No, not at all for a casual tryst." He squeezes my hand, mixing every signal like a traffic jam. Not the word I was looking for, but sure, we'll go with that. I glance at him, thinking that when I was 16, he was 9. I could have babysat him. Okay, that's enough of that train of thought. I clear my throat. "You've accomplished a lot to be 29. "Right idea at the right time," he grins. I fully expect him to ask my age, but he doesn't, and thanks to that, I spend the rest of the walk overthinking what that means. Does he know? Shit. What if I lied about my age in Mexico right along with my name? Panic rattles my chest, and by the time we stop in front of a restaurant, there's a thin layer of anxiety-induced sweat above my lip. Here we are. Elijah opens a red door and ushers me inside. Shiny vases and plants decorate the entranceway. Sitars play in the background. There's a small koi pool to the side of the room, complete with floating lily pads and several koi fish swimming in circles. And then I notice the name on the hostess stand. Peng's Authentic Asian Cuisine. Oh, shit. This is that Japanese restaurant Danny always raves about. She swears by their food, but we never come here because they only use chopsticks. Evidently, the owner feels it adds to the authentic Asian feel. The host is talking to Elijah, but my ears are ringing because, damn it, I'm going to embarrass myself in front of a 29-year-old. That's right, Charlie, the 29-year-old real estate genius that doesn't even know your real name. We're led into a dining area where intricate woodwork borders the tall ceilings. Extravagant gold chandeliers bathe the room with an ambient glow. Purple and gold satin pillows are scattered on the floor around the tables because, in keeping with the authentic feel, you sit on the floor. I smile unevenly when I lower myself to the pillow, trying to decide whether to stretch my legs out under the table or cross them Indian style. After taking a quick survey at the people around us, I settle on Indian style. Elijah sits across from me, Mr. Refinement and Grace, as he opens his menu. They have the best dumplings anywhere in Manhattan. I nod, staring nervously at the set of chopsticks placed inconspicuously on the table. I grab the menu, looking for a noodle bowl because, unlike chicken or steak, I don't think I can accidentally launch noodles from chopsticks. The tempura is fantastic as well, he says from behind his menu. Okay, I don't even know what the heck tempura is, but I bet if chopsticks hit it just right, it would go soaring across the table. Elijah suggests a few more items, none of which I've heard of. After we've placed our orders, I try to slyly Google how to use chopsticks on my phone, but all the pictured instructions do is confuse me even more. You really are beautiful, Elijah says, catching me off guard. The phone slips from my hands to my lap. Aw, that's sweet. I coo. Stop being so awkward. Stop cooing words like he's an infant. A large plate of steaming green pods is set on the table. Elijah grabs his chopsticks and plucks one up. Edamame, you should try some, he says, lifting the vegetable to his mouth. Oh, no thanks. I'm not ready for the chopsticks yet. Have you read any good books lately? He asks as I watch him snag another piece from the plate with such practiced ease. Nope. Well, he grins mischievously. I'm reading you. Oh, that's a great book. Your favorite? He asks. Yes, I squint. Is this where you tell me you're actually a psychopath like Joe, and you have been stalking me like I've suspected? I tilt my head and tap my index finger over my lip. I expect him to laugh, but he doesn't. I'm reading you. He grabs another piece of edamame, because in Mexico you told me it was one of your favorite books. I did? You did. A sly grin slinks over his mouth, and I must say, I don't know that I need to worry about you riding with Uber drivers. Maybe the Uber drivers, but not you, my little tiger lily. His little tiger lily. He said his, and it makes me giddy. Stop, Charlie, just stop. He takes a sip of water, staring at me like he's a lion and I'm a limping, wounded gazelle he's waiting to grab with his teeth. After I finish, I may pick up that 50 Shades of Grey it seems every woman has read. I feel my brow twitch. I know the expression taking over my face must be as judgmental as they come. You read, my eyes narrow, romance? I read everything. He grabs another piece of edamame with his chopsticks. I like to be well-rounded. But, I deadpan, romance? What better way to understand what women want than reading the books they devour? You're a sneaky bastard. You know that, right? Possibly. I don't believe this guy, not for 1 second. Sure, maybe he reads some Dean Koontz or James Patterson, but romance? Actually, I don't want to believe him, because that means he wants to understand women, what makes them tick. No woman stands a chance against Elijah Banks. Not on 1 date, certainly not for 4. All right then, Mr. Sensitive. I lift my drink. What's your favorite romance? His chin drops slightly on a laugh. The Time Traveler's Wife. Mm-hmm. Good movie. I smirk around my glass. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch the waiter stop at the end of the table. He places 2 large plates on the table in front of us. Sweat beads on my neck as I stare down at my plate. I sigh through my nose and take the chopsticks in hand. Elijah uses his chopsticks with elegant grace. I attempt to mimic the placement of his sticks, placing them on my pointer and ring fingers, but when I move them together, instead of looking elegant, I'm pretty sure I look like Edward Scissorhands. Maybe he won't look at me. What kind of music do you listen to? He asks. A little bit of everything, rock and pop. I attempt to grab a piece of chicken, but it falls right back onto the plate. What about you? Oh, some Nirvana, a little bit of Black Sabbath, Hozier. My eyes widen and I grin. I love Hozier. Do you? Yes. Take Me to Church is my favorite song. That guy's voice is so soulful. His brow lifts, his lips curl. I never would have guessed that to come from you. What? I try for the chicken again, and again I drop it. Why not? Do you know what that song's about? No, I just think it's pretty, poetic. It makes me feel things. I try for the chicken again. This time I manage to grip it between the sticks. What's it about? That you'll never feel closer to God than when you're having sex? The chicken falls to the plate. I roll my eyes like a teenager. He's making me dumb again. And I do believe that. Elijah leans across the table, grabs my chin, and pulls me toward him. Don't worry, Demi. I'll gladly be your God. His words wind through me, scorching. Oh, Jesus, I'm burning up. What do you say to something like that? I wish I was one of those women who always had some catty, sexy response, but I'm not. He still has my chin held between his fingers, his eyes pinning me to the spot. Well, I appreciate the offer. I focus on the chopsticks and the piece of chicken I again have gripped between them, and then my fingers slip and the chicken launches into the air. It soars across the table right over Elijah's shoulder. His eyes track its movement as it lands in the middle of the walkway with a splat. He shoots a smug grin at me. Chopsticks aren't your thing? I mean, I watch a waiter step on the chicken. No. Laughing, Elijah scoots around the table until he's behind me with his legs on either side of my thighs. It's not that hard. You just have to. His arms encircle me, and he positions the chopsticks between my fingers. I swallow when his hand closes over mine, and he moves them over my plate. You have to relax. Don't grip the sticks too hard, he says. When you do that, you end up catapulting your food across a nice restaurant like a medieval warrior. His lips brush my throat in a light kiss, and a small heat darts through me. Just relax. He guides the chopsticks to my mouth, and I open so he can place the food delicately inside. He leads me through the motions once more. Maybe I should be embarrassed that we're in the middle of a 5-star restaurant and he's practically feeding me, but I'm not. He's so reassuring, so comforting. I can't help but relax, my back melting into his chest. It shouldn't matter that he's taking the time to show me how to use chopsticks, but for some reason, it does because it shows me he cares. It makes it impossible to deny that he's a genuinely nice person and that I am genuinely fucked. 16. We've been aimlessly strolling around the city for the past half hour, talking, laughing. A beat-up Honda sputters by, honking at someone jaywalking. "Ah, fuck you," the pedestrian shouts. You know, nowhere else sounds quite like New York, Elijah says with a chuckle. He takes my hand in his and stops walking. "Close your eyes," he says. "Listen." Laughing, I shut my eyes. I pay attention to heels click-clacking over the pavement, the constant lull of conversation and traffic, engines purring, horns honking, buses, the intermittent rumble of the subway drifting through the ventilation grates on the sidewalk. "What do you hear?" he asks. "It sounds like a city to me." They all have their own accent if you listen hard enough. I open my eyes. His fingers lace through mine as we carry on down the street. "You're always thinking, aren't you?" "I am, and right now I'm thinking about how fond I'm growing of you, Demi Williams." There's that little twinge of guilt. I should just tell him my name is Charlie, right now. He uses an alias in his fantasy crap. Surely he'll understand me using one with him. But then, for some ridiculous reason, I can't bring myself to admit it. Maybe because as long as I'm Demi, this isn't really real. I have my secrets. He has his. A woman hurries down the sidewalk with her phone pressed to her ear. She happens to glance up, and I notice her eyes lock on Elijah. She slows her stride just a touch. "James," she says, shooting him a sexy smile. "Alexa." He nods and keeps walking. James. How many women know him as James? How many women's fantasy has he been? I recall the other night on the rooftop, the way that woman looked at him like she'd give up everything for him. I'm assuming he's fulfilled some fantasy of hers, and then I wonder what it was he did for her. I wonder if she still dreams about him. The heat of jealousy rears its ugly head. Elijah is the type of man women fantasize about on every literal level. How could they have him one time and not crave more? Playing with sex is dangerous territory. Fulfilling fantasies, maybe even more so. Elijah said himself he likes to be something the person never thought they'd have, and if that's true, how do you convince your heart he's not something you really need? It's all too confusing. I turn my head, watching her hips swing seductively as she walks away. Curiosity gets the better of me. "You fucked her, haven't you?" I blurted, my brain-to-mouth filter evidently short-circuiting. That word sounds utterly filthy coming out of your mouth. I like it, he says, and I'm tempted to roll my eyes. And yes, I fucked her at the request of her husband. I clear my throat. Why would her husband want you to fuck her? So he could watch? To fulfill a fantasy? So he was fulfilling the man's fantasy? That shouldn't turn me on, but it does. I bet plenty of men would love to watch me fuck you. And now I'm wet. I open my mouth to say something, but stop when I notice a group of nuns standing at the crosswalk. Are you thinking about how that would feel? He says right when we stop behind them, fucking me in front of other men. One of the nuns turn, giving us a sharp stare. I bet she's praying right now. No, I say with a hiss. A sly grin works over his face. Then why are you blushing? Walk blinks on the crosswalk. He starts across right after the nuns, but I tug on his hand, holding him back. Because those nuns just heard you mention fucking me while other men watched, I whisper shout. You were blushing well before that. I stare at him, slack-jawed as we cross the street. Asshole! I'm still glaring at him when we come to an abrupt stop in front of the entrance to the Brooklyn Bridge. Why are we stopping? Because we have to cross it, he points across the river, to get to my apartment. No. I shake my head, my pulse clanging like church bells in my ears. I'm absolutely not walking over that thing. Elijah tightens his hold on my hand when I attempt to back away. It's just a bridge. Over water, I shriek. A big bridge, over water. You can't live in New York and never walk across the Brooklyn Bridge, he says. I've lived here just fine for 10 years and managed not to do it. It's iconic. The lights from the bridge catch in his eyes, and I swear they're gleaming. He must be a sadist, because I think he's feeding off my panic. I don't give two shits if it's iconic. I am not walking across that suspended death trap. He tosses his head back on a deep laugh, still clutching my hand in his. It's perfectly safe. He points at it. Look at all that traffic. Day in, day out. It's been standing for over 100 years. Exactly. Over 100 years, I scoff, and it's safe until one day it isn't. You're genuinely terrified? Yes. A group of teen girls comes skipping off the bridge, arms linked and smiling. I Googled the safety of it once to make myself feel better. I shake my head. Did you know they used defective cables when they built it? He gives me a smug, disbelieving look. They did, I say, and they left it because it was still considered strong enough. I point to the cables tying steel to brick. It's only a matter of time. You shouldn't Google things. Knowledge is power. Complete knowledge is power. Googled knowledge is fear. An amused grin works over his face. He pulls me toward the damn bridge. If this man thinks he's just going to waltz me onto the thing with his charming smile and dimples, he couldn't be more wrong. Look, I've gone across it in a car, I say. What's the point in walking it? Because you're afraid of it. And I'm fine being afraid of it. The breeze blows around us. The hum of traffic falls in the background. He yanks on my arm, tugging me against his chest before his knuckles brush my cheek. The truth is, I'm selfish. I like pushing you to your limits, he says, then presses his lips to mine, stealing my breath while his thumb traces my jaw. When he breaks the kiss, I feel buzzed. Before I even realize what he's doing, he's grabbed my waist, lifted me from the ground, and thrown me over his shoulder like I'm nothing more than a small child. And he's started toward the bridge. Let me go! I struggle against him, pinching the back of his bicep while I kick my legs. I'll put you down once we reach the middle. His arm tightens over the back of my thighs. Don't you dare, I say through clenched teeth. He's still walking. My heart is pounding, hammering, galloping. The entrance is right there. He's really going to carry me across the fucking bridge. I'm going to scream that you're kidnapping me if you don't put me down, I say. You wouldn't. He keeps walking. There's the brick archway, which means I glance at the wooden boards. We're on the bridge. I feel the blood drain from my face, and I fist the back of his shirt in my sweaty palms. The lights on the cables burn bright, reflecting off the water below us. Traffic bumps over the roadway beneath us, and I swear you can feel the bridge bounce. Oh my God. My insides shake. I slam my eyes closed, gripping his shirt tighter in my hands. See? I knew you wouldn't scream, he says, proudly like the arrogant asshole he is. I hate you, I manage through my tightening throat. Oh, I don't believe that. There's so much I want to say to him right now, but all I do is huff and go limp over his shoulder, defeated. No matter if he puts me down now or not, I'm on the bridge. You don't understand what no means, do you? I grumble. Only when it's important. I decide it's best if I just keep my eyes closed and pretend we're anywhere but right here, so I do just that until I hear a fit of laughter. When I open my eyes, I see a group of teenagers amble past, pointing and snickering. I grin and wave. Has anyone ever told you that you're a dick? I whisper. Countless times. I can almost hear pride in his tone. I bet all these people think you're some misogynistic asshole who's carting a poor woman over a bridge of death against her will. Bridge of death? His shoulders rise and fall on a chuckle. Unnecessarily overdramatic, don't you think? Oh, and you're one to call someone unnecessarily overdramatic? If you ask me, this, I pinch his back, is a little overdramatic. No, this is entertaining, at least for me. After a few more steps, he shifts my weight, pulling me from his shoulder and placing my feet on the bridge. I close my eyes while I unconsciously grip his arms. His hands move to my waist, and as irrational as it is, it feels like his hands are the only thing keeping me steady. Now, the question is, he grabs my chin and I open my eyes. What are you going to do? The lights from the bridge glow behind him while fear pummels through me at lightning speed. I don't really have a choice, do I? I shrug a shoulder. I have to walk to the end. How does that make you feel? He asks, his fingers grazing my jaw. My legs shake beneath me, and I hold tighter to him, focusing on his face, his eyes and lips, because if I focus on anything but him, I'm going to lose it. Terrified? But I also feel vulnerable and stupid. He slowly leans his face to mine. Well, I want you to feel something different. There's a pause, a moment where he doesn't move. It's just us and this bridge and my pounding heart, and then he presses his warm mouth to mine. His tongue parts my lips, his hand moves to the back of my neck, his fingers threading through my hair as he tugs my body close to his in a possessive hold. The sensation of fear dissipates. With each sweep of his tongue, it feels as though he plucks something from my soul, something he intends to keep forever. The reverent way his mouth moves against mine makes me painfully aware of how wrong every kiss before him has been and how wrong everyone after him will be. It's only been 2 dates, But there's already this connection, like threads of a spider's web I'm destined to become ensnared by. "There's just something about you," he whispers when he breaks the kiss. "Something that makes me feel good." And then he takes my hand and we walk the bridge together. I feel safe with him, even in the places that cause me unrest, and that is truly terrifying. After we leave the bridge, we walk along the bank of Pebble Beach, still hand in hand. A barge chugs along the water, blaring its horn, and the whimsical music from Jane's carousel floats softly in the background. This night has been intimate in a way that's not easy for me. Touches, thoughtfulness, the raw chemistry that dances between us is like a flickering flame threatening to consume me. I knew that day in the coffee shop that Elijah Banks was a Category 5 hurricane, one you stand on the shore and watch roll in. You wait for the waves to pummel you and drag you out into a tumultuous sea. And now, here I am, just waiting. "You're being quiet," he says. "What are you thinking about?"
Hurricanes.
For a woman who hates surprises, you sure are full of them. Stopping in front of a bench, I grin. "You have the most beautiful smile." He brushes the hair out of my face.
"Thank you."
And she accepts a compliment. He chuckles and I playfully nudge him in the ribs. "You're an ass." Then she insults me. The lights of the city reflect off the river, dancing over his face and chest. I study him, growing all too aware that I'm tripping over a delicate line. He's the epitome of the type of man I usually avoid, and I'm starting to figure out why. He's intoxicating. Every hour I spend with him, each kiss complicates things. It threatens to involve my heart in something that will prove to be fatal. I shouldn't do this to myself, but as aware as I am, I'm not foolish enough to believe I'll stop seeing him until I'm forced to. He takes a seat, then grabs my hips, his thumb skimming the waist of my jeans. I need to be closer to him, touching him, so I slowly lower myself onto his lap, straddling him so that we're face to face. His fingers dance along the small of my back. I grab his face and kiss him while his hands slide up to the back of my head, tilting it so he can deepen the kiss. Moving my palm between us, I slowly unfasten the buttons of his shirt and slip a hand inside over his hard, warm muscles. I can feel his heartbeat, his barely constrained breaths. A need builds between my legs, wanton and insatiable. I can't possibly get close enough to this man. I shift on his lap, feeling his length and fantasizing about how it will feel inside me, deep and buried while he fists my hair. My mind races with the possibilities, winding me tighter and tighter until I can't help but timidly grind against him, seeking release. Elijah's hips lift. His erection presses against me. The simple friction is getting me close, too close. "Do you feel what you do to me?" He breathes into my mouth between hair tugs and desperate kisses. "Yes." I grab his wrist, shoving his hand under the waist of my jeans. "Do you feel what you do to me?" His fingers dip down, touching me. His head falls against my shoulder, and he buries his face in the crook of my neck on a deep groan, one that causes my hips to roll over him with more intent. So wet, sweet Demi. He plays with me long enough that my breathing grows ragged, and then he pulls his hand away. His eyes lock on my mouth while he traces his wet fingertip over my bottom lip. When I suck on his finger, he smiles. "Such a good girl," he says. "I thought I was supposed to be a bad girl with you." I nip at his ear, and his fingers twitch over my hips. "I could fuck you right here," he threatens, and I wish he would. All I can feel is his hard length underneath me, his warm breaths fanning across my throat. His fingers play with the button on my jeans, and I wait on bated breath for his next move. He grabs my ass, lifting me with him when he stands. My feet touch the ground, and he takes my hand, starting across the park toward his building. The doorman doesn't offer his usual warm greeting when we step to the entrance, but instead provides a wide berth as we head inside and straight to the elevators. When the doors open, Elijah yanks me inside and pins me to the wall. His fingers dig into my jaw before stroking my throat in an act of possession. "You drive me crazy," he breathes against my lips. The tension presses in from all sides like an ever-shrinking box, and I'm just waiting for it to crush me. Any second, I expect him to rip off my clothes and fuck me, and it feels like I need that just as much as my next breath. 5th floor, 6th floor. Elijah rakes his teeth over my lip. My skin flushes with heat. 7th floor, 8th floor, 9th floor, 10th. Each second seems drawn out. By the time the doors ping open, my clothes feel constricting, and I'm near the point of tearing them off myself. He blows a hard breath through his nose before he steps away. I follow him down the hall and inside his apartment, my heart banging in anticipation. The second the door closes, he grabs my ass, his fingers bruising me as he lifts me in a desperate move. My thighs wrap carelessly around his broad hips as he carries me toward the window. "Fuck, I need you," he says, trapping me between the cold glass and his hard body. He bites my lip, hard, then claims my mouth with a savage kiss. "Then take me." "I'll take just enough," he says, unwrapping my legs from his body. When my feet hit the floor, he unfastens my jeans. Sinking to his knees, he works them down my legs. Next, my panties go. I have never in my life seen something as erotic as this man, on his knees in front of me, staring up with his predatory gaze. He nudges my legs apart and swipes a finger over my slit before spreading me open with his fingers. My heart pounds. This is vulnerable, exposed, but God, it feels so good. He circles my clit with his thumb, and my hips jerk in response. "Such a pretty pussy," he whispers against me, the rhythm of his thumb an unhurried caress. I want his tongue on me, inside me, so I lift my leg, placing my foot on his shoulder, granting him better access. He glances up with a smirk, his lips only inches from where I want them to be. "Tell me what you want." His finger slowly trails me front to back. "I want you." A seductive chuckle rumbles from his chest. "You can't have me." He's smirking, playing with me like he's a cat and I'm the mouse. "What do you want, Demi?" His finger traces my crease. "Do you want me to touch you, lick you, make you come?" "God, yes," I breathe, pulling his hair, angry as my need builds like a dormant volcano. He inches closer and closer until his heated breath fans over my pussy. My skin prickles with goosebumps. "Tell me, fuck yes." Fuck yes. I fist his hair, tempted to force his face against me. "Have you imagined me between your thighs like this?" he asks. I can't catch a good breath. "Yes." With each passing second, I'm growing frustrated, but I revel in it. "Fuck," he says against me. The feel of that word, hot and long, nearly does me in. "So wet for me, Tiger Lily." He inhales, slipping the tip of his finger inside me, and Jesus Christ, so tight. I watch him lick his thumb. "What do you want?" He asks again. "Tell me what to do." I'm so desperate for relief. "Fuck me with your mouth," I beg. With a deep smile, he leans in, spreading me open again before he flicks his tongue over my clit. I hiss a breath, tightening my fingers in his short hair. I'm so worked up. Each circle of his tongue, each kiss has me on the edge, breathless, panting. As much as I want to close my eyes and blindly drown in the way this feels, I can't stop watching him. The attention he pays to me, the way his tongue works slowly, diligently, between his pleased groans. It's like watching an artist paint. He's so into it, so into me. Such a beautiful man. On his knees, with his mouth between my legs, is nothing short of art. You taste so good. His eyes lock on me. I could do this all day. That's it. I'm sent over the edge. Shit, I whisper. My head falls back against the window with a soft thud and my eyes slam closed. I find myself thrusting my hips against his mouth, my fingers in his hair, my foot digging into his shoulder as I chase the orgasm threatening to ruin me at any second. I love your greedy little cunt. He nips at my clit while burying his fingers deep inside me, crooking them and sending that final jolt through me. The orgasm is like a tsunami, forceful and destructive. My ears ring, my legs threaten to buckle, but Elijah holds me steady against the glass where everyone on the waterfront can see. He sucks and licks until I'm begging him to stop. No, until I'm coming again, saying his name like a prayer I've rehearsed my entire life. Good girl, he says, sitting back on his legs and wiping the corners of his mouth. From here, I can see the bulge in his jeans. Even though I'm still reeling from the orgasm, all I can think about is pleasing him. I have never been a woman who wanted to get on her knees for a man, but for Elijah Banks, I most certainly would. I would do anything to watch his eyes roll back in his head on a groan while he comes from my touch. Greedily reaching for his fly, I practically fall to my knees, already imagining what it will be like to take him in my mouth. As beautiful as you are on your knees, Demi, he says, combing his fingers through my hair. That's not what I want. Not tonight. He stands and grabs my hand, pulling me to my feet before turning around and heading to the stairs. I'm not exactly sure what just happened. Part of me is angry at him. Part of me confused. What man turns down oral sex? When he reaches the top of the stairs, he looks down over his living room, at me, still beside the window. Come to bed, he says, then disappears from view. I grab my underwear from the floor and slip them on, then pick up my jeans. Exhaling, I make my way up the stairs into his room. You're so strange, I say when I crawl onto the bed next to him. Am I? Yes. What man turns down a blowjob? I just wanted to please you. His brows pinch together as he tilts his head to the side, his eyes narrowing. Well, I want to please you, too. He stacks the pillows behind him, then props against them before pulling me against his chest. This pleases me, he says. I don't talk to many people like I talk to you. Elijah is like a pendulum constantly swinging from one extreme to the other. I never know what to expect. And didn't he tell me I shouldn't try to anticipate anything with him? He combs his fingers through my hair. Are you close to your family? This is an area I don't discuss. Some of it's complicated, and some of it's painful, and people too quickly judge you if the answer is no. My mother, I say. She was my best friend. I'm sorry. Did he really pick up on that? I stare straight ahead at the wall in silence. He couldn't have picked up on that. What happened to her? He asks. I inhale, fighting the mounting tension in my muscles. Car wreck. That must be hard, to lose someone you love. His fingers continue sweetly combing through my hair. It is. Do you have siblings? No, it was just me and her after my father left. I feel him nod. We sit quietly for a moment, holding each other in a soft embrace. I bring my hand against his chest, tracing over his tattoos. Your father is the stars, he asks, pulling me closer against him. I can hear the rhythmic thump of his heartbeat under my ear. Yes. What about you? Are you close to your family? Only my grandmother. And maybe that's the invisible connection I feel to him. I assume we've both been hurt by those who should never hurt you. We know that unconditional love has bounds. What happened to your parents? I ask, still weaving my finger over the designs on his chest. My father died when I was 5. I don't really have any memories of him. And my mother... He inhales. I hear his heartbeat grow harder, faster. Some people are better removed from your lives. And there's his cello. You know, I thought my father was the most amazing person in the world when I was little. I looked up to him. My mother adored him. As long as he was with me, I felt safe, like nothing could ever hurt me. I laugh. The fallacy of being a little girl, I guess. And then one night, before I went to bed, he opened my bedroom window and pointed out. He told me if I ever missed him to look at the stars, that he'd be looking at the same sky and missing me too. I shake my head. He left that night and never came back. So that was his way of telling you goodbye. I guess so. Pretty shitty, huh? It's cruel at best, Elijah says, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. The best part of it is, we found out he left us for his pregnant mistress. He chose them over us. A year over 10 years. I trail off, worried I've exposed too much. It's easy to undress your body in front of someone. Undressing your soul is much harder, more intimate. Some people aren't worthy of our love, Demi. You do realize that, don't you? Yes, I eventually figured that out. Elijah shifts in bed. I want to ask him about the cello. I'm hungry for his soul, his touch, but I don't want to push him. It's a fine line we're dancing here, so I settle on asking, what's your fondest memory? He's silent for a moment, like he's thinking. Then he takes a deep breath. Every summer, my grandmother would come stay for a week, and she'd take me to Coney Island and the movies. She was fearless for a grandmother. He laughs. She'd ride anything. I glance up, and there's a warm smile on his face. We should go. Tomorrow. Go where? To Coney Island? Yeah, why not? It's not far. I pat his chest. Don't worry, it doesn't have to count as date 3. He tilts my head back and kisses me. I've stopped counting them, and you should too. 17. The next morning, I wake to Elijah's heavy arm thrown over me. I turn on my side, watching as he sleeps. And I chew at my lip in thought, wondering what exactly he meant last night on the bridge when he told me there was something about me that made him feel good. I could read into that so many ways, and the thing that's the most upsetting is how I want to read into it. I want it to mean something more than sex, more than an ego stroke. Shit, this is bad. I carefully crawl out of bed and slip on one of his t-shirts. Tiptoeing across the living room and to the patio door, I press my hands against the glass and stare at the concrete city still hidden within dawn's shadows before I slowly tug the door open, stopping when it's cracked enough for me to slip through. I take a seat, listening to the sounds of the city as it wakes. The rising sun creates a halo around the massive skyscrapers, casting pink and red streaks over the river. Right now, it's as though the city is another world away. My mind certainly is another world away, Everything about Elijah is an anomaly. Sex is a hobby to him, yet he shows a level of affection that takes most men months to feel comfortable with. Part of me believes he craves affection more than he craves sex. I watch the sun come up and the first of the tour boats filled with people pull out of the dock on its way to Ellis Island, all the while distracted by the invisible attachment I feel to Elijah. Sighing, I push up from the chair and quietly step back into his air-conditioned apartment. Everything is clean, in its place. The hardwoods take on a golden hue under the morning sun pouring through the tall windows. This is the kind of life most people only dream about but never see. And here I am, invited in by a beautiful man who promises to be my undoing. Closing my eyes, I silently say a thank you that he's leaving, because this magnetic, all-consuming pull I have to him is beyond explanation. It's something completely irrational. Even though he's only 2 steps away from a stranger, a piece of my soul seems to know him. So I'll pretend to be blindly dangerous while knowing this is safe. I start toward the stairs and catch sight of the cello in the corner. I wonder why he hates it as I make my way to it. Who it reminds him of? Who hurt him? Men like him, dominant, powerful, they seem as though emotions couldn't touch them. But they have. The light gleams over the smooth, cherry-colored curves. I sweep my fingers over the strings, creating a muted pluck. "Did you sleep well?" he asks before taking a sip of coffee. I jump at the unexpected sound of his voice. When I glance over my shoulder, he's descending the steps in nothing but his boxers and tattoos, his hair still messy from sleep. "Yes. Did you?" I did. He crosses the room, stopping behind me and wrapping his arms around my waist. My chest tightens at the affectionate touch. "I enjoy sleeping next to you." What the hell do I say to that? I enjoy it too, but I don't want to admit that, so I swallow and say nothing. "Do you play an instrument?" he asks, kissing down my neck. "No." "When you play, you must be willing to expose a part of your soul, your innermost demons." He plucks his fingers over the strings, slow and methodical. "If you can't do that, it's not music. It's just empty notes." I bite my lip to keep from asking him why he hates the cello, but I'll allow myself to prod. "It sounds as though you loved music," I say. He kisses down my neck, threading his fingers through mine and crossing our arms over my chest. "It's what saved me and ruined me all at the same time." "How long has it been since you've played?" "How long has it been since you looked at the stars?" I swallow. "Would you like some coffee?" he asks, unwinding himself from me. "Yes, please." He disappears into the kitchen, and I sit on the sofa, staring at the cello, my imagination trying desperately to connect music and the cello and his need to fulfill people's fantasies. It's like trying to connect the dots without numbers. I have no idea which mark to start with. The warm breeze blows the scent of salt water and funnel cakes across my face. Heat radiates from the wooden planks sprinkled with sand. I'm surrounded by music, the rattling of roller coasters and subsequent screams of thrill seekers, mixed with the rumble of waves crashing and seagulls cawing. I could only imagine how magical this place must have seemed as a child. We pass one of the public restrooms. A group of girls loitering outside stare as we pass by, nudging each other and whispering. Even in a white t-shirt and black material shorts, Elijah still stands out like a beacon. He pulls his sunglasses from his windblown hair and puts them on. That only adds to his sex appeal. Right now, I'm walking down the boardwalk with a man who looks like he stepped off a high-end fashion runway, and here I am in a pair of cut-off shorts, an Aerosmith t-shirt, and my Converse. We're quite the pair. We stop in front of the entrance to Luna Park. I stare up at the red and blue pinwheels floating above the metal archway. Elijah studies the sign. "This is new." I shrug. "It's been here since I moved here." He shakes his head. This wasn't here when I was a kid. I follow his gaze, watching as the thrill rides zoom on their tracks. He glances back at me. You'll ride these. I shrug. Most of them. That surprises me. He grins. The woman who is afraid of bridges will ride carnival rides. I hold a finger up. Don't ruin this for yourself. Keep your safety information to yourself. I laugh on our way to the gate. I wasn't going to say a word. Really? I nudge him with my hip. Because I used to really enjoy my Uber rides. He throws his head back on a laugh. I watch the way his eyes crinkle at the corner, my chest going a little tight. I'm in so much damn trouble. By the time the sun is set, we've ridden every ride in Luna Park, and I must say I'm proud. I know he was just waiting for me to chicken out on one of them. Well, surprise, surprise. The fast death rides don't scare me. Elijah insisted we grab the signature meal of Coney Island, Nathan's hot dogs, and so here we sit at one of the worn picnic tables, the blue and red lights from the Wonder Wheel in the background dancing over the wood. Elijah balls his napkin in his fist and tosses it into the trash can to the side of us. Those hot dogs are disgustingly delicious. Yep. I take a sip of watered-down soda. I'd assume your refined palate would revolt. His eyes narrow. Is that what you think of me? My brows pinch together as I suck the last bit of drink through the straw. That you have a refined palate? Shaking his head, he dips his chin. That I'm unable to enjoy life. How does my statement about your refined palate say that you're unable to enjoy life? I think many people believe I turn my nose up at things like this simply because I have money. He nods toward the Nathan's hot dog stand behind us as he pushes to his feet. No, I didn't mean that. He grabs my hand and we start down the boardwalk. What did you mean then? Sighing, I stumble after him into one of the small boardwalk shops. The shelves are crammed with mugs and beer cozies, ball caps and T-shirts. Fine. I meant that you were too rich to eat hot dogs, I guess. And now I feel like a bitch. Exactly. I may have a nice apartment, a nice car. Don't forget a driver. He scowls at me over his shoulder. That's not what my life is all about, though. I'm sorry. I snag a mermaid trinket from the shelf. Coney Island is printed across the glitter-covered tail. I wasn't trying to be rude. You don't have to be sorry. He takes the mermaid out of my hand. It's most people's perception. Elijah thumbs through a stack of postcards, and my attention goes to the carousel of souvenir hats behind him. I spin the rack around, snagging the black cap with a skull and Coney Island written in biker-esque font. It's the most unrefined thing I can find, so I plop it on his head, tugging it down by the bill. The way Elijah's dark hair sticks out from the side is cute. That's sexy, I say. His lips tilt in an unamused smile that makes one dimple pop. You should get it. I smile and turn back to the shelf of trinkets. I pick up a snow globe and shake it. And, he says before something covers my head. He grabs my shoulders and spins me around, beaming with amusement. Just as I suspected. Adorable. Ball caps look ridiculous on me. I angle my head around his shoulder to glance in the mirror at the backwards ball cap. Elijah pushes my ponytail over my shoulder and leans down beside me, his cap still in place. I like it.
Let the story pause so your spirit doesn't have to. This music is for your restoration, and this audiobook is a gift to you.
he says, staring at our reflection. Then he tears the tag off mine and walks to the register. I'm not wearing this, I say. You are. He pulls his wallet from his back pocket and hands his card to the young blonde behind the counter. Doesn't she look adorable? He asks. The clerk swipes his card, then glances at me. Sure. Adorable is what you call a teacup poodle, I say, taking the cap off and staring at the curly font that says Brooklyn bound. No, adorable is what I call you. He steps behind me and takes the cap, placing it back on my head the correct way this time. Then he pulls my ponytail through the strap in the back. You're ridiculous, I say with a smile. Thank you. He motions me toward the exit and back onto the busy boardwalk. We weave between families and guys on skateboards. So, what now? We've ridden just about everything here. Without a word, we veer to the right. I'm staring down the iconic ramp with Coney Island painted in red block letters along the concrete side. I stare at the clown sign over the tunnel entrance telling us more rides are this way. The lights of the Wonder Wheel blink and flash over the concrete, and I swallow. Where are we going? This is just the kid park. I laugh, hoping he won't pick up on the nervous quiver behind it. I didn't take you for the kind of guy who likes merry-go-rounds. You can't come to Coney Island and not ride the Wonder Wheel. He picks up speed when we go under the tunnel, and so does my heartbeat. I can handle the thrill rides. They move so fast you don't have time to think. But Ferris wheels, they move slow enough to let my imagination run wild. I mean, I say, you've ridden it once, you've ridden it 1,000 times. But I've never ridden it with you. Oh, shit. We head toward the line that's not close to long enough for me, and we stop behind a man and woman tangled up in each other's arms. Elijah looks down at me with a smirk. So, the Thunderbolt's fine, but the Wonder Wheel's not? Look, it's nearly 100 years old. I rub over my arm while I stare up at the Ferris wheel, watching the buckets in the middle swing from one side to the other on that godforsaken track. One of those buckets are bound to come off, I mumbled. The line moves up. You do realize you have unfounded fears, don't you? He taps the bill of my cap. We've been over this, and yes. When we move up again, I'm standing right underneath the sign that reads, Swinging. I am not riding on the swinging ones. I attempt to snatch my hand from his grasp, but he just cocks a brow at me. If you are going to make me ride this terrible thing, at least put me in a stationary car. The swinging ones are the most fun. No! I'll throw you over my shoulder if I must. Exhaling, I hang my head. I'm not getting out of this. My fate is sealed. You're an asshole. You know, you keep saying that, and yet... He shrugs and squeezes my hand. Here you are. Well, we did shake on a bet. He almost rolls his eyes. You know as well as I do, there was no merit to that after date number 2. I fight a smile, then shift my gaze to the ground, staring at the wads of gum and discarded napkins. What are we doing with each other? The creak of the cars grab my attention, and I glance up just as Elijah leads me to a blue one. We climb in, him eagerly and me like I'm being led down death row. The operator closes the door and locks it. I just shake my head as I settle back onto the hard seat, my pulse going haywire. The lights blink on and off as the wheel slowly starts to turn. Elijah looks completely calm and collected. You aren't scared of anything, are you? I ask. Only a few things. What, base jumping? I say with a bit of snark. He only smiles, his gaze drifting from my eyes to my lips. One day, I'll tell you. Cupping my cheek, he presses his lips against mine. The hinges creak and groan, and the car lurches forward, rolling on the track and catching my stomach. I grab onto Elijah, balling his shirt in my hands as the car flies backwards, swinging. I hate this. He laughs. It's perfectly safe. We fly forward again. It looks like we'll shoot right off the Ferris wheel and over onto the beach, and then the car catches, going backwards again. What do you think is going to happen? He sweeps my hair from my face, tucking it underneath the edge of the cap. The worst, I whisper. I don't care how ridiculous I sound to him. I really don't. He shakes his head, then grabs me and kisses me. I melt into him, clinging to him as the car rocks back and forth. I really do hate you, I whisper in a desperate bid to convince myself. I don't believe that. One of his hands drops to my lap. You should. His hand inches up my thigh, and soon enough, I feel the Ferris wheel swinging, but I don't even care. I spread my legs. Touch me, I say. He smiles against my lips and moves his hand between my thighs. See, I told you. You aren't as tame as you believe. I don't respond, just grab his face and press my mouth to his in a deep, hard kiss. The music of the park whirls around me. Every so often there are screams and laughter, but really, it's only he and I. What's your dirtiest fantasy? He nips at my jaw, his fingers teasing me. What filthy things do you crave? You, I whisper. His finger slips inside me, and I wrap my arm around his shoulder, pulling him closer. Do you like it when I play with you like this? His finger sinks in deeper, harder. His thumb presses on my clit, where we may get caught. There goes the flood of adrenaline he so easily conjures up. I feel myself tense around his fingers at the thought of being caught, and he smirks against my lips. Yes, I say. He shoves another finger inside. Would you enjoy other men watching me spread your pretty pussy with my fingers? The lights of the Ferris wheel blink red and blue and green. The hinges to the track creak and groan like a rusted swing set. I'm so wet, so turned on I can't catch a good breath. I find myself leaning back and opening my legs wider. The breeze on my exposed skin energizes me. The soft lull of the music and people below adds a sense of danger I find shamefully addictive. Do you know how hard it is for me not to fuck you right here? He says while burying his fingers inside me, crooking them until I moan. We reach another tipping spot on the Ferris wheel, and the car flies across the track, hinges creaking as the bucket violently rocks back and forth. Look at all those people, he whispers against my throat, and not one of them knows I have my fingers inside you. I open my eyes while he fingers me, hard, determined. The rides in the park are a kaleidoscope of color. The white caps of the waves are all I can see past the shore. And as the car slowly descends, I give in to him, throwing my head back and letting go. Letting go, like he always said I would. By the time the operator opens the door, my cheeks are flushed, and I'm still trying to catch my breath. Have a good evening, he says when we climb out. You too. Elijah smiles, reaching back to grab my hand, and we walk down the boardwalk hand in hand. I almost forget we aren't two normal people on a normal date, because we're not. I'm a conquest, and he's my chance to prove to myself I can do things I never thought I could. 18. I wake to the clink of a coffee cup being set on the nightstand. Good morning, he says, rubbing a hand over my arm. Good morning. Smiling, I stretch in the bed, taking note that he's already dressed in a green Henley and jeans. I brush my fingers over the soft fabric while his fingers tease my side. I have a surprise for you today. Smiling, I sit up in bed and take the steaming mug in my hands. You and your surprises. His fingers sweep through my hair. We have to be at the airport in 3 hours. I'm sorry? He nods. Elijah, I can't just... It's Sunday. He shrugs. What time do you have clients tomorrow? 9. His phone rings and he pulls it from his pocket. I've got to take this call, but I promise you'll be back in plenty of time. And he walks off like it's not even up for debate. The engines whir as the plane picks up speed on the tarmac. Elijah's busy typing on his phone and mumbling about an investor while I stare through the window. The plane should lift from the ground at any second, so I grab the armrest and squeeze. Flying is not something I'm a fan of. It makes me feel trapped, and who really enjoys feeling trapped? My leg bounces as the plane barrels faster and faster down the LaGuardia runway. I smooth my hand over the wrinkle in my shirt. Just when the nose lifts and my stomach catches, I feel Elijah's hand cover mine like he knows I need his touch. His finger rubs back and forth over my knuckles. Let me guess. Afraid of flying? He asks. The plane banks and I close my eyes, pressing my feet against the floorboard like that will keep the plane steady. Not afraid, just anxious. I don't like not being in control. He settles down in the seat, threading his fingers through mine and pulling my hand into his lap. Control is an illusion. I lean against the headrest and sigh. I like to pretend it's not. Let me live in my happy bubble. He chuckles and brings my hand to his lips, kissing my knuckles. Whatever you want, Tiger Lily. I glance through the window, watching as the city shrinks little by little, then disappears underneath the blanket of white clouds. You still haven't told me why we're going to North Carolina. It will ruin the surprise. 2 hours later, we touch down in North Carolina, and I still have no idea why we are here, why we brought no luggage. I'm not surprised when we step out of the airport to find a man with a sign that reads, Mr. Banks, waiting beside a Mercedes GLA. Wow, you think of everything, don't you? I say as I follow him to the idling car, but instead of Elijah climbing into the back like I expect, he walks to the passenger side and opens the door. Your chariot awaits, he says with a smirk. You're driving? Yes. Why does this concern me? I eye him suspiciously when I climb into the luxury car. Because everything concerns you? Grinning, he closes the door and rounds the car, quickly climbing behind the wheel. Now, he fiddles around with the column. The gas pedal is the one on the right, correct? My eyes go wide. You're kidding. All he does is shrug before revving the engine. Yep, it's the right one. I'm really not sure if he's serious or not. He shoves the gear in park and we speed off. Elijah switches lanes and floors the accelerator, and I find myself checking the catch on my seatbelt, which he finds amusing. You know, when you told me you had a driver because you were a liability behind the wheel, I ask and he grins, I believe it. He moves to the far lane without his blinker. I shake my head and take a deep breath, praying that wherever we have to go isn't that far. An hour later, we're on a country highway surrounded by the woods and the Appalachian Mountains. The sun drops below the horizon and the headlights to the Mercedes cut on. My phone buzzes and I pull it out, reading over a text from Steph. Where in the hell are you? You missed our jog and our afternoon of pizza and Netflix. I'm in North Carolina with Elijah. Steph, he flew you to North Carolina? First class. Steph, for what? The bar showing how much signal my cell has disappear, and I quickly type out, I don't know yet, but I'm about to lose reception. I'll text you later. I press send, not sure if it will go through or not. We turn onto a narrow road that appears to lead up the mountainside. Still not going to tell me? I ask. No. He taps his finger over the steering wheel. I swear I can hear a smile in his tone. All right, I huff, watching the incline to the road grow steeper and steeper. Are you stressed? Nope, not at all, I lie. Why do I get the feeling you're lying? I shrug a shoulder, staring straight ahead as we climb the winding road. A sign whizzes past the window, warning of a steep drop-off. Great! The road takes a sharp turn. My mouth goes dry, and I find myself gripping the overhead handle for dear life. It's a beautiful view, Elijah says, pointing through the window. Can you put your hand back on the steering wheel, please? I'm now pressed into the seat like that's going to keep this SUV from barreling over the edge of the mountain. He looks at me, which means his eyes are no longer on the road, and my pulse skyrockets. I go bug-eyed as I point at the windshield. Eyes on the road! I shout before placing my palm on his cheek and carefully turning his head. We're winding our way up a freaking mountain with signs about certain death. Certain death, he chuckles. Yes, certain death. Collapsing bridges and hurricanes and certain death. What in the world goes on in that brain of yours? Some serious survival instincts. I see. He glances at me again, and I glare at him, angrily pointing at the window. Okay, eyes on the road, he says, but at least look at the view once. He reaches across the console and takes my hand in his. I glance down at his fingers laced between mine, and as much as that anxious bit of me wants to scream at him to keep both hands on the wheel, I don't want him to stop holding my hand. With a sigh, and against my better judgment, I look to the driver's side. Pieces of the deep red sky shine through the dark pines. The white wisp of clouds seems to glow against the sunset. You spend so much time afraid, you miss out on the beauty in life. I didn't miss out on you, I say. He grins. But, if we're being honest, it was I who refused to miss out on you. I was persistent in not letting you avoid me. Whatever you need to think. The rest of the way up the mountainside, I'm lost in my own head, wondering what I'm going to do when I no longer have this, when I no longer have him. Eventually, gravel crunches beneath the tires, and Elijah takes a sharp left. The headlights shine over the thick woods before he puts the car in park. When he cuts the engine, the lights fade out, plunging us into darkness. Should I be concerned that you've brought me up on some deserted mountain where we're surrounded by nothing but woods? I ask. What do your survival instincts tell you? That you're too pretty to be a serial killer? I smile, and he laughs, climbing out of the car and rounding the front to open my door. The distinct buzz of cicadas swarms around me as the sticky heat clings to my skin like wet static. Wasn't Ted Bundy an attractive man? He asks, leading me across a field of tall grass. Shh. The hum of the insects grow quiet when we suddenly stop in the middle of the meadow. Elijah moves behind me, nuzzling his face in the crook of my neck. Look up, he says, taking his hands and tipping my head back. Millions of stars twinkle against the dark sky, sparkling and dancing. Directly above, a bright swath of milky haze stretches across the atmosphere. Nothing I've seen in my life compares to this, not the ocean or the mountains. There's so many stars, I breathe. Only a few places in the world exist where you can see the stars like this. He kisses my neck. All skies are not the same, Demi. We all see something different when we look up. My throat tightens. You're more than enough. So much fucking more. He turns me around to face him. From now on, when you look at the stars, I want you to remember, some people would give up everything for you instead of giving you up for everything else. My throat tightens, my heart hammers against my ribs. The breathtaking view grows blurry. Dear God, am I about to cry? Stop it, Charlie. Pull yourself together. This is insane. You leave in a few weeks, I blurt, blinking away the tears. This is slowly growing too real. Let me forget, because this is too right, he says against my mouth, and I'm done. He just took any remaining thread of strength I possessed and snapped it in two like a well-worn piece of thread. I know this is a dead end, one on a cliff with a barricade up to warn me not to fly over, yet here I stand, hurtling myself right over the edge with nowhere safe to land. Rationality is not a forte of the heart and soul, and that are the two things that want Elijah most. There is no winning this. The kiss grows deeper, more desperate. I claw at his shirt, wanting nothing more than to undress him under these stars and let him have every last piece of me. His hands roam over my body, pulling and tugging at my clothes. Elijah backs me toward the car, his mouth never leaving mine. I imagine him doing what he promised, throwing my face down on the hood of a car and taking me from behind. At that thought, I scratch my fingers through his hair. You have no idea how badly I want you, he whispers. The control it's taken for me not to fuck you. My legs hit the bumper of the car. The only sound is our uneven breaths and the chirps of the crickets. He grabs my waist, sets me on the hood, and steps between my thighs. Too much is separating, the lace of my panties, the thick material of his jeans. Since I first saw you, you were different. His hands glide up my thighs. I wanted something so much more from you than I've ever wanted from a woman. My heart hammers in my chest when he grabs the hip of my panties and inches them down, and suddenly I'm terrified to do this with him. I'm scared of what it will do when he leaves. As connected as I already feel to him, I don't need anything else to tether me to him. If I believed he would fuck me in a way that would leave me feeling like a cheap whore, I'd let him do it. I'm fearful that instead he'll fuck his very soul into me, and I can't have that. I can't have his ghost haunting me like that when he's gone. He's still dressed when he presses against me. I feel my walls crumbling bit by bit. Elijah, I whisper, his lips at my throat, his hands under my dress. My heart and body war with one another, each needing this for different reasons. Demi, and that is all I need to hear. I'm not Charlie to him, I'm Demi. This has all been built on a pretty little lie because it was meant to go nowhere. I can't. I pull away from him, sliding off the hood and putting much-needed distance between us. Not here. I watch his chest rise and fall. He nods before walking to the passenger side and opening my door. I'm a very patient man, and I'll wait as long as it takes. 19. As promised, I was back in time for my 9 a.m. client. Brianna Thomas, self-proclaimed trophy wife, sits on the opposite side of my office in her pristine Versace dress, every so often flipping her silky red hair behind her shoulders. It's a mess. She stares at the floor, chewing on her lip. It's going to make me sound, she huffs, bad. I'm only here to listen, not judge, I say, staring at my iPad. Brianna starts a long-winded story about how she's fallen out of love with her husband, and while I am sort of paying attention, I'm more focused on the list of reasons why I should cut it off with Elijah today, tonight, this very moment that I'm typing out. I'm pissed at myself for letting it get out of hand like this. I should have just kept going when my shopping cart got stuck on the BOGO bin of granola bars, but no, my dumb ass suggested coffee because that sounded safe. I add, he makes me dumb to the list. He leaves in a week, so it ends there, but I now realize just how little time plays into emotions. A week in the eyes of love could be eons. I don't need eons of feelings added to the inevitable heartbreak I'm headed for, and fucking him is absolutely out of the question. Do you think I made a mistake? Brianna asks. I glance up from my tablet with no idea what she said over the past 5 minutes. Well, I clear my throat. Do you think you've made a mistake? Good save, Charlie. Good save. No. She shakes her head, resolve falling over her face. No, I haven't. I think avoiding that conversation was the best thing to do. Avoiding? Yes. Avoidance is always the answer. I just have to avoid him for 7 days. 7 days, I think, when I unlock my door with Elijah behind me. Somehow, Elijah talked me into dinner, and somehow he talked me into letting him walk me home, and now he's behind me, waiting as I unlock the door. Can I come in? He asks. Yeah, sure. I open the door and drop my keys on the entryway table, thinking he may come in, but he's not spending the night here. Definitely not. He trails his finger over the arm of my couch, and I can't help but recall the first time I went to his apartment. Well, I say with a smirk, this is different. What is? He asks, perplexed when he glances up. A man, in my apartment. His eyes crinkle with a grin. I cross the tiny room, and turning the tilt wand to the vertical blinds, I wave my hand in front of the window, showing off the view of the red brick apartment building across from me. My view isn't near as impressive as yours. But it's yours. When I spin around, his gaze isn't directed at the window, but instead at the black and white picture of my mother on my side table. He picks it up, and I step toward him. Your mother? He asks, turning the frame around as he takes a seat on the sofa. Yes. You favor her. That's what my grandmother always said. He carefully places the frame back on the table, then grabs my waist and pulls me down on his lap, sweeping his hands through my hair. Let me stay tonight. Sleep next to you. Closing my eyes, I suck a breath in. I want him to stay. I want to soak up every damn minute I can with this man, but every second only tightens the noose around my heart. Squeezing and choking, I'm right at the gallows edge. If this is just casual, I whisper, what are we doing? Living in the moment? He kisses me, soft and slow. This is not the greedy and desperate kiss I've grown used to with him. This is different. This one tightens my chest and steals my breath. This is the kind of kiss that would break your heart if followed with the word goodbye. What is it about you? He whispers against my lips, his hand rubbing down my cheek. I've been wondering the same thing about you. Let me stay, please. I pause. I hesitate. I bite at my lip, tasting him. Okay. Elijah loops one arm beneath my knees and stands with me in his arm. Where's your room? He asks. I nod toward the hall. First door on the left. Our eyes lock. Turmoil twists inside me as he walks toward my room. I know better than this. I know better than him, but my heart evidently doesn't. I tell myself tonight will be the last night. Tomorrow I'll wake up and tell him this has to end, whatever this is. With a kiss, he lays me on the bed. All I want to do is kiss you tonight, hold you. He tugs his shirt over his head before caging me in with his arms. That's all I want. His nose sweeps along my cheek, just to hold you. If I allowed myself, I'd lose myself in this man. Actually, I fear I may already have. I slept like a rock last night, even though I was full of worry. Elijah lay sprawled out like a starfish, his dark brown hair messy and unkempt. This is a sight I want to get used to because I want him to always be here. Shit. I throw the covers off and climb out of bed, scolding myself on the way to the bathroom. I wash my hands and comb my fingers through my hair before padding down the hall toward the kitchen. Maybe I'm being ridiculous, I think, as I take the carton of eggs from the fridge. I grab a skillet and turn the gas stove on. I feel like a woman gone mad. I can't make my mind up about what to do, and really, there's not much to do, is there? Maybe I should just embrace these last few days and let him leave. It wouldn't be the first time a man that meant the world to me had done it. It wouldn't be the last, I'm sure. I crack the egg, watching the yolk sizzle and pop in the skillet, and maybe that's what it is that bothers me so much. Maybe that's why I'm so hell-bent on ending this before he leaves. I don't want him to just be another man that left. I want him to be different. I want to look at the stars and truly believe that to one man I was enough. I finish cooking breakfast, accepting the fact that I'm actually mentally fucked up. When Elijah steps into the kitchen, he has a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair damp from a shower. His brow is furrowed like something's pressing on his mind. For a fleeting moment, I allow myself to imagine him telling me he's not going to London, that he's changed his mind. But even he couldn't fulfill a fantasy as reckless as that. Blowing a hard breath through his nose, his face softens and he closes the space between us, sweeping his hand over my cheek. "There's a party tonight I'd like you to go to with me." An uneasy feeling settles in my stomach. That's right, Charlie. Remember? He's not just your fantasy, he's every other woman's. Remember the bet, the one where you could see what his hobby is all about? I guess, deep down, I wanted to believe that his being a fantasy fulfiller was all talk, like me pretending I wouldn't fall for him evidently was. I brush an imaginary piece of lint from my shoulder. "I've got plans with Steph tonight." It's a lie. "Cancel them." "No, I don't want to see him with other women. I don't want any of that." His jaw ticks and his eyes flash. I'm a businessman, Demi. No is not in my vocabulary. "Then I suggest you add it," I say. "I need you to go to this party with me." "I already told you. I have plans." I shrug a shoulder. "See? You lose. I'm not the type of girl you can set free." That's another lie, because he already has. Silence. My heart pounds as I take him in with all his muscles and tattoos, that thin white towel clinging to his waist. His nostrils flare and he grabs onto me, fisting my hair in both his hands. "I know you're only playing with me," he whispers, his lips playing at my neck. I do like it, though. It's cute. With that, he lifts me onto the counter. The t-shirt I'm wearing rides up, exposing my legs to the cold countertops. He shoves his knee between my thighs and spreads them before he kneels in front of me, sliding one side of my panties over. He makes me weak when he's on his knees, and he knows it. My nails scratch over the granite when his tongue circles my clit, and I involuntarily toss my head back. Lick, suck, he groans, and my muscles tense. Lick, he's turning the key like I'm a wind-up toy, tighter and tighter until I'm a pent-up ball of tension. Within a matter of seconds, I'm grabbing at his shoulders on the verge of an orgasm, and then the bastard stops. He moves my panties back in place, closes my legs, and looks right at me as he stands, leaving me breathless and aching between my thighs. "Do you really want to tell me no?" he says. "Because if you ask me, this..." He opens my legs again and slides a finger underneath the edge of my panties with a grin. "Oh, this feels like you don't." "Fuck you," I breathe. "In due time, but not today." His finger thrusts inside me, deep and hard. I gasp like a whore at the welcomed intrusion. "Yes or no, Demi?" His thumb brushes my clit and my body jerks in reaction. In and out, his fingers thrust violently, scooting my back on the counter. He brings me right to the edge of an orgasm again, only to stop. I exhale an angry breath. I feel like he's abusing me for his own sick pleasure. He arches a stern brow. Yes or no, Tiger Lily? I'd bet he's just as frustrated as I am. If I say no, I cross my legs, drumming my nails over the counter. He smirks. Then you don't come. Smug asshole. Before I realize it, I've leaned forward and grabbed his chin, tilting his head down to bring his stormy gaze to mine. My heart thumps because I'm about to wind him up until his spring pops. The real question right now isn't really whether I'll go with you, Elijah. It's whether or not I'll let you make me come. A deep groan rumbles from his chest. He grabs my knees, yanking my thighs apart and shoving my panties to the side as he bends back down, his fingers digging into my hips while he unforgivingly fucks me with his tongue. I sigh at the relief I know is coming, then grab at his hair, bucking my hips against his mouth. I slap at the counter, trying to breathe while fighting the orgasm already ripping through my core. Fuck, I groan, my thighs clenching. The pleasure grows hot and intense, slowly transitioning to pain. Shit! Stop! I pant, but he doesn't. He's still pulling my clit between his lips over and over, his fingers still crooking and bending inside me. He keeps going until the pain fades back into pleasure and I'm falling over that cliff again. The sounds slipping from my lips border on a scream when my body succumbs to the tingling heat. When I finally come down and catch my breath, I open my eyes to find him with his pants around his ankles and his hard cock gripped tightly in his hand. Now, Demi, he says, pointing to the floor, I'll let you get on your knees for me. He's acting like it's a reward, and honestly, it feels like it is. I want him in my mouth so badly that I smile when I slide off the counter. I fall to my knees as though I'm seeking forgiveness, and I take his cock, pressing it to my lips with a gentle kiss. Elijah grabs a fistful of hair and pulls while I trace my tongue over his shaft, flicking the piercing. I groan against him, and he tenses just before I take him back in my throat. Shit, he huffs, then sighs. His fingers tighten in my hair as my head bobs up and down. He's swearing under his breath, but that's not good enough. This man has left me undone, raw and exposed. Unable to string words together, I won't be satisfied until I've made his knees buckle. I shove him back until he's against the counter. Then I take him as deep as I can and cup his balls. I work over him, slow, steady. He whispers fuck over and over, and his head falls back. His hands brace the edge of the counter, his fingers twitching. I slide one finger toward his ass, pressing over his taint as I quicken my pace. Within seconds, he's groaning, fucking my mouth wildly. His hold on my hair grows so tight my scalp stings. I'm anticipating the way he'll taste, salty like skin and sweat. I want his cum in my mouth. I glance up, watching his face tighten. His mouth makes the perfect O. Every ounce of refinement, of control he has dissipates, fading into something rugged and masculine, enveloped with pleasure. The first hint of his orgasm falls on my tongue, and then he pulls out of my mouth, collapsing against the counter as he greedily comes on the floor. Holy fuck, he whispers, roughly dragging his free hand through his messy hair. This man is like a drug, strong, completely addictive, absolutely something I do not need, but God, do I crave him. Licking the taste of him from my lips, I stand and go to brush past him without looking, because right now my mind's getting the best of me, but he, of course, grabs my arm. His hazel eyes bore into me, and I wish I could hate him. Demi, there's a sweet plea to his voice. Please, he whispers, raking his fingers through my hair. Don't make me go without you. I need you there. I'll go, simply because I know my going will be the easiest way for me to end this. I won't be able to handle it, and I'm well aware of that. Okay, Elijah. I'll go. 20. Elijah climbs out, smoothing a hand over his designer shirt before he offers me his hand. The sidewalks are crowded with business people, dog walkers, women pushing expensive-looking strollers. I glance at the street sign on the corner, Madison Avenue. What are we doing? I ask. You'll need a dress to wear tonight, he says. I have plenty of dresses. Do you have one from Linvan? I stumble, then stop in the middle of the sidewalk to glance down at my skinny jeans and Converse. I don't shop at places like that. Elijah glances over his shoulder and squeezes my hand. I know, but I do. You're not getting me anything from a store like that. Why not? It's expensive. But he doesn't respond, just keeps leading me down the sidewalk. This man is ridiculous. If a designer dress is a requirement for this kink party, I laugh, I'm probably not the girl you need to be taking. He stops and stares down at me, his face inching closer and closer. You, Demi, are a woman, not a girl, and there is no other woman I would take besides you. Embarrassment burns through me. This man, 6 years my junior, acts more mature than I do, and I know it. My brows knit together just before he pulls me through a doorway. The floral scent of expensive perfume surrounds me when we step inside. Everything is white with clean edges. Unlike the department stores I shop at, the racks aren't crammed with clothing. Everything is spaced and even and perfect, and the shop is completely empty. Elijah releases my hand and walks straight to a mannequin donning a beautiful sapphire blue one-shoulder dress. The skirt is asymmetrical but accentuates the perfect curves of the plastic model. The delicate silk ribbon tied around the waist adds a feminine flair. It's perfect and gorgeous and Linvan, which I could never, ever accept. Do you like this one? He asks, pinching the fabric between his fingers and rubbing it back and forth. I clumsily walk up behind him, staring at the dress. It's gorgeous, but it's... Mr. Banks. Heels click over the floor. I spin around just as a saleswoman crosses the room, her long, slender legs gracefully carrying her as though she were on a runway. Blonde hair in a blunt cut, bright blue eyes rimmed in thick liner. She looks like the editorial in a magazine. Catherine, he says with a smile, kissing her cheek. A flare of jealousy wells inside me, but I quickly snuff it out. Catherine cast a disinterested look in my direction before her gaze moves back to Elijah. What can I help you with? She bats her long lashes, and I want to roll my eyes. I'd like to see this dress. He skims a hand over the fabric. On her. He nods toward me. I hold my hands up, slowly shaking my head. I really don't... She eyes me over. Size 6? She asks, walking to the wardrobe behind her. Hangers scrape against the rack as she sorts through dresses. Yes. I say, just as she plucks one out and holds it up, the light catching on the smooth material. Anything else, Mr. Banks? Shoving his hands in his pockets, he looks at me. Is there anything you would like to try? No. I glare at him. That's it for now, Catherine. This way, please, she says, beckoning me with her finger. Exhaling a long breath, I follow her into a dressing room. I glance up at the crystal chandelier overhead while she hangs the garment on a fancy gold hook, then unfastens the zip. Let me know if you need any assistance, she says, stepping out and closing the door. I stare at my reflection in the gold-framed, floor-to-ceiling mirror. I'm not poor, but in this store, I most certainly look it. Against my better judgment, I flip the price tag over and immediately clutch my chest. $2,000 for a dress? Talk about frivolous. I'm not his girlfriend. I'm just some woman he met in Mexico who was on her knees in his kitchen this morning. I kick my Converse off. Shit. This is what Richard Gere did in Pretty Woman. I'm basically one step away from a prostitute, I think, as I wiggle out of my jeans, then toss my shirt on the plush dressing bench. I pull the dress from the hanger, staring at that damn price tag again before I put it on. The zipper glides effortlessly closed, and when I spin around to look at myself, I suddenly understand how people get into credit card debt. This dress is nowhere near affordable, but it looks incredible. Yes, $2,000 incredible. It hugs every curve in the most flattering way. Even with my hair in a ponytail and lack of makeup, I look put together in it. There's a rap on the door. "I want to see you in it," Elijah says. Bending over, I quickly yank my socks off and toss them in the corner with my clothes, then open the door, smiling like an idiot. His eyes drift from my face to my chest, following the cinch of my waist, the flare of my hip. He grips his bottom lip underneath his teeth and makes no attempt to hide it when he adjusts himself. He steps into the dressing room, and the door closes softly behind him. Leaning his face down to mine, he presses me against the mirror. His warm breath blows across my neck. "The dress is beautiful on you," he says. His hands grip my waist, and I suck in a quick breath. "But I think it will look much better, seams ripped and shoved around your waist while I bury my cock inside you." I knot my fingers in his shirt in response. His hips grind against me. I bite at my lip, wanting him to fuck me right now while at the same time hating myself for letting his words make me so weak. Fisting my hair, he places his mouth on my neck, pulling skin between his teeth. I run my hand through his hair, tilting my head to the side to grant him better access. He balls the skirt of the dress in his free hand and shoves it up. "Are you wet for me?" he asks. "I fucking hate you." He chuckles against my throat before placing a soft kiss to it. I don't believe that. I'm shocked when I find my hips thrusting toward his, my body begging for friction. As much as I enjoy this little game of his, I equally hate it because I have no control. Yes, I do. I'm not fucking him in this dressing room. Grabbing the short strands of his hair, I yank his head away from my neck. "Why do you do this to me?" I whisper. "The same reason you do it to me." He slides the dress strap from my shoulder, his fingers sweeping over my skin when he drags it down my arm. "Because I can," he says, slowly unzipping the dress. I hold his gaze, wishing I had more willpower against this bastard, but he takes everything I thought I knew about myself and lights fire to it. With a smirk, he pulls the dress over my head, then presses his body against mine with a satisfied groan. My heart bangs against my ribs, hard and steady. I swallow, trying to fight away the thought of how hot it would be to watch him fuck me in that gaudy mirror. He presses one hard kiss over my lips, pushing my bra cup down and squeezing my breast in his hand. The way he touches me sends me into a spiral of want and need. It's so raw and desperate, savage. That's it. He makes me feel savage. I roughly rake my fingers through his hair, watching in anticipation as he leans down and sucks my nipple into his mouth. I groan when his teeth clamp down around it, just the right amount of pressure. I wet my lips, ready to beg him, and just as I inhale a breath, he shoves away. He stares at me, the dress still clutched in his hand. "If I ever fuck you, Demi." His lips twitch before he opens the dressing room and steps out without another word. 21. I watch the Upper East Side roll past the window as the car creeps down the street, the houses of Park Avenue pristine and haughty. Elijah is the image of sin and seduction in his sleek Versace suit with a sapphire blue tie that matches my dress. His hair is swept into a stylish pompadour. He's like a package of sex bundled in a suit, something more resembling an ad for Dolce & Gabbana cologne than an under-30 entrepreneur. Simon pulls the car over in front of an impressively large white townhome, green awnings, lead windows, a wrought iron stairwell that leads to the double wooden entranceway complete with a doorman. Am I really doing this? Coming to a party where, actually, I have no idea what to expect. A valet hurries to open the car door. Smiling, I brush my hand over Elijah's silk tie. Don't fuck with me in here, Elijah. If you expected me not to fuck with you, his eyes spark, then you shouldn't have worn that dress. The door opens and Elijah climbs out, offering me his hand. We walk up the steps arm in arm. I lean by his shoulder. You're an asshole, I say through a clenched smile, nodding politely at the gentleman who just walked past. I'm well aware. He pats my hand. When we step into the foyer, I fight to keep my jaw from dropping. A marble, 3-story foyer complete with a sweeping staircase and frescoes that I swear look like they belong in the Louvre. The airy song of a violin floats around the room. We head through an arched doorway and into another room with floor-to-ceiling windows. A shiny grand piano is positioned to the side of a large bar. Men in impressive suits and women in gorgeous dresses mingle, smiling, laughing. You're joking with me, right? This is a business party, isn't it? His gaze meets mine and he smirks. No, strictly for pleasure. Elijah nods politely at a couple we pass on our way toward the bar. You just what? I don't know. Didn't expect this. What, for wealthy people to be deviants? His eyes flare with the word and he chuckles. Sweet, innocent Demi. As we cross the room, I wonder how many of these women have had Elijah, how many have woken up in his arms and are now staring at me with pity, knowing what tragedy awaits my poor, pathetic heart, because I'm certain, try as they may, they've all fallen for him in one way or another. This is what I need to let him go, I tell myself. Once at the bar, Elijah orders our drinks and makes pleasantries with the people around him. As I'm taking inventory of my surroundings, I notice the blonde man beside me. His arm is wrapped around a woman's waist, but his eyes trained on me. I smile awkwardly, then turn back to the bar, but I still feel him watching me. A twinge of uneasiness crawls around me, and I find myself stepping closer to Elijah. Just as I turn to see if the man's still there, Elijah hands my glass of wine to me, and I notice the man's brow furrow. James, he says, this beautiful woman came with you. Shocking, I know. Elijah chuckles, but there's a certain restraint to it. Something that only adds to the uneasy feeling winding through me like a snake. The blonde man smiles and steps toward me. Ethan, he says, taking my hand and lifting it to kiss my knuckles. And this is my wife, Holly, who I'm certain would be more than interested to get to know you a little better. I feel Elijah tense beside me. I catch him fiddle with the knot of his tie. I feign a cough, fighting the heat burning my face, and then I realize, tonight, I can be Charlie. Charlie, I say, and Elijah gives me an approving nod. I assume you'll be staying for the festivities afterwards, Ethan asks. I'm not sure yet, Elijah says. Well, I do hope you stay. Ethan's eyes drag over me again, and Elijah places his arm around my waist, tugging me to his side. It was good to see you, Ethan. Holly, Elijah says dismissively. Ethan stiffens before Elijah walks us onto the patio. As we make our way around the pool deck, I find myself watching people, waiting to pick up on something sordid, but it's only conversation and drinks. You know, I'm not partaking in any of this, I say. His eyes go soft and he clasps my hand in his. You're not at all curious? Not about this, but about you, yes. I glance around at the people paired off in groups of 2 and 4. Before me, who would you have brought to this party?
No one. Everyone else here seems to belong with someone. He grins, motioning for me to take a seat on an empty lounge. Most do. Most people here are swingers. And you are? One of the few single men respected enough to play. He sits next to me, winding a piece of my hair around his finger. No strings attached, no jealousy, simple fantasy fulfillment. But why? His brows wrinkle. Sex wants very little in return. This is your way of avoiding relationships. I do it to avoid disappointing anyone. I've done enough of that in my life. He drops the tendril of hair. How could you ever disappoint anyone? A sympathetic smile shapes his lips. Because some people's expectations are more than one person can meet. I comb my hand through his thick hair, and he leans into my touch. Please, tell me. I want to know. He leans over his knees and clasps his hand as though in prayer, then nods once. My mother was a concert cellist. When I was 5, our home caught fire. My father saved me, went back in for my mother, but never came out. Somehow my mother survived, but she suffered disfiguring burns. Her hands were useless. Her career was over. He inhales. She blamed me for my father's death. Had I not been alive, he would have saved her instead of me. I'm so sorry, I whisper. I wanted to learn the cello for her since she missed her music. All I wanted was to make her proud, but nothing was ever good enough. He falls silent for a moment, then all at once his resolve comes back. Every time I play it, all I can hear is her telling me what a disappointment I am, a waste. He shakes his head. I never want to be so unappreciative as her. I never want to be filled with so much hate. I scratch my fingers through his hair, swallowing around the lump in my throat. He grew up unable to please the person children desperately seek the approval of. Jesus. All he wants to do is please someone. It makes so much sense. We're both messes. I guess when you tear back the walls humans tend to build around themselves, you'll find that most are broken in some way, shape, or form. Everything is a perception. Very few things are the truth. I reach out, touching my palm to his chest. If this isn't enough to please someone, Elijah, they aren't worth your efforts. There's a long moment of silence where we stare at each other, a moment that seems to stretch out for eternity. Elijah makes me feel safe and beautiful, wanted, alive, and it terrifies me. Given enough time, you'll forget the things someone says, but you'll never forget the way they make you feel. I've never forgotten my father, Elijah's never forgotten his mother, and I'll never forget him. He leans in, kissing me slowly, sweetly, the way a man kisses his lover, not his toy. I need to stop this right here, right now. His eyes crinkle with a smile, and then his lips plant firmly against mine, and I find myself falling back into the lounge, dragging him with me. This is passion and want, restraint. It's everything women fantasize about, but too often never feel. He's ruining me, little by little, touch by touch, and as much as I'd love to hate him for it, I can't. I smile as his hand glides up my thigh, higher and higher, because I know what he's about to find. I wore no underwear. He smiles against my lips when his finger grazes my bare pussy. Groaning, he buries his face in the crook of my neck, sucking in an uneven breath. God, how I love to feel that I'm bringing this man to the brink of breaking. James! A man's voice booms across the poolside, and Elijah slowly pulls his hand from between my thighs and sits up. I subtly close my legs as I watch two shadowy figures cross the pool deck. Secluding yourself from the rest of the party, I see, the man says, stepping into the soft light coming from the porch. I narrow my gaze on the woman with him.
Her dark hair is swept back in a French twist. Her blood-red lips lay flat across her face. It's the same woman from the rooftop, and she's glaring at me like I'm her arch-nemesis. Her fiery gaze swings to Elijah. Elijah stands to shake hands with the man. I follow suit, pushing to my feet. "Nathan," Elijah says. The man laughs. "It's not typical to see him bring a woman to these events," he says, holding his hand out to me. "I'm Nathan, and this is my wife, Meredith." "Oh, we've met," Meredith says, dropping Nathan's arm to slink around Elijah like a snake. Her gaze bores into me while her fingers trail his shoulder. "Are you going to play with us tonight?" She bites at her lip, and Elijah moves out from under her touch. Nathan's eyes drag over me like a filthy rag, and it's just too much. I can't do this. This won't make it any easier. It won't make it hurt any less. It will just ruin my ability to believe we had something. I want to be able to look at the stars again without hating them. "Excuse me while I go to the restroom." I turn around and quickly head toward the patio stairs. I hear Elijah call my name, but I ignore him. By the time I reach the open doorway, my pulse is thrumming in my neck. I make my way through the large living room, stopping dead in my tracks when I notice a woman on the couch, naked, legs spread, a shirtless man between them, and two other men flanking her sides. I blink, watching while the two men grope and suck her breasts. The moral side of me tells me to look away, but I can't. The lavish furnishings surrounding them, the fact that other guests seem to walk past unfazed. I'm shocked, but more intrigued than anything. I focus on the way her eyes are closed tightly, the way her breasts rise on ragged swells while her fingers play with the hair of the men kneeled around her like an act of worship. She seems so free, so comfortable. I'm almost envious that she's able to enjoy something most people would be too afraid to explore. The gaze of the other two men drop when she opens her thighs wider for the man between her legs. Mixed signals fire through me. A wicked heat burns through my veins, and as I take inventory of my surroundings, I realize other people are kissing, groping, undressing each other. "What the fuck?" I whisper just before I feel someone grab my hand. I smell leather and spice. "Demi." He inhales, grabbing my hips and turning me to face him. His eyes search mine. His brows furrow and his nostrils flare. He's uncertain. I'm more than unnerved, and then I see the resolve wash over his face, the confidence he wears like a badge of honor. I thought I could convince myself. I swallow when he reaches for the strap of my dress, slowly sliding it from my shoulder. "Convince yourself of what?" He shakes his head. "That I was the one setting you free. But I was wrong. I think it's you who set me free." I'm frozen like a deer in headlights. My heart pounds, my breathing is labored. My legs won't budge to move me out of danger's way, and I'm about to be hit head-on and left on the side of the road for dead. "Elijah," I breathe. "I know now. Please, don't make me wait any longer." He grabs the zipper to my dress, slowly unfastening it while he backs me toward the hallway. He pulls the top of my dress down, exposing my breasts. My back hits the wall. From here, I can see the people in the other room, but I'm shielded from their view by Elijah's body. "Let me have you," he says. My nipples tighten. My pulse hammers so hard it makes me woozy. Leaning in, he rakes his teeth over my throat while pinching my nipple between his fingers. "Tonight, you're my good girl." He tears the dress over my hips, the stitching ripping before it falls to the floor. I'm naked in a stranger's mansion. My heartbeat tumbles into a panicked frenzy. And I'm your big bad wolf. Jesus. He grabs my thighs and lifts me, wrapping my legs around him before he pins my naked body to the wall. Before I can say a word, his hand is between us, his fingers thrusting into me fast and hard. He's staring at his hand, and I glance down, us watching together as his fingers work in and out. The sight of my naked body draped around him in his fancy suit is almost more than I can take. I want him naked. I want him fucking me. Here, in this hallway, in the living room with all those other people, I don't care where. At this moment, I just want him and his fantasies and all the sordid desires he can conjure up. I scratch my nails through his hair, imagining what it would be like to have those other men watch us like we're their own personal porno. "Do you want to fuck me?" he asks, fingering me harder. Elijah pulls me to that brink with practiced ease. God, yes. I tug at his hair, yanking his head to the side so I can bite his neck. He fights away from my hold and grips my bottom lip between his teeth before kissing me hard and graceless, like a savage. "Will you let them watch when I fuck you?" I should say no. I should shove him away, but the way his muscles are shaking like he can barely restrain himself, the people now fucking in the other room, it makes me unable to think. I want to know what it feels like to let go, to do things I shouldn't, for one night. "Tell me yes." The desperate way he says it sounds more like a plea. "Yes," I whisper, and he rips me from the wall, carrying me down the hall. "They can watch," he kisses me again. "They can get close enough that they can almost taste your pussy, but they're not touching you." He turns, bumping into an open doorway. "I want them to see how your cheeks blush the perfect shade of pink when you come." A door closes behind us. "I want them to hear how you say my name like a prayer." The lock clicks. He drops me on a bed. The scent of lavender floats up from the soft sheets. It's so dark I can't see, but I can hear him unfastening his pants, his clothes rustling as he strips them off. The mattress dips, and then his heavy weight is over me, naked and warm. "And that's the problem, Demi," he whispers. "I want all those things, but what I want more is just this." He grabs my chin, then presses a reverent kiss to my lips. "There's no one else in this room. It's just us." "Only you," he says, then moves away. A wrapper tears before he settles back between my thighs, slipping his arms beneath mine and placing his hands on my shoulder for leverage. He stills just when he nudges my entrance. I've been debased to the most basic of human instincts. Survival is no longer important. Just this, just him. Everything comes to a sobering halt. All those words, the things outside that locked door, are fantasy, but us, this is real. Elijah takes a breath, dropping his head to my shoulder. "I've wanted you since the first time I laid eyes on you," he says, "but I knew the last thing I wanted to do was hurt you." That could mean 800 different things. His hold on my shoulders tightens. I expect him to slam into me hard and brutal, but he doesn't. He sinks slowly into me, then stalls. His teeth bite into his bottom lip on a silent hiss. I grab onto his back, pulling him close. "Please," I whisper. "Fucking please, Elijah." Jesus Christ. His warm breath fans over my neck, his hard chest presses against my breast, and I arch my back, attempting to draw him deep inside, but still he doesn't budge. He stays barely inside me, his face hovering over mine. Elijah is a fleeting moment in my life, one that will remain long after he's physically gone. For the first time in my life, I'm going to do something completely unsafe. And then he pushes into me completely. My nails dig into his broad back. My eyes close on a sigh. This is everything right now. The relief, the feeling that the entire world begins and ends with us in this bed, limbs tangled, mouths together. It's every fucking thing. Fuck. His teeth dig into the sensitive flesh between my neck and collarbone. I care more about you than I know what to do with. He moves inside me. Don't tell me things like that, I whisper, raking my nails over his back. It's true. His body brushes against me, making us fit together like lock and key. This, he pushes into me so deep my breath catches. This isn't something you feel with just anyone. Trust me. A twinge of pleasing pain shoots through me, and I bear down on him, seeking more. Elijah, I dig my nails into his shoulder blades. Tell me this isn't real. He rolls his hips, coaxing small ohs and ahs from me, because this is the realest goddamn thing I've ever felt. He's right. It is, and it terrifies me. I never had a fantasy until I met you, he whispers, placing a kiss to my neck before he grabs my hips. With one swift movement, he rolls onto his back, gracefully carrying me with him. My palms land on his chest. I still, with him inside me. Our eyes lock, and I move, slow and fluid. You're so fucking perfect. His hands grip my hips, his fingers bruising me as he guides me like I knew he would when we danced on the rooftop. I wish I could break our stare, because it's making me hope this is real when it never can be. We're two different people from two different places in life, different worlds, but here in this bed, things which can't be spoken bleed into our movements, and it's perfect. This is what love should be, all-consuming, unstoppable, something that makes no sense in a world that makes too much sense. Jesus, woman, he groans, crossing his arms around my back and sitting up so we're face to face. His fingers rake into my hair. He pulls me close to him, skin to skin with open mouth kisses. Each soft brush of his chest against my breast, each gentle tug on my hair, every kiss and roll of his lips drags me deeper into some hopeless realm he's created. I'm so lost in him that it would almost be right to whisper, I love you, but even if I wanted to, I couldn't. Because every time I open my mouth to swear or moan, he moves again, hitting places that have never been touched, and I can't form one syllable, one sound. Fisting my hair, he tugs my head back, his tongue trails my neck to my ear. I would give up everything for you if I could. His touch and words, the gentleness of this act when I expected it to be savage, is built to the point my body can bear no more. A wave of pleasure pours over me like molten lava, destroying and scorching everything in its path. And just as soon as that first wave subsides, another rolls in hard and swift. Then a third that consumes every last nerve ending and sends them up in a blaze. I claw at his back, begging him not to stop, and he doesn't. I'm breathless, my muscles shaking when he pushes into me on a string of curse words, then stills with his finger tangled in my hair, his arms like a prison across my back. And then he collapses onto the bed, dragging me down with him. I'm lost because I'm ruined. 22. I watch the splinter of early morning sunlight dance over the hardwood floor. Worry rolls through me like a storm cloud, black and heavy with rain. I shouldn't be in this bed with Elijah's arm around me, but my heart wants nothing more than to make me a fool. Closing my eyes, I chew at my lip and exhale. Here I am, sick that I feel more passion in one stroke of this man's hand than in all the combined kisses of a lifetime. I agreed to let people watch us, and while you'd think that's what bothers me most about last night, it isn't. He said he wanted to fuck me, and when a man like Elijah Banks fucks a woman, he tears her in two, limb from limb. But I'm still in one piece. What we did was make love behind the guise of taboo whispers. I'd give up everything for you if I could. His words echo through my mind, along with the ghost of his touch. This is so messed up. My heart beats erratically in my chest, and I spiral into a panic. In a matter of weeks, he's caused me to slowly unravel. With every day I've given him, I've offered him more power to completely obliterate me. Everything about this is irrational, impulsive, self-destructive, and isn't that the definition of love? Love is the one thing that will never make sense. It exists whether you want it to or not. I'm falling, have fallen, in love with a man who doesn't even know my real name. What the hell have I done? I've got to get out of here. My throat threatens to close with panic as I carefully slip out from Elijah's hold. Elijah's clothes are piled on the thick wool rug. Shit, he took my dress off in the hall. I just want to leave. I want out of this room, out of this stranger's house, away from the man who makes me unable to think. I grab his white dress shirt from the floor, slipping my arms through the sleeves. The distinct, earthy scent of his cologne surrounds me. I turn my face into the material, breathing in his scent while fastening the buttons. He's going to be so hard to let go of. With my back to the bed, I slip my heels on and stare at my reflection in the dresser mirror. If this doesn't look like a mistake, I don't know what does. The door is right there. I should leave. Pretend I'm Lot and Elijah is Sodom and Gomorrah, but I can't resist the temptation to look at him once more. I turn around. He's sprawled out on the bed with the sheets crumpled around his waist. A sharp tug forms in my chest, begging me to lie down next to him and curl into his side. I want to comb my fingers through his messy hair, trace the maze of tattoos on his arms. I've lost my mind. I fight a swarm of emotions while trying to burn the image of him in my mind. Once I'm satisfied that I'll always have this moment where I can say I took a risk, I didn't play it safe, I quietly slip out of the room. My mind is still in a fog by the time I reach the York Street station. I move against the flow coming up from the tunnel, lost in my thoughts, only halfway aware that I'm in nothing but a man's button-up and a pair of black stilettos. How can I possibly think that I love him? That's insane. Foolish. Love is something that should take time, isn't it? I wait on the platform, trying to recall the moment I knew I was in love with Harold. I chew at my lip, my eyes trained on the trash laying on the empty track as I sort through those filed-away memories. But, try as I may, I can't recall ever knowing I was in love with him. I can't remember craving Harold's company. He was just comfortable. After a while, I just assumed that was what love was. Comfortable. Shit, I whisper. The ear-splitting screech of the brakes on the track fill the tunnel. The hot air from the slowing train blows my hair around my face, and I fight to keep Elijah's dress shirt down. People file off, cell phones in hand, briefcases in tow, all giving curious glances as I blindly stumble on. It's New York City. Out of all the crazy things you see in the subway, you wouldn't expect a woman in a man's shirt to garnish such attention. One man in a suit stands, offering me his spot, and I thank him as I drop onto the orange plastic seat. The doors ding as they close, then the train starts down the subway, jostling and clanging as it picks up speed. I loved Harold. I must have. But when I compare the way I felt about him to the way I feel about Elijah, there is a stark contrast. Elijah consumes my every thought. Being around him gives me a buzz, a high. Groaning, I drag my hands down my face, wishing I could stop my thoughts from racing. The train comes to a stop. I hear the announcement, "This is a Queens-bound F train to Jamaica 179th Street." But I don't get off. I keep sitting, stop after stop. The crowd thins out at every station, but I'm too lost in my thoughts to get up. My entire life has been the next step. Everything has been logical, predictable, safe. Until Elijah. Something about him made me step out of my perfectly constructed box. I called love at first sight bullshit, but maybe I only believed that because I was a disappointed idealist. Jamaica, 179th Street. Ironically, I've reached the end of the line. 23. When I come up from the subway station, a string of notifications ding from my phone, 7 missed calls from my office. Oh my God, it's Friday. I had clients. How did I get this mixed up? Quickly, I dial my office and Mary picks up. Are you okay? She asks, worry evident in her tone. I'm fine. I take a breath and lie. I was ill all night. I must have slept through my alarm. I'm so sorry. Thank goodness you're all right. When I couldn't get in touch with you, I went ahead and cleared your calendar. I was about to have a wellness check done. I sigh. You're a lifesaver, Mary. There's no reason for you to stay unless you just want to log the hours, I offer. I'll close up and see you on Monday. Yes, thanks again. Before I slip my phone back in my clutch, Elijah texts me, Elijah, we need to talk. Okay. Elijah, around 6? Sure. Elijah, I'll pick you up. And I make my way down the street in my high heels and Elijah's dress shirt, my emotions a complete wreck. I spent the day lamenting over seeing Elijah tonight. I'm aggravated with myself because this is as juvenile as it gets, running out the morning after and trying to avoid the awkward conversation of why. I'm frustrated because I'm hurting myself, and I believe, in the end, I'm hurting him too. I now wholeheartedly believe in the saying, I met the right person at the wrong time, and I just wish I could stick my head in the sand until he's gone. I want to avoid the heartbreak and what might have been conversations. Right now, I wish there was no such word as goodbye. Total eclipse of the heart blares from Dot's apartment as I wait by the street. The irony doesn't go unnoticed. People pass by on the sidewalk, a mother with her 2 children, an elderly man and his schnauzer. I count the random men who pass by on cell phones or smoking cigarettes, and I wonder why it couldn't have been any of them. Out of all the men in the world, why did the universe see fit to throw me into a collision course with a man I could never truly have? Because, like I've said, the universe has made me her bitch. Halogen headlights blind me when a car turns onto the street. My stomach kinks and knots as the Tesla silently pulls to the curb. Simon's door opens, but before he can climb out, I have my hand on the door. I've got it, I say, and climb into the back seat. The empty back seat. Why did he not come? I sit stunned for a moment, worry pummeling through me. Simon glances at me in the rearview mirror. I didn't realize he wouldn't be coming to pick me up, I say softly. I would have taken the train. No worries, miss. The car pulls away. Headlights stream through the window when we turn down 32nd. I knot my hands in my lap and settle into the seat as much as my tense muscles will allow. The drive seems to pass more quickly than usual. Of course, that could be because I'm lost in my head, my thoughts and worries. I'm surprised when the tires bump over the threshold to the Brooklyn Bridge, but instead of tensing, I stare out at the water, thinking about the way Elijah kissed me on this very bridge, the way he made me forget about the fear pumping through me. The car winds around the exit ramp. Simon stops at the crosswalk, allowing a group of people laughing and smiling to cross. Elijah's high-rise is still half a block away, but I find myself reaching for the door. I'm so jittery, I just need out. I need to walk off some of this energy before I see Elijah. Thank you, Simon, I say, opening the door and setting my foot on the curb. I've only taken a few steps when I hear Simon call my name. I glance to the car. Simon leans down, looking through the open window. For what it's worth, you're the only woman I've ever seen him with. I open my mouth, then close it again. Thank you. Smiling, he nods, then pulls away. My heartbeat quickens with each step I take toward Elijah's apartment. I round the sidewalk and climb the concrete steps. The automatic doors glide open, and I'm greeted with the familiar scent of lavender and citrus. I walk through the lobby in a fog. My chest tightens in the elevator with each floor it passes. By the time I'm at Elijah's door, my hands are shaking. I've never had to say goodbye when saying goodbye was the last thing I want to do. It's best to end this now. I need a definitive end so I don't subconsciously lump one of the best experiences of my life among the worst. Inhaling, I knock. Seconds later, the lock clicks and the door slowly opens to reveal Elijah in nothing but a pair of black gym shorts. He braces his arms in the doorway, and my gaze drifts over the deep V-cut lines of his stomach, the tattoos on his chest. When I reach his eyes, my heart tugs. There's something soft and vulnerable in his expression, like he's been hurt. "You left me this morning," he says. "I'm sorry." "Why did you leave?" I drop my gaze to the floor, trying to find the words. "Can I come in?" Elijah steps to the side, and before the door closes, his warm hands are on my cheeks, and he's gently backing me toward the wall. "Look at me," he says, lifting my face. "If this is about the party," I watch his Adam's apple bob when he swallows. "I don't need that lifestyle anymore. You fill that spot I was so desperately trying to fill." "Elijah?" I attempt to tug free from his hold, but he holds fast. "Don't." "Since I met you, all you've tried to do was run from me. Stop." My jaw tenses. I'm not the one leaving. He is. And I'm not running from him. I'm running from the broken heart I'm on a crash course with. What does he expect me to do? The longer I stare at him, the more I think about how unfair this all is. Anger slowly eats away at me. Not anger at him, but just the situation. "Demi," he inches closer to me, "don't do this." "Don't do what? You're leaving in 4 days," I say, tears threatening my eyes. "And?" "This was supposed to be casual and easy and fun, and now I shake my head. "I'm in over my head with you." "As am I." His brows pinch together, his fingers brush through my hair. "And I've never been in over my head in my life." There's a beat of silence. "Then why keep doing this?" I ask. A soft smile reaches his eyes. "Why wouldn't we?" He goes to press a kiss to my lips, but I turn my head toward the wall. "Not everything's black and white, Demi." "But this needs to be," I whisper. "Avoiding this won't make it go away." My chest grows unbearably tight. "But continuing it will only make it worse." "If you knew you were going to die in a week, would you stop living?" He turns my face back toward his. "Or would you embrace the days you had left?" I stare at him, searching his eyes for answers I know I'll never get. This was supposed to be safe because it could go nowhere. "We've passed the point of it going nowhere. Come to London with me." He sweeps his hand over my cheek. My brow wrinkles. He can't be serious. "I know it's fast," he says, "but I've thought this through. I'm not a man who makes rash decisions." "Elijah, I can't. I have my job and my life." "You won't need anything. I can give you whatever you want." He takes my arms in his hands and inches his face toward mine. "Come with me." We don't even know each other, and I know enough to know I can't lose you. You are every fucking thing I've ever wanted and not had. His gaze grows stern. "I told you, you are my fantasy. Don't take that away." I close my eyes and his warm lips press over mine. I give in to him, knowingly falling somewhere in between heartache and ruin. "If you won't come, I'll stay.
I grab his face, kissing him deep and hard. This is reckless. He laughs against my lips.
It is, but if I can't love you recklessly, I can't love you at all.
My heart pounds.
Let me love you, Demi.
His hands move to my hips, guiding me toward the steps. Love is something even the greatest poets have struggled to explain, because words fail miserably to convey what it truly is. Love isn't simply a feeling, it's existing for someone else while being selfish and greedy, and then, in the same breath, it's selflessness in its most raw and honest form. Elijah scoops me into his arms and carries me up the stairs. My fingers thread through his hair while his teeth nip at my neck, my ear. When he reaches the top of the stairs, he fists my hair, yanking my head back.
What are you afraid of with me?
I take a breath, then another. He lays me on the bed, slowly unfastening my jeans.
Demi, what are you afraid of?
My jeans come off, followed by my shirt. How this feels, I whisper.
That makes two of us,
he says. His hands roam over my body. I work his shorts over his ass, and he lays between my open legs.
But I'm willing to risk anything for the way it feels.
He sinks into me slow, completely, his arms wound beneath mine and cupping the side of my face. This feels so damn right, he says, closing his eyes while he buries himself inside me. And I just feel him, the way he touches me like I'm sacred, his kisses soft and brutal. I want to keep this moment forever. I always want to remember how, at one point, everything else in the world faded away until all that existed was us. Every inch of his skin bleeds into me, every breath. Within a matter of seconds, he has me clinging to that edge, panting and needing. I dig my nails into his back, pulling him closer to me as I tumble over the cliff, falling helplessly with nothing but him to cling to. His head falls to the crook of my neck. I love you, he whispers. Closing my eyes, I hesitate. I'm so scared. I love you too.
I have no idea what I'm going to do.
24. I'm on my last client for the day, barely able to keep my mind focused on the session. Meg's here, without Ben, because he served her divorce papers. I find myself wondering if relationships are even worth it. Statistically speaking, Elijah and I are destined to end, and if we don't, what happens once the blissful passion fades away? Will I end up like so many of my clients in a stranger's office, complaining that all the fire is gone? After Meg leaves, I take a seat behind my desk and stare blankly through my office window. 3 days. I have 3 days to figure out what I'm doing. It's 5 in the afternoon, and I don't feel like shouldering my way through the crowded subways, so instead, I pull a notepad from my desk and scribble the title, Pros and Cons, at the top. I jot down the positives of me going to London with Elijah. He makes me feel good. He makes me feel safe. I could wake up next to him. Great sex. Under cons, I scribble, leaving my entire life behind. Either of us realizing we were wrong. I'm too old to be reckless. Shaking my head, I tear the paper from the pad, fold it, and tuck it in the inside of my purse before I leave my office. I reach the subway platform and manage to cram into one of the packed trains just as the doors are closing. I'm sandwiched between a teenage boy whose beats are blaring so loudly I can hear Snoop Dogg singing about wiggling, and a woman who's shouting at her friend on the other side of the car. With each stop, the train becomes more jam-packed, and by the time I reach the 34th Street stop, I can't take it any longer. I hop off, determined to walk the rest of the way home. Maybe that will help clear my mind. I end up wandering down side streets I've never set foot on. There's a French bakery, an art supply store.
I stop in front of the shop on the corner, looking through the window at the wooden boxes on display. A handwritten sign taped to the glass reads, "Hand-carved memory boxes." The scent of cedar and pine waft onto the sidewalk when the shop door opens. An elderly man with an Argyle flat cap steps out and offers a toothy grin. "Would you like to come in and see what I've got?"
"Oh."
I move away from the window. His smile widens. "Sure," I say. I follow him into the dim little shop. Boxes of all shapes and sizes sit on old bookshelves. Behind the counter, pieces of driftwood are stacked against the wall along with several old planks and oars, and propped in the corner, nearly hidden by an old canoe, sits a broken cello. The man shuffles behind the counter, smoothing a hand over his vest. "I can take anything wooden and carve you a pretty box. See anything you like?" My gaze strays back to the cello. "May I?" I ask, pointing at it as I step around the counter. "Be my guest," he says, patting my back as I breeze past. "I found it in the alley behind my shop about 6 months ago. Looks like somebody just got fed up with it and took a sledgehammer to it." Chuckling, he steps beside it. "Solid wood." He taps it with his knuckles and it makes a hollow thud. "It sure would make a fine box. I could wind the strings around it, leaving just enough space where you could pluck them." Sometimes the universe shits on you. Sometimes it shines a bright light in the darkness. Maybe this is a sign. "How long does it take to carve a box?" I ask. He runs a hand over the smooth wood. 2 days. "And could you engrave a few stars along the sides?" "Don't see why not." Smiling, I follow him to the register and pay. The things that make Elijah and I the most vulnerable carved together. Nothing could be more fitting, no matter how this plays out. 3 days later, the polished memory box sits on my dresser. The scroll of the cello now serves as the knob to lift the lid. The strings wound around the sides create the most sullen of sounds when I run my fingers over them, lonely and sad, like they know the beautiful noise they should make but no longer can. A smattering of tiny stars, almost reminiscent of the Milky Way, sweep along the front. It is uniquely beautiful, uniquely us, and I have no idea what to do with it. When I step into the hallway, Steph is rummaging through the freezer. She comes away with 2 tubs of ice cream, tossing the plain chocolate at me before she grabs spoons from my drawer. "You look stressed," she says. With a grumble, I sink onto the couch. I haven't told her yet. I haven't told my best friend that I'm in love with a man who says he no longer needs to fulfill people's fantasy because he's realized his fantasy is loving me. I haven't told her he asked me to come to London with him. I haven't told her a damn thing. I've suffered these past 3 days in silence. Elijah's called me 3 times today. He's also sent me several texts asking if I've made up my mind about going to London with him, but I haven't answered him. I don't know how to. In the heat of the moment, he said if I wouldn't go with him, he'd stay, but I don't believe that, and I wouldn't let him even if he tried. You know, I'm glad we have the kind of friendship where you don't feel the need to wear pants around me. Steph flops down on the sofa with her Ben & Jerry's ice cream, nodding at my bare legs. Steph, the second you came in, you tossed your sneakers in the corner and stripped out of your bra. I know. Clothes are stupid. I'd be leaving her and Danny. She digs her spoon into the top layer of chocolate ice cream, scooping an insane amount into her mouth. Her eyes roll back in her head on a groan. Oh, did I tell you I signed up for SAA? I frown. Sex Addicts Anonymous? Yep, I'm taking your advice and seeking help for my propensity for cock. Steph, you aren't a sex addict. But, she holds her spoon up, I have the predisposition to become one. Why not head it off? I facepalm and shake my head. So, she says, You never told me how your date went the other night. I watched the shaving of chocolate cream curl into my spoon when I dragged the tip over the top. Do I tell her or not? She'll have a fit. It was fine, I say. The eerie sci-fi ringtone wails from my phone. What the fuck is that? Steph glances around, looking for the source of the noise. It's Elijah's ringtone. It's creepy as hell. I grab my cell from the table and turn it to silent, not bothering to check my text. All right. What's going on? Steph asks. Because you have bags under your eyes and you're ignoring him. It's just... Sighing, I cram a spoonful of ice cream in my mouth. I think about the party, about the things he said to me, about the life I have here in New York, and how if I don't go to London, I'll probably just end up with another Harold. Messed up. It's really messed up, I say, fighting the tightening sensation in my throat. You went and caught feelings for the fuckface, huh? I mean, I draw a star over the top of my ice cream. Don't lie. Things can't be messed up or fucked up or even complicated if you don't have feelings. Feelings screw everything up. I'm not sure why, but I don't want to admit it to Steph. It seems so fast, so rash, so unlike me. It's only been a month, Steph. Romeo and Juliet ended up falling in love, getting married, and dying all within a matter of weeks. Just like life. Love has no timeline. Steph. She shakes her spoon at me. You can't argue with Shakespeare about love. Elijah is moving to London tomorrow. A little chocolate dribbles down her chin. When did you find this out? On the first official date. You know, she huffs, you forget to mention some pretty crucial details sometimes. Why didn't you tell me? Why would I? Because stuff like that guarantees you're going to fall in love. That whole wanting what we can't have crap. Why would you ever... I see the light bulb go off and her expression falls to a deep frown. Oh, you thought it was safe because he was leaving. She pats my knee like she's consoling a small child. That sucks, babe. It does. Then she unexpectedly throws her arms around me. I think about losing Elijah. I think about losing Steph and Danny, and it's just like something inside me snaps, and I fall apart, silently crying on Steph's shoulder. When my breath catches, I feel Steph tense. She slowly pulls away to look at me, her brows knit together. Oh, Charlie, she says, then hugs me again. This time so hard I can barely breathe. I didn't cry when the first guy I dated broke up with me. I didn't cry when Harold cheated on me. I've never cried over a broken heart. And I guess maybe that's because to have one, you must truly be in love. I quickly collect myself, wiping the tears from my face before I move away from her. It's fine, I say. I'm just angry at myself for getting so involved, and I'm tired of thinking about it. I grab the remote and turn on the TV, flipping right to Session 4 of Dexter. So, this is how you're going to handle it? She says, glancing toward the TV. Watching a sexy vigilante serial killer while you down a pint of ice cream? Yep. I fall back against the cushion and put my feet on the coffee table. Seems about right. We get halfway through the first episode and nearly all the way through our tubs of ice cream before the doorbell rings. Pizza! Steph sets her ice cream on the coffee table, clapping her hands as she jumps to her feet. Ding dong! Knock, knock, knock. Steph looks over her shoulder as she reaches for the lock. He's an impatient little pizza guy, isn't he? I pause Dexter. I'm staring at that blank, psychotic stare Michael Hall has down to an art when the hinges to the door creak. Steph says, You're not the pizza guy. I glance away from the TV. She takes a step back and opens the door wider. My heart clenches. Elijah's large frame fills the doorway. Even from across the room, his hazel eyes manage to pin me to the spot, and I swallow. "How old are you?" he says, annoyance lacing his tone. He ignores Steph and steps over the threshold, his posture stiff, his jaw set. "I've called you 3 times. So, Steph points toward the hall. "I'm just going to go in your room and—" She nods. "Yeah." Then quickly disappears down the hall. The door bangs closed, and Elijah swiftly crosses the room. I still have my tub of ice cream in one hand, my spoon in the other. He takes them from me and places them on the coffee table. "If you don't want to go, just say it, but don't ignore me." He's upset, stressed, scared, but so am I. I want to go, but the risk... I can't justify that risk for something as uncertain as a love affair with a beautiful man. I have a job, Elijah. I can't just... Come. His nostrils flare while his eyes search mine. We'll feel things out. See what happens. He sounds desperate for me to say yes, and my heart certainly feels desperate. Sighing, he drags a hand over his stubble-covered jaw. "I'm not so vain to think this couldn't end, but I'm hopeless enough to believe that it won't." Those words cause my muscles to go lax and my breath to catch in my throat. "I can't leave like that," I say. "I have clients and I have responsibilities, Elijah." His jaw tenses and he pushes to his feet and heads to the door. The irrational romantic in me wants to jump up and run to him, throwing my arms around his neck and telling him I'd follow him to the ends of the world for just one more week of this. But the pragmatic side of me is telling me to stay put. And then the broken piece of my soul I try to keep locked away begins to take jabs. He said he would stay. He's not. He's leaving you because you aren't enough. Anger bubbles inside. I push up from the sofa, my hands in tight fists at my side. "This isn't fair," I say, and he turns around. "You're asking me to give up my life while you give up nothing." "You have no idea what I plan to give up for you." He opens the door, and my chest goes tight. "There's a ticket for you with Delta, the 10:50 flight to London Heathrow. Avoid it until the last minute if you want." Before I can say another word, the door slams. It takes everything in me not to fall apart. This should be simple. It should be easy. But when is love anything less than complicated? I stand beside the couch, staring at the door. Steph comes scrambling back into the living room. "Oh my God!" She clutches her chest and pouts. "Are you kidding me?" She points at the door. "Are you fucking kidding me?" I cover my face with my hands, refusing to break twice in one night. I'm not so vain to think this couldn't end, but I'm hopeless enough to believe that it won't. "Charlie, I can't. I'm ready to get on my knee and propose to the man." "Steph." She holds both sides of her head like she's trying to keep it from exploding. "He offered to take you with him," she practically shouts. "You know you only live one time, right?" "Steph, I would be giving up my job, my apartment. I already gave up everything once for a man. Shouldn't I have learned my lesson?" "Yeah, that you shouldn't give up jack shit for a man that doesn't love you." She shakes her head. "That man loves you. You feel that. I know you do, or you wouldn't have been sobbing earlier." "But what if I'm wrong? What if this is only something that's right for right now?" "So what?" She tosses her hands in the air. "If you're trying to avoid getting hurt, I hate to break it to you, but you let him leave and you're going to get hurt. For once in your life, Do something that scares the shit out of you. Steph grabs her purse along with her tub of ice cream. Where are you going? I ask. I'm leaving so you can call that man back up here and tell him you love him. Steph cocks a sharp brow on a smirk. I've known you for 13 years. That man makes you giddy. He makes you happy. Why in the hell would you deny yourself that, even if it's only for a few more weeks or months? The door closes behind her, and I sink onto the couch, staring at the clock. I have 12 hours. 25. I didn't sleep last night. Tossed and turned, sure. Drove myself crazy, playing out all the ways this could go wrong, absolutely. But have I come to a decision? Nope. So I pace. I glance at the red block numbers on the clock that tell me Elijah's plane takes off in 3 hours, and I pace some more. I grab my phone and start a text to Elijah, then I delete it. If I went, even just for a week, I'd have to cancel my clients and pack. It's irresponsible, beyond irresponsible, so why am I even considering it? I pad down the hall to my kitchen, open the fridge, grab the boxed wine, and slam it onto my counter. Who does he think he is, anyway? I grumble. Go to London with me, Demi. I mimic his deep voice. Let's see where this goes. Rolling my eyes on a groan, I grab a coffee mug that reads, Coffee makes me poop. It's 7 in the morning, and for whatever reason, I feel drinking wine out of a coffee cup about defecation makes this all seem less tragic. I flip the tab and fill the mug to the brim. I'm not going with him. I grab the box of wine and trudge back to my bedroom. By the time I finish the cup, I'm standing at the foot of my bed staring into an empty suitcase. Why not just go to London with him? I'll get Mary to cancel my week, say it's an emergency or something vague, haul off to England and see where this goes. People do stuff like this all the time, I'm sure. Have an adventure once in your life. Nodding, I open my top drawer, gathering my underwear and bras and tossing them into the suitcase. Next, I throw in a few shirts, some jeans. I chew on my lip, then throw my hands in the air. What the hell am I doing? Groaning, I grab the suitcase, dump the contents out, then drop it to the floor. With an exasperated sigh, I drag my hands through my hair while thinking about Elijah boarding the plane and waiting for me. The thought of him taking off with an empty seat beside him nearly kills me. To hell with it, I mumble. Someone will end up breaking my heart eventually. It may as well be him. I grab my suitcase again and quickly pack it. Shirts, jeans, underwear, bras. I take a swig of wine on my way to the kitchen for a Ziploc bag. When I glance at the clock, a sense of urgency sweeps through me. I only have 2 hours and 30 minutes. Shit! I dart to the bathroom and haphazardly rake my toiletries into the plastic bag. 5 minutes later, I'm lugging my suitcase to the front of my apartment. I'm barely through the door before a jolt of panic tears through me like an electric shock. I chuck the suitcase across the hall, and it hits the wall with a bang. The locks pop open, and my clothes scatter the ground. I lean against the wall and cover my face with my hands. I'm losing my mind here. The tap of paws scamper down the hallway, followed by a petite bark. I drop my hands from my face and look over at Dot's scraggly Chihuahua Bob. He cocks his head to the side like he's trying to figure out what my problem is. Then he throws his head back on a high-pitched howl. Bob! Dot's gruff voice bellows down the hall. Come back here, Bob! Seconds later, Dot steps around the corner, smoke billowing up from the end of the cigarette gripped between her thin red lips. She glances from me to the open suitcase. Are you all right, honey? I'm fine. I bend over and collect my clothes, dropping them back into the suitcase. Is this about that man? Dot steps behind me. Cigarette smoke swirls around me as she places a weathered hand on my shoulder. It's none of my business, she says, but I couldn't help to notice how upset he looked when he left last night.
You saw him?
I was on my elliptical when he came up all flustered and walking with determined strides, and I saw him when he left, head hung and hands dragging through his hair.
I sigh. It's a mess.
You know, she says, the best kind of loves usually are. She takes a hearty drag and turns her head away from me to blow out a thick cloud of smoke. Ben, my late husband, most irrational decision I ever made. Married him after 2 weeks.
A nostalgic smile warms her face. 2 weeks?
Yep. I was 18. Met him at a sock hop 2 weeks before he shipped out to Paris Island. When it came time to leave, we ran to the courthouse and got married. Everyone thought we were loonies, told me we'd end up divorced. We were married 50 years. Oh, it was a wild ride, but I wouldn't have changed any of it for the world.
How did you know he was the one, though?
I didn't. She grins. That's the beauty in it. You can't know, but one thing that's certain, eventually you lose everyone, even the ones who chose to stay. Nothing's eternal.
That hits me. Hard. The only thing that has had me second-guessing whether I should hop on that plane is the what-if of losing him. But I should be focusing on the right now of having him.
Bob! She shouts, clapping her hands so hard the ash from her cigarette falls to the ground. Damn it! She snatches the cigarette from her lips before she shuffles across the hall. When I turn around, Bob's standing in the middle of my suitcase with his leg hiked. Dot snatches him up, urine spraying the wall. He growls when she scolds him. I'm sorry, she says with a shrug. He's got a little incontinence problem.
I stare at my pee-soaked clothes. Fine. She puts her hand on my shoulder once more.
We always regret the risks we never took. Trust me.
And with that, she meanders back around the corner, smoke trailing behind her like a steam engine. 10 minutes later, I'm rushing through the front of my apartment with an overstuffed gym bag slung over my shoulder. Unfortunately, Bob pissed in the only suitcase I own, which also contained most of my nice clothes. So, here I am with nothing but shitty t-shirts and skinny jeans crammed in a gym bag to go to London. I stop by the curb to hail a taxi. 1 passes by. 2. Assholes. I grumble and step into the gutter, waving my arm around. A cab finally pulls over and I hop in. LaGuardia, I say. I'm going to miss a flight. He punches the meter and veers onto the street, tires squealing. There's an overwhelming feeling I've forgotten something, so I rummage through my bag, checking for my passport and wallet, my phone. The skyscrapers cast a cold shadow over the street when we whiz through the financial district. Just before we reach the bridge, the car comes to a screeching halt. My bag goes flying into the floorboard. The cab driver rolls his window down, hanging halfway out of the car as he swears at someone. Horns blare, people yell back and forth. I can't believe I'm doing this. I stare at my phone. I should text Elijah, let him know that I'm coming. But then I think about the way this would play out if it were a movie starring Kate Hudson and Matthew McConaughey. Sometimes in life, we all want to be a romantic, so I won't text him. I'll board the flight last minute. He'll already be seated, most likely staring through the window with his elbow on the armrest and his hand covering his mouth. He'll think I'm not coming, and then I'll stop at the end of the aisle and say something along the lines of, "You should never try to anticipate with me." He'll smile and embrace me, kissing me in a way that will make every woman on board that flight envious. Then we'll take off to London, and I have no idea what happens past that point. Even though this scares the absolute shit out of me, I'm doing it. I have no idea if we'll last for 2 days or 70 years, but I'll never know if I don't give us a chance. I'm looking through the window when the tires bump over the threshold of the Brooklyn Bridge. The water sparkles under the sunlight, and I recall the way Elijah kissed me on this very bridge. how he took the fear rippling through me and calmed it. That was real. That is something I don't want to let go of. 20 minutes later, I'm still convincing myself I'm doing the right, rational thing in this completely irrational situation when the taxi takes a hard right into the airport. My bag falls to the floorboard, and I grab it just before the taxi stops in front of Delta's passenger zone. I pull my wallet from my bag and swipe my card through the meter, then climb out, heading straight for the automatic doors. Usually, just the smell of the airport makes my stomach twist with anxiety, but right now there's too much excitement tingling through me, the kind of excitement that makes you drunk and delirious with hope. I step to a kiosk and type my name over the screen. I hit enter, and the little plane icon flies round and round. This is me taking my first step toward living life instead of trudging through it, taking the bull by its horns. Passenger name not found. Please see a customer service representative, blinks over the screen. Furrowing my brow, I collect my belongings and get in line with the rest of the passengers checking their bags. I listen to them argue over the weight limit, over their seats. When it's my turn, I step to the counter and smile at the young woman behind it. Her red lips curl in a greeting. "How can I help you today?" she asks. "I tried to check in on the kiosk, but I couldn't pull up my ticket." I lay my open passport on the counter. "It's the 10:50 flight to London Heathrow." "Okay, just 1 second." Her fingers tap over the keyboard, and her gaze strays from my passport to the computer screen. "There's not a ticket for a Charlie Elizabeth Williams," she says. Air catches in my throat. My pulse thrums in my ears. "Shit," I gasp. "I never told him my name was Charlie." Shaking my head, I grab my passport. "Demi Elizabeth Williams. It would be under that." The woman glances at her screen, then looks to the clerk beside her. "I can't give out other passengers' information. If it doesn't match your passport, you can't board. I'm sorry." My heart hammers against my ribs. "Okay, I swipe my hands through my hair. "I'll buy a ticket. Can I do that?" She grimaces. "The flight's booked. I can put you on standby." "Standby?" I nod. "And if I don't get on that one?" "We'll put you on the next flight out." This is a mess, but it's my own fault for being a lying idiot. Let me have a minute. I grab my passport and step away, nearly getting mowed down by a businessman rushing through the airport with his luggage in tow. I stand by the wall, gnawing at my lip. I should have told him at the coffee shop, at Times Square, his apartment, last night. I should have told him my real name at some point, because now, look where that little white lie has gotten me. I didn't want to admit this was serious. I didn't want to believe he'd get close enough, and most of all, I just wanted to avoid an awkward conversation. It all seems so stupid now. Way to screw everything up, Charlie. I stare at the flight board, watching the different departures flash across the screen. I have no choice. I must call him and explain. The one thing I can't do is let him leave thinking I want this to end. I drop my bag to the floor and rummage through the side pocket. I pull out my toiletries, my wallet, but my phone isn't there. Frantically, I fall to my knees and unzip my bag and tear through my balled-up clothes. Where the hell is my phone? I toss my ratty NSYNC shirt on the floor, followed by a pair of NYU sweatpants. And now I'm dumping everything out. Panties and bras and shitty clothes scatter the floor. People veer around the mess I've made, staring at me, but I don't care because the bag is empty and I have no phone. I cover my face with my hands and shake my head. This cannot be happening right now. I must have left it at the kiosk. I stumble over the pile of clothes surrounding me when I push to my feet and jog to the kiosk, but all I find on the desk are a few stray pens. The counter. I shove my way through the people waiting to check bags, slamming my sweaty palms down when I reach the counter. "Did you see a phone? I left my phone," I say, panicked.
The clerk shuffles a few pieces of paper around. No phone. I drag my hands through my hair as I walk back to my belongings. Delta Flight 275 London Heathrow boarding flashes over the flight board. My chest feels like it's in a vice grip. Elijah's going to think I didn't choose him. And I did.
26. It's 5:15. I wonder how close Elijah is to London by now. I sink onto Steph's couch, staring at the contact list on my new phone and sighing. His number's not there. Steph hands me a cup of coffee and rubs a consoling hand over my back. When's the last time you backed your phone up? 2 years ago? Charlie! I know. I throw the phone to the couch and hold my hands up in surrender. I give up. If this isn't the universe giving me a big middle finger, I don't know what is. Steph frowns. Well, maybe he heard the page? I eventually had one of the clerks page him, but I'm sure he'd already boarded. I doubt it. I bet he'll call you as soon as he lands, Steph says, only to ease the pain. I wouldn't be calling him if the situation were reversed. Steph, he thinks my answer was no. Why would he call me? I sigh. I should have texted him on my way to the airport. This is tragic, Charlie. Yeah, well, par for the course. My life has been pretty tragic this last year. Dropping my head back on the cushion, I fight the tears stinging my eyes. I have no one to blame but myself. How juvenile was it of me to never tell him my name? Well, I get why you didn't. You didn't want it to go anywhere, and when it did, you got scared. So I think, subconsciously, you not telling him was just your way of self-sabotaging. It's what you do best. A few tears streak down my cheek, which I quickly swat away. Doesn't he have social media? Facebook, Instagram, hell, Snapchat? No, of course not. Okay. She plops beside me on the couch and places her hand on my knee. Do you want me to be brutally honest here, or do you want me to say things to make you feel better? Honesty. Always, from this point forward, honesty. I think you fucked up. Royally fucked up. She throws her arms around me and squeezes. But I love you. I think about Elijah and the empty seat next to him. I think about how heartbroken I'd be if the situation were reversed, and my chest aches. He had no idea how much I cared about him, and now I doubt he ever will. Tears trickle down my face, but I fight the emotion, trying to keep it tampered down. My wishy-washy self, my stupid fear of being hurt, has just cost me something I never thought I'd have. Something I never thought I'd have. So it seems, all along my fantasy was being in love with a man who made me feel safe. 27. 2 weeks later. The sky's overcast, and while it's not raining, it feels like the thick gray clouds could bust open at any moment. After my first time flying alone, I'm exhausted and slightly hungover. It wasn't until after my third glass of wine that my nerves became manageable. My tolerance for the snoring man whose head kept falling on my shoulder, not so much. A cool breeze bites through my thin t-shirt and leggings. I adjust the gym bag slung over my shoulder, listening to the hum of the city around me as I make my way down the sidewalk. The sirens sound less brash. The sputter of the engines is oddly different, deeper, heavier. The bits and pieces of conversation I pick up on my way down the street are laced with English charm. Elijah was right. If you listen closely enough, each city has its own accent. As it turns out, Steph has borderline FBI skills when it comes to tracking people down. One shady website, and $40 later, and I had Elijah's address in hand.
I canceled my clients, booked a flight to London, and here I am, lost among rows of white townhomes with navy flower boxes on the windowsills. Townhome number 52 doesn't have flowers on the ledge. My stomach knots when I step to the door and raise my hand to knock. I pause, taking a deep breath as I stare at the toe of my Converse. Even after mulling this conversation over in my head for 2 weeks, I'm still not exactly sure how to say, I lied about my name, but I love you. On the street, a car door slams shut. The sound of Elijah's voice catches my attention. My heart clenches. I spin away from the door just as he rounds the back of a black Mercedes. His charcoal gray suit clings to his wide frame. The red tie against the stark white shirt provides a sense of power. And while he looks every bit the successful businessman he is, the careless way his hair is styled gives him a playboy edge. The passenger door opens, and a pair of long, feminine legs swing out. He moves to the side of the car, waiting for her to exit. Why is he waiting for her to exit? I swallow when his hand lightly touches the small of her back as she steps over the curb. I made a mistake. Oh my God, I made a mistake. They exchange a few words, his attention on his phone. When he eventually glances up, his gaze lands on me and he stops mid-stride. The smile on his face falls, his entire expression crumpling the way my heart is at this very moment. The woman glances between us. I feel my cheeks sting with heat. Lucy, he says, confusion setting his brow. When you get to the meeting, would you tell Charles and David that something's come up? I'll sign the contracts tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Banks. Thank you, he says as he starts toward me. The closer he gets, the harder it is to breathe. It's only been 2 weeks, but it seems like 10 months, and by the time he stops in front of me, I'm ready to crumble. He doesn't say a word, doesn't ask one question, just pulls me into his warm embrace. I rest my cheek against the soft material of his suit. The scent of leather and spice wrap around me, soothing my tired muscles. I'm so sorry, I whisper. All that matters is that you're here, he says, moving back just enough to cut my face. He tilts my head back, his eyes searching mine. I missed you so much, Demi. My insides rattle with guilt and worry. Before I confess my sins, there's one thing I need to do. I drop my bag from my shoulder and grab the memory box from inside, practically shoving it in his hands. His finger traces the stars carved along the side. He strums over the strings, the sullen notes carrying into the wind. Is this made from a cello? Yes, I say, a cello and the stars, because being vulnerable is the only way you can truly ever love someone. His brow wrinkles, his jaw twitches, and when he looks at me like I am everything in the whole world. He goes to kiss me, but I take a step back. If I wait too much longer, I'll never be able to stomach this. And honest. You have to be honest, and I've not exactly been honest with you. His expression falls flat, and I take a breath. My name's not Demi, Elijah. It's Charlie. His eyes narrow, and I look at the ground. Panic twists through my chest like jagged blades. I just need to get it all out and over with. You lied about your name? I was never supposed to see you again, I blurt. But then I did see you again, and you called me Demi. I didn't think it would go anywhere, so what was the point in explaining it then? You were this sexy guy who I had no business getting involved with. My face is growing hot, and I'm still staring at the ground. I'd never even sexted until you, and besides, you were leaving in a month's time. It all happened so fast, and then when I went to get on the plane, the ticket was for Demi, not Charlie, and I lost my phone, and I would have been here 2 weeks ago had I not been such a dumbass. There's a pause. A moment of silence that seems unbearably long. He must hate me. When I finally look up, an amused smirk tugs at his lips. "Charlie," he says, holding out his hand. "I'm Elijah. Would you like to go have some coffee?" Dropping my chin on a laugh, I nod. "I'd love to have coffee with you." Elijah slides my bag from my shoulder and sets it along with the box inside his apartment. Then he takes my hand, threading his fingers through mine as we start down the street. How is he not asking questions or angry with me? By the time we reach the crosswalk, curiosity gets the better of me. "You aren't mad?" I ask. "No, it's just a name. Besides, I expect a little chaos when dealing with you." He squeezes my hand, and it makes for a good story. We have coffee in a tiny pub a few blocks over, then wander around the streets of London, past Piccadilly and through Trafalgar Square. Red double-decker buses line the streets and tourists take pictures by the lions at Nelson's Column. In an odd way, the area reminds me of New York, but with a more relaxed, unhurried atmosphere. The soothing sound of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata floats above the rumble of the buses, the chatter of the crowd. Beside the fountain in the middle of the square sits a man behind a cello, his bow dragging over the strings. Elijah stops. I notice the deep breaths he drags in, how his gaze hones in on the bow, the way his jaw ticks. I lean my head against his shoulder to subtly let him know I'm here. Once the song is ended, Elijah approaches the man, I assume to hand him money, and hand him money he does, but not before he leans in by the man's ear. Nodding, the man glances at me, hands his bow over, and steps to the side. Elijah takes a seat on the concrete ledge of the fountain. His fingers pluck at the strings before he slowly drags the bow across them. He closes his eyes, and I realize he's playing Take Me to Church. I cover my mouth with my hand, staring. My heart pounds like the wings of a caged bird, wanting nothing more than to be freed. The sad melody of the cello carries across the square, and I make my way toward him, tears blurring my vision. I sit beside him, watching each movement, relishing in each note. By the end of the song, he's lost in the music, his body moving with each sweep of his arm. He sits behind the cello for a moment once he's finished playing. Then he hands the bow back to the man and thanks him. I grab his face, pulling him toward me and tenderly kissing his lips. "Thank you," I whisper. He sweeps my hair behind my shoulder. "Thank you for giving me a reason to play."
Epilogue. Elijah, a year later. The wind churns around me as I lean against the balcony railing, taking in the lights of the skyscrapers that lay across the river. The smell of motor oil and water carry in on the breeze, and I breathe it in. London was meant to be an indefinite move, but love requires sacrifices on both parts. Charlie forfeited half a year, so I surrendered part of the London division, handing it over to Lucy's able hands. The glass door slides open behind me, and I turn around to Charlie stepping out in nothing but an open silk robe. I've woken to her every day for the past year, and still my chest aches when I see her. She's like an extension of my soul walking outside of my body. One I always want to keep close to me and safe. One I'll always cherish. "You know what you're doing, don't you, Mrs. Banks?" I ask, sliding my hands beneath the robe and pulling her flush against me. "I've learned a thing or two over the past year." She laughs, the same carefree laugh that first drew me to her. I fall more in love with her each time I hear it. My hand creeps down her back to her ass. You're so fucking sexy, I say before nipping her lip. Let me fuck you on the balcony. Her lips play at my throat as her fingers nimbly work the zipper of my slacks down. Just when her hand grazes my cock, my phone vibrates in my pant pocket. I ignore it, fisting her hair and tugging her head back. Elijah, she breathes, swatting at my chest. Answer it. But I need this. I bite at her neck, desperate to draw her attention away from the buzzing phone. Elijah! With a groan, I fish the phone from my pocket and press it to my ear. I know you two are trying to have adult time and all, Steph says. I can hear Lily crying in the background. But Lily just projectile vomited all over me. It was like a scene out of the Poltergeist. Well, without the entire spinning head thing. Before I can say a word, Charlie's taken the phone from me and has pulled her robe closed. Does she have a fever? She asks, pacing the length of the patio. Okay, try giving her the passy. Maybe take her out on your porch and sing Itsy Bitsy Spider. That usually calms her down. Charlie throws her head back. Steph, just sing the song to her. She'll be fine until we get there. Maybe 20 minutes if the traffic's not too bad. She pauses, nodding her head. Okay, see you soon. When she hands the phone back to me, she shrugs. Steph is not babysitter material. I'd have to agree. I glance down at my hard cock before I zip my pants. Ride with me and I'll take care of that. Smirking, Charlie glances at my crotch. She turns to walk inside, but I grab her and spin her back around, pressing my lips to hers in a hard kiss. There are countless women in the world, but only one who could fulfill every fantasy I've ever had. Only one that could make me see the beauty in giving up a part of yourself to fully experience love. Charlie is the song of my heart, and our daughter Lily is the star in our sky. This concludes Falling in Between by Stevie J. Cole, narrated by Loretta Rollins and Chris Chambers. Copyright 2018 by Stevie J. Cole. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stevie J. Cole, care of Prospect Agency, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.